Yet Chans and others were still able to communicate with him via baletas, messages inscribed on tiny bits of paper, shaped into the form of bullets, and wrapped in a cement-like material concocted from the husks of beans. When the guards took Fidel out of his cell at sunset for fresh air, his comrades tossed the baletas at him. People would ask themselves how we managed to smuggle out documents that were signed by all of us, laughed Chans. Few could have imagined that the Moncadistas kept the baletas out of the guards' hands by hiding them in their anal cavity until the messages could be smuggled out on visitors' day. He added. 75 The term little bullets clearly served to mitigate the indignity that having to engage in such acts represented for Moncadistas who adhered to customary heterosexual understandings of what it meant to be a macho by linguistically representing these acts as audacious, risky protests. The muchachos del Moncada, in other words, were still fighting the dictatorship with the fusion of bullets and words, both meant to weaken the hyper-manhood Batista projected of himself and his regime. A selection of letters written by Castro during his imprisonment and published in early 1959 by his then secretary and confidant, Luis Conti Agüero, reveals the depth of strategizing that took place among the men inside the prison and their loyal outside organizers. These letters also reveal the heroic exceptionality that Fidel ascribed to his and his followers' actions as well as the alleged historical uniqueness of their suffering under Batista. In a letter to Conti Agüero dated December 12, 1953, Fidel expressed anger that the public remained so silent over the soldiers' actions at Moncada, particularly once the initial period of terror had passed. History knows no massacre like it, neither in the colonial era nor in the Republic 76. Moreover, whereas Fidel had publicly adopted a generous pose, glossing Batista as the only villain, alone responsible for the atrocities and constitutional violations of the regime, his private writings exposed a far less generous view. Railing against the opposition, he accused them of being accomplices of Batista for failing to protest sufficiently the abuses sanctioned under the August Decree of Public Order. Fidel also minimized past tyrannies as well as the experience of their victims. Singled out for particular disdain were the 8 medical students whom the Spanish state had executed for treason on November 27, 1871, later commemorated annually as Cuba's first student martyrs in the Republic. The students of 71 were never tortured, they were subject to apparent trial, they were buried in known locations, and those who committed such horrors believed themselves in possession of divine right, wrote Fidel. 9 times 8 were the number of youth who fell in Santiago de Cuba under torture and lead bullets, without any kind of trial, in the name of an illegitimate and hated usurper government of 16 months' time, without God and without law. 77 The bones of all the martyrs of Moncada should one day be united in the same grave as Marty, he concluded. 78. Yet for all of this vociferating and complaining, Castro's missive to Conti Agüero had the political objective of convincing the top brass of the Orthodox Party that the Moncadistas' actions were in no way intended to undermine their leadership. Talk to Dr. Agramonte, Fidel urged. Show him this letter, expressing that our feelings are filled with loyalty to the most pure ideals of Eduardo Chivas. 79 Indeed, as time dragged on, Castro saw himself left off the stage of political and civic responses to Batista's call for open national elections in 1954. The privately manipulative but publicly conciliatory approach to rival leaders reflected in his letter to Conti Agüero only deepened. Cubans needed and wanted, Castro sensed, the right to be men again. 80 The regime denied men this identity through emasculating forms of repression, censorship, and the paternalistic rhetoric of Cuba's self-appointed paragon of democracy, Fulgencio Batista. The search for a different, better hombre and the 1954 elections. At the dawn of 1954, Cubans perceived themselves on the cusp of a return to constitutional order. Even if at one point most had seen that order wrecked and disparaged by 8 years of Autentico rule as well as the superficiality of popular democracy under Batista a decade prior to that, now a return to the Constitution seemed not only possible and within reach, but necessary and unconditionally good. In 1954, voters and parties of all persuasions, including PSP communists, embraced the notion that it would be not a party but a man who would save Cuba from Batista and from a cycle of violent, unpredictable revolutionary history few wanted to repeat. Briefly, optimism seemed to overwhelm the cynicism most had derived from recent events, particularly the split among Orthodox party leaders between the Montreal Pactistas and the anti-Pact Chibasistas whom Carlos Marquez Sterling and others claimed to be. The street is still genuinely Orthodox, opined Jesus Rodriguez, resident of the small Santa Clara town of Encrucijadas, when considered against the national panorama of the future. In an impassioned handwritten letter to Carlos Marquez Sterling, president of the Orthodox Party, Jesus pleaded, "Oh, for God's sake, Carlos, don't leave us, that's all I hope for, don't get disillusioned, help us save Cuba." 81. Indeed, Marquez Sterling's election as president of the Orthodox Party in March 1954 signaled renewed hope across the country that Chivas's program for radical change through citizen mobilization and an accountable, representative government was still alive. 82 For José V. González Hernández, a telegraph operator, the fragmentation of the party since the summer of 1953 had proven more harmful to La Patria than even Batista's coup itself. 83 What was needed was an honorable man willing to step forward and lead, despite their apparent scarcity and the reigning climate of confusionismo created by Batista. 84 Carlos, I tell you as a man of the people and as a friend, es necesita un hombre, and for me that it is you, wrote Miguel A. Matos from Antilla. So tighten your belt, convoke that meeting, and together with Pardo Lita, Miranda Cortez, and other many good Cubans who still exist, La Ortodoxia under your leadership will rise again to what it used to be. 85. The people were anxious for a radical change in procedure, agreed Felix Barreto, writing from the small fishing village of Cabarín. If, as Batista repeatedly claimed, Cuba needs El Hombre, they believe that El Hombre is really you. Moreover, he added, there could be no better choice for vice president than Guido Garcia Inclán, the university professor made famous by his Bohemia column advocating for the needs of the poor, Arriba Corazones, 86. The fact that Barreto addressed Marquez Sterling as future president of the Republic was significant. It was intended as much to pressure as to flatter. Ortodoxos everywhere and perhaps most Cubans knew that after 2 years of relative stability under Batista's dictatorial regime, the stakes were high. Freed to operate legally for the first time in 2 years, political parties had to decide how to respond to Batista's official call for national elections that fall, including for congressional and municipal level offices, or whether to do so at all. Yet as early as February, faithful Ortodoxos in the far reaches of the island were already reporting Batistiano efforts to engineer electoral fraud. On the Isle of Pines, one of the party informed Marquez Sterling that Batista's navy and police had been dispatching their wives to collect voter registration cards door to door for later use in elections that would force citizens to vote by party, rather than by direct vote for individual candidates. Proudly, the Ortodoxos boasted of using Batistiano intimidators' own tactics against them by placing a giant portrait of Eduardo Chivas on the wall facing the front door and proclaiming it the mirror of this household. 87 Pedro Revuelta, the unemployed political cartoonist and friend of Marquez Sterling, predicted a much simpler method for how Batista would steal the elections. He would simply rely on the local electoral councils to stuff the ballot boxes and either bribe or kidnap Grau's representatives on the councils to ensure that the stuffing process went off without a hitch. 88. If elections were held, even if the process was clearly fraudulent, a vote of the people would apparently confirm Batista's tenure in the eyes of the world, especially to officials of the U.S. administration, who for decades had proved to be content with the mere appearance of electoral democracy in Latin America in exchange for support for U.S. investors and corporate monopolies. Given this backdrop, the consequences of a successful election of Batista and a pro-Batista Congress would surely be dire. Cuba was bound to explode in revolution. The pseudo-legalization of the 10th of March would place our patria politically and economically on top of a volcano. We can be certain that what gave validity to the 10th of March was the Ortodoxos' excision. Batista would not have been able to rule for so long if the Orthodox movement had maintained itself invulnerable, wrote Luis Fernandez from the small town of Joliet, Illinois. 89 from Las Villas, another man agreed. In a personally penned public manifesto, he said that the only solution for ortodoxos and all Cubans desperate for change was to think in Cuban. The government and the opposition needed to put their differences aside and commit to letting the people decide Cuba's fate. 90. Why did so much hope rest on Carlos Marquez Sterling? In part it was due to his reputation as the great compromiser, facilitator, and president of the 1940 Constitutional Convention, who had refused to run for any office since then. 91 Viewed as politically objective and cleansed of the selfish ambition that now seemed to taint other members of the Orthodox Party, Marquez Sterling was admired even among currently beholden and employed civil servants of Batista's regime. One of these, Silvio Lubian Muro, a journalist at the Ministry of Information, Batista's censorship office, went so far as to apologize privately to Marquez Sterling for his inability to vote for him should he run for president. Pragmatism and his own self-acknowledged client status with regard to Batista overruled the good that offering his support would do. Patron clientelism was still the key to Batista's success. This continues to be a land of cautelage. If that were not true, Batista would not still be in the presidency. 92. Moreover, Marquez Sterling was seen not only as the legitimate heir to Eduardo Chivas, he was seen as the only legitimate choice among three possible contenders: Batista, the embodiment of brutal force; Grau, the epitome of demagoguery and disorder; and Marquez Sterling, the firm hope of a secure future. 93. Inconceivable to many was the bizarre historical twist that the Autentico party's candidate, despite Prio's Montreal pact with wayward ortodoxos against Batista, was none other than Grau. San Martin. The year 1954 suddenly seemed a repeat of the election of 1940, but without the faith, the excitement, or the possibility of radically changing the nature of government from patterns already established by both candidates in their respective tenures. Even if the people wanted renovation, not revolution, how was it possible that conditions in Cuba could have so conspired to shoot the nation back to the past and leave it with no other future than one of a return to tragedy? 94. Ironically, even as both Batista and Grau claimed the mantle of having once returned Cuba to democracy, they both benefited from the extra-constitutional way in which Batista planned to run the election, not by guaranteeing citizens a direct vote for candidates but by giving them the option to vote only for a full party slate of candidates. This tactic allowed Batista effectively to block off the means by which Grau had defeated him in the landslide Autentico victory of 1944. Given Batista's control over the bureaucratic and military machine in 1954, the only way to defeat him was through direct vote, and everyone knew it. 95. It was for this very reason that Marquez Sterling insisted on providing citizens with a direct vote as a precondition to holding the election. On the other hand, Grau initially could not insist on strict adhesion to constitutional rules governing elections because technically, they would have banned him, a former president, from being able to run again until 1958. 96. Too much complaining from Grau was therefore once again akin to the pot calling the kettle black when it came to the corrupt Autentico's ability to attack Batista for corruption. Outside the solitary column of strength and popular trust embodied by Marquez Sterling, however, opportunism seemed to have taken over the highly fragmented Orthodox Party. With excitement building around Marquez Sterling's run for the presidency by April 1954, Roberto Agramonte, once a stalwart ally and longtime friend, suddenly broke with the majority wing of the remaining Ortodoxo establishment to oppose participation in the elections altogether. Yet he immediately called into question the sincerity of this position by following it up with a multi-stop, multi-city tour of the provinces. 97. Probably intended to drain popular reserves of support away from Marquez Sterling, Agramonte's tour quickly earned him almost universal disdain. Uncharismatic, overly scholarly, and famously unendowed with the passion of his incomparable cousin Eddie Chivas, Agramonte appeared as nothing more than an opportunist in the eyes of many voters. In Camagüey, a radio show devoted to workers' unions affiliated with the Ortodoxos asked, "Dr. Agramonte, are you with the bullets or with the votes?" The same could be said of Emilio Ochoa, who had entered into a pact with Prio and later attacked Marquez Sterling. "I say you are with General Batista, Agramonte," the radio talk show host continued. "From your crystal chapel you softly attack Batista and harshly condemn the great pilot of storms. Let's take off our mask. Let's not keep bringing up the name of Chivas. Enough with the pledges before his tomb in order to profane the clean and combative leadership." People needed to take to the streets to denounce the mass layoffs Batista was authorizing, he contended, the forced payment of dues to Batistiano-controlled labor unions, and dozens of other economic problems that directly resulted from the unaccountability, censorship, and extra-legality of government. 98. Unable to secure guarantees of a direct vote from Batista and facing opposition even from his own longtime ally José Pardo Lita, Carlos Marquez Sterling was deeply disillusioned by the summer of 1954. "La ortodoxia no hay quien pueda unir la," he ominously stated to the public. 99 Then Marquez Sterling suffered the unexpected, an assassination attempt by an allegedly disgruntled 24-year-old Ortodoxo named Luis López Pérez. On the morning of July 9, 1954, López Pérez fired on Marquez Sterling just as he entered his law office on Amargura Street in Old Havana. 100 The attempted murder shocked and moved the public. Letters of condolence, sorrow, and solidarity immediately poured into Marquez Sterling's mailbox from Cubans of all political views, social classes, and points on the island. 101 Even political prisoner Francisco Carol Garrido managed to get a heartfelt letter of relief over Marquez Sterling's survival past prison censors on the Isle of Pines. 102 But the attempted murder also had its desired effect. Few believed that fellow Ortodoxos were behind the act. Echoing his class peers on the relevance of the much demonized anti-colonial uprising of Kenyans against the British state at the time, J. M. Cruz noted privately, "This is the system of the Mau Mau that the disgraced hypocritical revolution of 1933 left us in inheritance." 103 The racial slur evoked Batista's alleged barbarity as black and his consequently savage culpability in preferring violence over pacific, civilized solutions such as genuinely democratic elections. Tragically, Marquez Sterling's survival only served to intimidate Batista's pacific, pro-electoral opponents all the more. If men as prestigious and respected as Marquez Sterling could be targeted, who was next? Asked one rank-and-file party organizer from Lawton, a working-class suburb of Havana. After all, at the time of Batista's coup, Marquez Sterling had been the first to back only nonviolent protests to combat the dictatorship. Then most Ortodoxos did not agree. One could only imagine how liberally Batista defined his enemies now and what he was willing to do about them. 104. Famously serene under political fire, Marquez Sterling addressed the nation less than a week later on the popular television show Ante La Prensa to announce his definitive resignation as a candidate in the presidential campaign. 105 Privately, he confessed that his fatalism about Ortodoxo reliability had only grown since the assassin's attack. "As you have seen, all of my efforts to produce the unity of the Orthodox Party have proven useless." He had run for office in a vain attempt to keep the ideals of Chivas alive, or at least undiluted by those who have no other occupation than that of exploiting the memory of that great combatant and who, in the end, are responsible for all that has happened in the last years. 106. While understandable on a personal level, Marquez Sterling's renunciation of his candidacy proved devastating to the majority of Ortodoxos. Somehow he seemed unable or unwilling to assume the mantle of martyr, let alone political messiah, that Cuba at that moment clearly needed. The decision narrowed the field of candidates to only Batista and Grau San Martin. By October, a month before the election, both Batista and Grau were campaigning much as they had in 1940, each claiming greater responsibility for restoring Cuba to elections and therefore democracy. 107 The course of Cuban history seemed to have turned back on itself. Agramonte and other founders of the Orthodox movement, as it was still called, reiterated abstention from the election as an allegedly radical position. 108 While others adopted a sympathetic if horrified view of the inevitable outcome of Marquez Sterling's withdrawal from the race, important sectors of La Juventud Ortodoxa could barely contain their outrage. In a letter dated July 19, 1954, the Holguin delegation demanded that Marquez Sterling, the leader of the Constitutional Convention of 40, not abandon us, launch himself definitively onto the battlefield. Insisting that they knew como piensan los Orientals, the young activists declared, Cubans want elections with Agramonte and Millo or without them. All right, clearly, we need to vote against Batista and not for Grau. 109. The only way they could do that, however, was to convince Marquez Sterling to step back into the race, something that he proved entirely unwilling to do. The election of 1954. At the national level, Max Lesnick, president of the Juventud Ortodoxa, was beside himself over the impasse that an election involving only Grau and Batista represented. The great pretender of the revolution cannot deceive the people of Cuba again. Fulgencio Batista represents now, just as he did in 34, the denial of citizens' rights, imprisonment and exile, not to mention the corruption that has surpassed even that committed by the two previous Autentico administrations. Grau and Batista are not a dilemma, they are two negations that Cuban youth repudiate equally. To combat the legitimacy of both candidates, the Orthodox youth launched a campaign intended to persuade voters not to vote, an illegal act under Cuban Law. 110. Undoubtedly, the media took advantage of Batista's temporary show of openness and constitutionality to publish an unprecedented number of critical articles addressing Cuba's problems of increasing poverty as well as the failure of government to adequately finance public welfare programs, including schools. Bohemia's editors proved the boldest. In October 1954, edition after edition featured critical photo essays and articles on poor socio-economic conditions attributed to state neglect. One described life amid the filth of workers' barracks on sugar plantations as hell. 111. Another reported that prioritized spending on war materials over the needs of the public health system had become so extreme that electricity to a public hospital was regularly cut even when doctors were in the middle of surgery. 112. Others compared barren rural schools deprived of basic materials such as paper and pencils with street scenes illustrating massive expenditures on campaign posters. Particularly by Batista's party, PAO, now renamed El Partido de Acción Progresista, or PAP. 113. Yet it was not simply the media that sought to press Batista's promises for a return to the constitutional rule of law as far as possible. Unlike Ortodoxo and Autentico leaders, citizens saw the fact that an election would be held at all as a unique opportunity to voice their protests. Shockingly, many did so by turning out en masse to receive and cheer Grau on his final swing through Cuba's far eastern provinces before the election on November 1. Indeed, thousands of peasants and others showed up to hear Grau speak, packing streets and plazas to capacity. In Bayamo, police detained trucks filled with supporters at the city's limits because the city was already overflowing with spectators and supporters. 114. In Santiago, however, when Grau took the podium, thousands of throats, in one voice, chanted the name not of the old professor of physiology but of the solitary prisoner on the Isle of Pines, Fidel Castro. 115. No one was more surprised at these astonishing scenes than the Ortodoxos themselves. Bewildered, Mario Rivadollah wondered why no one in the party seemed willing to mobilize massive crowds on the streets as Eddie Chivas would have done. Only such means would force the Batista government to remove its mask, return to the repression on which it relied, and thereby galvanize the citizenry's commitment to revolution. 116. After witnessing the crowds at multiple stops on Grau's campaign tour, an equally stunned R. Alvarez wrote privately to Marquez Sterling in Havana. As you know, the trip that Grau made, giving a final touch to his campaign, through the provinces of Camagüey and Orient, was the most extraordinary demonstration yet of repudiation of the regime, that never in Cuban political history has been achieved to the same degree, in any epoch, against the force and the imposition of those who pretend to perpetuate themselves in power and to whom the masses of citizens deny all popularity. I repeat, never have I seen the degree of collective effervescence with which a candidate of any party, in any age, has been received. But all one could say pales by comparison with the spontaneous manner in which all those towns filled with people poured out onto the streets, everywhere but particularly here, in Santiago de Cuba. 117. And yet, despite the mass outpouring of hope that so many Cubans willingly offered Grau San Martin and his obvious desire to stoke its flames, Batista refused to admit any possibility of losing to Grau. Denying that martial law was still effectively in place, Batista promised to restore the 1940 Constitution and allow the return of all political exiles so they could participate in a new democracy. 118 He also opened the doors of his estate to the minority group of auténticos who sided with Grau and backed the elections. Noting that most of these men represented marginal figures within the pro-election auténtico minority, Bohemia sarcastically labeled Cookwine the Switzerland of America, a comment that mocked the auténticos' lack of influence and neutrality vis-a-vis the disgrace that Batista's version of a democratic regime represented internationally. 119. Still, signs abounded that Batista would not take chances should the tide of votes turn against him, and so laid the groundwork, should he need it, to declare the elections null by providing pre-election evidence of a government under siege. Thus, 2 weeks before the elections, Batista claimed that a vast terrorist plan had been arranged against him by brothers Armando and Enrique Hart, Alonso and Mario Hidalgo, Faustino Perez, and others. Armando Hart was already known to the public. He had served as Dr. Rafael Garcia Barchena's attorney in his earlier trial for conspiracy to topple the government. To substantiate the arrests and thereby justify greater vigilance and control at the polls, the regime made photographs of huge caches of weapons available to the media and claimed that the places that the terrorists had planned to bomb included a Presbyterian meeting hall, a kindergarten, and a medical clinic. 120 Rather than targets, these very places were likely spots where Hart, Perez, and the others, all future leading members of the 26th of July movement, stashed weapons for a potential uprising, with the complicity and collaboration of each institution's staff. In addition, Batista's police provided full-page spreads of photographs of hundreds of pounds of hand grenades, ammunition, rifles, and automatic weapons manufactured in far-off locales such as Germany. 121 As Carlos Franchi, Manolo Rey, Vicente Baez, and dozens of other early activists later told me, Batista's opponents, including the 26th of July movement of which they soon formed a part, only dreamed of having that kind of massive stockpile on hand. The reality of continually suffering a paucity of weapons and often having to steal or manufacture their own was not only quite different from Batista's trumped-up portrayal, it plagued every movement of his opponents, not just the 26th of July. Yet perhaps most threatening to Batista's plans for a successful electoral confirmation of his leadership of Cuba was the unexpected and startling bravado of the FU. Hoping to announce their break with a civic dialogue of any kind with the dictatorship and their opposition to the elections, FU president and architecture student José Antonio Echeverría and FU's two vice presidents, Fructuoso Rodriguez and José Pepe Puente Blanco, both law students, organized a mass rally at the university's Escalinata. There they planned to read an open letter explaining FU's position. Police almost immediately dispersed the crowd, beating leaders and sending those with less severe injuries, like Echeverría, straight to El Príncipe prison. Rushed to the emergency room and hospitalized for severe trauma to the head, Fructuoso nonetheless inspired a bold new plan. When Pepe Puente visited him, he casually remarked that Luis Blanco, another FU member, had a very long piece of cloth at his home and that the nationally televised baseball game between the legendary rival teams of Havana and Almendares was coming up. Pepe swiftly moved into action, gaining the support of Echeverría at El Príncipe through José Antonio's sister Lucy, and ultimately recruiting 22 students for a protest. Their goal was to unfurl a 60-foot banner reading, Abajo La Dictadura. FU. José Smith, a first-year law student, was selected for the dangerous task of carrying the banner. A chubby guy, he could easily wrap the banner around his middle, wear a jacket over it, and thereby disguise the insurrectionary sign as simply another layer of belly fat. Certain they would all be arrested if they appeared to arrive en masse, Pepe told the 22 to arrive on their own. At some point, José would go to the bathroom, divest himself of the banner, and hide it under his coat. During the third inning, at the third out, all 22 would rush onto the field, unfurl the banner, and chant, "Down with Batista! Down with the dictatorship," at the top of their voices. 122. The plan worked like a charm. It was a propitious moment, recalled FA Second Vice President Pepe Puente Blanco, organizer of the act. Not only could the whole nation watch or hear the reaction of the crowd and broadcasters by television or radio, but the night of the game coincided with a convention of mayors from Florida, all of whom were invited to attend. The protest itself lasted only minutes, but the live broadcast of police violence against the young students lasted several more. According to Jose Antonio's younger sister Lucy, the act of protest was greeted with roaring applause, followed by equally loud boos and denunciations against the police. 123 The people started to shout in favor, "Abajo la policía! Abajo Batista," remembered Pepe, chuckling. He could hear them even as he was being beaten by police at second base. There were even some sportscasters who expressed outrage and sympathy, along with the crowd. That is, it was a great success. Beaten twice more, once in the passageways of the stadium and once upon arrival at the nearest police station in El Cerro, the boys were nevertheless jubilant. When transferred to El Principe the next day and received by Echeverria and other arrested student activists, all of them cheered and chanted anti-Batista slogans upon first sight. 124 Only Bohemia carried the news and a small, blurry, but dramatic picture showing the banner fully unfurled. The brief caption nonetheless stated that the protest, for the few minutes it lasted, caused a great sensation among spectators. 125 Police charged the boys with violating Batista's decree of public order, despite its official suspension in anticipation of the November 1 election. 126. Figure 12. Despite extreme police repression and heavy censorship, José Pepe Puente Blanco and other members of FA organized a successful protest against the regime during a baseball game, televised nationally and witnessed in person by thousands of spectators. Only Bohemia had the courage to publish a tiny image of the high point of the protest, accompanied by a brief factual description. In the end, Batista enjoyed the unexpected luxury of running for office unopposed. Literally at the last minute, Grau pulled out of the election. Citing a climate of violence and the fact that Batista was stationing both police and military at polling stations in flagrant violation of Cuba's electoral rules, Grau initially demanded a postponement of elections in order to secure legal guarantees for voters 48 hours before the polls were set to open. 127 When Cuba's electoral Supreme Court, stacked with Batista appointees, refused to concede, Grau simply withdrew his candidacy and called on fellow auténticos to do the same. 128. From Cloquine, Batista decreed that the elections would go on as planned. 129 Public enthusiasm declined. 130 Max Lesnick, president of the Orthodox Youth, declared that Grau had proved what they had said all along, both in the press and on radio, that the government would not respect the will of the people and there were never any guarantees from Batista regarding the elections. Grau's last-minute discovery of this was laughable. 131. To the surprise of nobody, Batista won election to the presidency. Voter participation was easily attributable to the use of the military, police, and other intimidation tactics to force people to the polls. In Cienfuegos, the Auténtico Party candidate for mayor declared to reporters, "The climate of violence began 48 hours before the elections. The citizenry has been obligated to vote for Batista." In the nearby municipality of Rodas, the violence was even worse. 132 Dr. Alicia Hernandez de Barca, the Auténticos candidate for governor of Camagüey, characterized the election of November 1 in no uncertain terms. "It has not been a genuine election, but rather a new 10th of March." 133 Only in Havana did voters shock authorities by managing to elect popular Auténtico politician Nicolas Castellanos as mayor despite the overwhelming support his rival, Justo Luis Pozo, received from Batista. 134 Other former Auténticos, such as deposed Chief of Staff Genovevo Pérez Damara, denounced Grau vociferously for abandoning ship after Pérez Damara, by his own admission, spent $400,000 securing loyalty to the Autentico party in the province of Camagüey. 135. Importantly, while Bohemia dutifully published images of long lines of voters and a jubilant Batista, it also produced a supplement to its regular edition that detailed the waves of arrests and persecution that made Batista's victory possible. 136 Unopposed elections were elections in name only, stated editors. 137 Although the periodical issued solid denunciations, its sparse photographic coverage of the anti-constitutional, heavy police presence around the polls revealed that Bohemia's editors could take their critique only so far. Revealing images would have further endangered the temporary pass to report that Batista's electoral moment gave the Cuban media. Nonetheless, exact figures released a year after the election revealed an extremely low voter turnout. Of 2,768,186 potential voters, only 1,451,763 actually voted, and of these, only 1,262,587 voted for Batista. 138 The others likely annulled their ballots. 188,209 voted for Grau anyway despite his withdrawal from the ticket. Ignoring the facts that Batista ran unopposed and that less than half the electorate actually voted, election analyst Mario Riera noted that Batista had achieved the highest number of votes of any presidential candidate in the history of the Republic. 139 Similar results obtained in every province. Less than half of those Cubans who could vote, did vote. Still, Batista's party officially won by a landslide. 140 Voter inaction stood in clear violation of the constitutional mandate requiring electoral participation by all eligible citizens. For all intents and purposes, voters' absence constituted an electoral strike of national proportions. One particularly direct political cartoon titled Political Geography reflected the public's view. "What is the population of Cuba?" a grammar school teacher asks a little boy. Before or after the election, he answers. 141. Ironically, a month after the elections, Carlos Marquez Sterling seemed to experience a change of heart, calling them, as Hernandez de Barca had the night before they were held, even more shameful than the 10th of March. More to the point, he demanded the unification of all opposition. "The ideal of the people lies in realizing the revolution that will redeem for us the past as much as the present." 142. Laying the groundwork for legitimating armed struggle and civil war. Needless to say, Marquez Sterling's fighting words seemed far too little and far too late for a growing number of Cubans. These included founding members of his own party such as Jorge Manich. The Ortodoxos had no one to blame but themselves for the pathetic condition in which their party found itself. 143 More important, the spectacle of a constant polemic among the very elements of the opposition was the primary reason that Batista had been able to consolidate his power since March 10, 1952. 144 By March 1955, Principal Ortodoxos Manich, José Pardolita, Justo Carrillo, and others abandoned Marquez Sterling. Altogether, refounding Barcena's Movimiento de la Nación, this time as a political party rather than an insurrectionary group. 145. Others were more forgiving. At the law school of the University of Havana, when Marquez Sterling arrived to pick up his son at the end of a long day of final exams, students hailed him with a reverent standing ovation all along La Colina, the hill that skirted the giant stairwell at the entrance to the university. 146 Many proved full of advice. Almost immediately after Batista's November 1 election, stalwarts began writing Marquez Sterling frantic letters, urging him to found his own party, run in 1958, contest the election results, do something. 147 If Martí or Maceo were to come back to life, the horrors of contemporary Cuba would send them back to their graves, declared one Ortodoxo in Santiago. For him, the lesson of the 1954 election and Chiva's style of campaigning through popular street protests was obvious. Although party leaders refused to recognize it, the Ortodoxos needed to be the bottom-up party of Chivas that represented the working class and empowered the peasants. Currently, these groups were noted only for their absence. 148 Grau's unprecedented reception by lower-class voters in the far eastern provinces had clearly shown that In a last-ditch effort to unite the party, Marquez Sterling resigned his presidency, and Raúl Chivas, Eddie's brother and founding director of the Havana Military Academy, a private school, was unanimously elected. Raúl Chivas committed to the position until mid-1956, when he, like Marquez Sterling, realized in exasperation that nothing he did united the party's 80-member national directorate behind a single strategic line of action. 149 Still, Marquez Sterling ultimately rejected appeals to make up with Roberto Agramonte, and in the summer of 1955 removed himself from the intransigent Ortodoxos led by Agramonte to found his own wing of the party, La Ortodoxia Libre, while Agramonte began calling his faction La Ortodoxia Histórica. 150 In these months, Agramonte's image fell even further, earning him the nickname of Burro for his stubbornness. 151 Yet never again would Marquez Sterling or the Orthodox Party command the love, respect, prestige, or even attention that many Cubans lavished on them in the lead-up to Batista's fraudulent elections of 1954. The Ortodoxo rank and file were angry and fed up with knowing nothing from the leadership. 152 Indeed, in early 1955, founding member Manuel Bisbee even seemed to concede the legacy of Eduardo Chivas and his undiminished cult following to a younger generation of leaders. If Chivas had been alive, he concluded, there would never have been a 10th of March. Refining this point, he wrote, "There is no basic difference between the character and the thought of a student leader and the character and the thought of the political leader of recent times." 153. By the time Bisbee wrote this editorial in the winter of 1955, the Ortodoxos were already falling into utter disarray. Yet Bisbee's call for a changing of the guard and a handing over of Eddie Chivas's mantle to the young proved prophetic. The student leader José Antonio Echeverría had already heeded Chivas's message to bravely confront and fight the dictatorship on the street. In the coming year, he would emerge as the most dynamic central figure in civic mobilizations to confront Batista and to force unprecedented political concessions from the dictatorship. Ironically, in the long run, the primary beneficiary of Echeverría's and other civic leaders' success would not be civil society, desperate for a constitutional state, but the road to revolution led by Echeverría himself along with Fidel Castro and Los Muchachos del Moncada. 4. Civic activism and the legitimation of armed struggle against Batista, 1955 to 1956. The years 1955 through the end of 1956 marked a new era in Cuban political culture, although few leaders in the top political establishment seemed aware of it. Emblematic of this, Batista's vice president, Rafael Guaz-Inclán, wrote a conciliatory private letter to Carlos Marquez Sterling in which he lamented the masses' allegedly natural propensity to line up behind the men flags, the paternalistic myths that made up all political parties in Cuba's Republican history. "Neither you nor I are supporters of strongmen and warlords," he wrote. Yet, whether Marquez Sterling admitted it or not, he had to agree that recent public excitement over the Movimiento Nacional Revolucionario's reorganization under the Ortodoxos Pardolita, Barchena, and others was just another example of this tendency, nothing more than a dance craze, like El Maniato. Citizens were like sheep that could be led anywhere, insisted Vice President Guaz-Inclán. The only factor that united them politically was Cubans' inclination to the left. This had reached such extremes that even those on the far right were so cowardly that they don't dare show themselves as on the right, but rather disguise themselves hypocritically as leftists. 1. At the time, Marquez Sterling was toying with the idea of calling for a new constitutional convention rather than either endorse civic struggle or make another bid for new elections, even though he himself did not believe that changing the current constitution would grant much traction to the opposition. 2. In short, partisan political enemies though they were, Batista's stalwart Guaz-Inclán and his public political enemy and Ortodoxo founder Marquez Sterling shared much pessimism about the potential impact that a mobilized citizenry might have on the stability of the Batista regime. As events would bear out over the following year, neither of these men's assessments of citizen attitudes could have been further from the truth. Figure 13. José Antonio Echeverría giving a victory speech on the night of his election as president of the FUA, a position he won 4 consecutive times. Echeverría received the honor in the presence of Dr. Cosme de la Torre Brau, a venerable scholar and veteran of Cuba's 1895 War for Independence. Unaffiliated with any political party, together they embodied the idea that true patriotism called for Cubans to be selfless fighters, even martyrs for the cause of national sovereignty, rule of law, and a socially just democracy. Indeed, citizens joked about the MNR as the political fad of the month and compared it to the Maniato on purpose. Both the dance and the MNR shared a linea zigzagiant, a zigzag pattern of steps. 3 Moreover, the adoption of leftist discourse that Quaz-Inclán described was not merely an opportunistic move by great hombres seeking to satiate popular caprice, but a necessary response to growing public knowledge of a crisis of conditions in Cuba that citizens acquired daily, despite Batista's censors. Proof of this lay in the rising tide of support for leadership of a new generation of activist leaders like FUS President José Antonio Echeverría to combat the inertia, unaccountability, and growing arrogance of the Batista regime. Since 1953, Echeverría had led nearly weekly street protests in which students found the traditional sanctuary of university grounds violated by police. His public prestige soared as repression of FU protests intensified, as did concerns over just how far Batista would go to impose his will. The FU knows only one path to peace in Cuba, Echeverría declared at a mass rally at the University of Havana in December 1954. No one believes that the 10th of March was legalized on the 1st of November. The dictatorship continues to be illegal, and regimes that rely on force can only be toppled by force. Of course, that force is not necessarily military. And as we have said many times, the revolution is not only insurrection. 4. Figure 14. From 1953 through 1957, nearly every week University of Havana students staged secretly announced protests against Fulgencio Batista's regime. They often began their protests on the outskirts of campus, racing up the stairs at the university's entrance in the attempt to flee police or military forces and to invoke the university's constitutionally guaranteed freedom from political intervention. Shortly after Echeverría uttered these words, Cubans faced possibly one of the most absurd political proposals ever launched by any administration in Cuban history. Shortly after his annual distribution of toys to destitute children on January 6, the Catholic holiday known as King's Day, Batista announced vast plans to construct a transoceanic canal right through the central geographic axis of the island. Running north to south and cutting for hundreds of miles alongside the Escambray mountain range, El Canal via Cuba would have required draining the Zapata swamp in order to open a new trade route between North and South America. The canal was estimated to cost between $400 million and $500 million. Batista pictured the project as the linchpin of a new plan to develop Cuba according to the values of March 10th, a plan that also invited all political exiles to return to Cuba without fear. I have never tired of doing good and will never tire of it ever, but have I not repeated ad nauseam that all can return, who wants them to return more than I? Batista declared. 5 Immediately, the defeat of Batista's canal project became FU's primary concern. Speaking on behalf of Cuba's university youth and surely many more, Echeverría contended that Batista's real objective was to establish the basis for a permanent U.S. military presence on the island, similar to the occupation of Panama, on the pretense of defending hemispheric and trade security. Moreover, he rebutted Batista's claim that the canal would be financed solely through locally acquired loans and therefore not degrade Cuban sovereignty further by making the country beholden to foreign investors. If it had not been possible for Cuban capital to fully fund the construction of the tunnel uniting the Bay of Havana at a cost of $30 million, how could anyone think that local investors could fork over 15 times that amount for a canal? The construction of the so-called canal via Cuba, he stated, constitutes a direct attack on our sovereignty. There are no historical, economic, or moral reasons to justify that idiotic scheme. For more than 30 years, the people of Cuba fought to free themselves from the Platt Amendment, and now the regime of the 10th of March intends to impose a new Platt Amendment on Cuba. The usurpers, he concluded, meant to divide the island for the benefit of foreigners precisely at the time Egypt and Panama were reclaiming rights over their canals from the imperial powers of the United Kingdom and the United States. 6 In other words, Batista wanted to surrender Cuban nationhood to U.S. interests just as so many of his neocolonial predecessors had. Now he had gone too far. Recruiting hundreds of supporters from Cuba's professional associations of engineers, architects, doctors, lawyers, and numerous other institutions for a mass march and rally, FU also called on Freemasons, Catholics, veterans, Rotarians, Lions clubs, and the unions of industrial and commercial workers. The date of the protest was set for January 28, 1955, José Martí's birthday, and, in a repeat performance of FU's torchlit demonstration on that same day in 1953, marchers would proceed from La Escalinata at the University of Havana to gather around the Central Park Monument to Martí. 7 The support of Max Lesnick, president of the Juventud Ortodoxa, and Jorge Manich quickly added to the growing tide of negative public opinion regarding the canal and the increasing esteem of FU's new president. 8 Bohemia itself joined the chorus of protest with an article asking, "What else could we do with $400,000,000,000?" 9 The Cuban state needed to prioritize always the development of national capital by providing incentives to national investors over foreign ones, argued Echeverría. It should also promote industrialization and support the university training of more technical personnel, including awarding scholarships to study in foreign countries to acquire the latest skills and knowledge. 10 In the end, Batista dropped plans for the canal via Cuba by December 1955. Credit for the victory accrued to FU's brilliant strategists for leading 35 civic associations into an unarmed war of attrition that, for once under the Batista regime, citizens had 1.11 The events that transpired between Batista's announcement of the canal project and its demise, however, were clearly responsible for facilitating this civic victory. None were more important than FU's and the opposition's unified demand that Batista free all political prisoners, including Los Muchachos del Moncada, as a prerequisite and prelude to negotiated change. Previously, works on this period have tended to dismiss or isolate the civic activism of FU and Echeverría from the process of radicalization among Cuban citizens. FU's unflinching activism in the early months of 1955 lent greater and greater weight to the push for amnesty for all political prisoners, including the Moncada assailants, a goal achieved by May 1955. Yet despite the unarmed character of such activism, this chapter argues that public pressure and organized challenges played a major factor in leading citizens to endorse armed struggle as the only means for toppling Batista. As civic activism shifted into high gear in the 2 years between January 1955 and December 1956, when Castro launched his guerrilla war in Orient Province, citizens' successes and shows of unified opposition revealed how little Batista would budge when it came to loosening his grip on state power. Nonetheless, events themselves not only shaped the evolution of public attitudes in unexpected ways but ultimately yielded political outcomes favorable to Castro's movement and its emerging rivalry with FU, especially as Echeverría further cemented a position at the center of the public stage. To prepare the public to back the violent overthrow of the regime that he and his FU allies were secretly plotting by 1956, Echeverría appealed to Cubans with the claim that an armed challenge to Batista's power could only renew and refresh the national collective union. Castro and his supporters took this argument several steps further, couching their own movement's already proven commitment to violence in discursive histrionics of making love, not war in defense of La Patria. In adopting the prose and pose of reluctant revolutionaries who loved rather than hated, Echeverría, Castro, and their respective movements attempted to undercut the very claims Batista had made all along, since the very day of his coup. Batista, Castro had remarked in his 1953 defense speech and widely circulated pamphlet History Will Absolve Me, victimized both victims and perpetrators alike. Batista alone represented the true enemy, not the army and certainly not the cowed or even cowardly public. Effectively then, all three sides, most especially Batista, contended that peace would and should come through war. The difference lay, however, in citizens' willingness to believe in the greater purity, patriotic authenticity, and political credibility of the armed opposition. Amnesty and competing claims to a democratic peace. Batista followed up his January proposal for a canal by sparing no expense in celebrating his own inauguration as president for a third term over the course of 4 days. Events began with the representatives of 48 countries presenting their diplomatic credentials to him on Wednesday, February 23, and continued with his swearing-in, a military parade, and a reception for the diplomats on February 24, anniversary of El Grito de Bear. 12 The inauguration also included a gala featuring a performance by Alicia Alonso, a Communist Party militant and Cuba's most famous ballerina. Ironically, she would later preside over the ascendance of Cuba's Soviet-style ballet company in the post-1959 era, becoming just as symbolic of the unchanging monopoly on power over a key sector of Cuba's cultural field as Fidel Castro himself was of the political direction of the communist state. In 1954, however, Batista patronized Alonso's international premiere. Diplomats dominated the guest list for both her ballet performance and the lavish banquet that capped off Batista's inauguration on Saturday, 26 February. 13 The inauguration served as a metaphor of how Batista would increasingly come to rely on external supporters and a positive international image as substitutes for genuine popularity in his own country. Nonetheless, he kept up the appearance of born-again Democrat, vowing to work and study all the time so that he could be the best president possible. 14 In his first meeting with reporters after his inauguration, Batista promised to obey the Cuban Congress and fulfill citizens' desire for peace. Going further, he even announced that deposed President Pryor could not only return to Cuba with his protection but should return. When pressed by reporters, Batista said he would back an amnesty law for political prisoners with congressional approval if he could negotiate terms with the opposition. 15 Flanking Bohemia's exclusive report was a manifesto signed by 36 of Cuba's most prestigious Ortodoxo leaders and intellectuals, including Carlos Marquez Sterling, Manuel Bisbee, youth leader Max Lesnick, José Pardo Lita, Fidel Castro's unofficial personal secretary Luis Conti Agüero, and perhaps Cuba's most revered living veteran of the independence wars, Dr. Cosme de la Torre. 16 From their jail cells on the Isle of Pines, Pedro Mayret and Gustavo Arcos sent a hand-drawn Christmas card on behalf of all of us to Jorge Manich. Writing in Bohemia, Manich explained that all of us referred to those political prisoners jailed for political acts, a phrase that deliberately avoided endorsing the charge that their armed revolt was a crime. They are, he wrote, Los Muchachos del Moncada. Featuring the face of Antonio Maceo surrounded by a rifle, a sword, and the Cuban flag, the card included one of Maceo's most famous quotes: "Whoever tries to possess Cuba for his own uses will collect the dust of its ground soaked in blood." 17. In a reply to Manich that reproduced his article's title, The Accord and the Political Prisoners, as well as the card's hand-drawn image, one of the two muchachas del Moncada, Melba Hernandez, gently revised Manich's interpretation that its authors sent the card on behalf of all political prisoners on the Isle of Pines. According to Melba, the card represented only those of Fidel's 26th of July movement. In making this case, she heralded a new and effective political discourse for the movement. The moral purity of its members and goals, she implied, were unique. With greater love than the sentiments of war, we gave ourselves over to the task, she insisted in January 1955. That was the conduct of an idealistic youth, eminently Cuban, selfless, among which there were neither mercenaries nor foreigners, that could act with purity because we aspire to nothing, because we only thought of Cuba and in the rescue of her institutions, indispensable for the peaceful coexistence we deserve. 18. When Melba published her response to Manich, little more than 20 days of her and Haiti's sentence at the Guanaja women's prison remained. Upon their release, both women immediately began work on crafting the longer version of Fidel's defense speech, La Historia me absolverá. Characteristically ambitious, Fidel ordered 100,000 copies printed. As Melba later admitted, the actual number they achieved fell far short, mostly because the tiny group of 7 urban activists affiliated with the 26th of July, including Fidel's sister Lydia, counted on only one small press to produce the copies. 19. As Fidel's brilliantly persuasive speech began to circulate clandestinely, an unvoiced but apparent public consensus in favor of blanket amnesty for political prisoners and exiles emerged. Until late March, the sticking point for Batista was his unwillingness to include Castro and the other jailed assailants of Moncada. 20. However, 2 of the most powerful members of Batista's now renamed Progressive Action Party, Senator Andrés Rivero Agüero and Representative Rafael Díaz-Balart, Fidel's former brother-in-law, defied this view. They then joined an array of other Batistanos, Ortodoxos, and radical youth activists Max Lesnick and José Antonio Echeverría in endorsing amnesty for Los Muchachos del Moncada. 21. The call for blanket amnesty was not only the slogan of the moment, it was the singular most unified call made during the 3-year tenure of the Batista administration thus far. 22. Echeverría summarized the moment best when he concluded, "Only 2 political parties can exist, those who are with Cuba and against Batista, and those who find themselves with Batista and against Cuba." 23. Importantly, the appeal of the push for amnesty rested on its promise of securing greater steps toward peace, a line that inadvertently united Batista's own discourse of legitimacy to that of the opposition's charges of his regime's illegitimacy. It was probably for this reason that spokesmen and consummate defenders of the dictator like Díaz-Balart and Rivero Agüero felt the need to step forward in support of amnesty. Doing otherwise would have cost them the bit of validity they believed the reinstallation of a legislative state in 1954 had augured. Among citizens, support for amnesty and hope for peace was easy to find. Yet many ascribed a very different definition to it compared to Batista. In Matanzas, Heriberto Corona Pérez reported to Marquez Sterling on the success of radio mítines, that is, radio-transmitted calls for spontaneous rallies against the regime that hundreds of people attended. If citizens kept up this strategy with a mass surge of radio mítines on a designated date, he suggested, Batista's police would be forced to arrest 2,000 to 3,000 people on one day, thereby provoking ever greater public outcry. 24. Even more to the point, Bohemia reported an increase in weekly sales, despite the high cost of the magazine and the rising cost of living. With a sold-out circulation of 255,000 copies in April 1955, Bohemia became the most popular and successful magazine in all of Latin America. 25. Editors attributed this to the high level of political consciousness on the part of readers as the national crisis of Cuba deepened. Reading Bohemia itself had become an act of citizen defiance. Examples of the bold political intervention typical of Bohemia's editors and owner Miguel Angel Quevedo abounded throughout the magazine's history. They undoubtedly reached a crescendo in the 1950s, particularly after Chibas's death. A copy of Bohemia was buried with him, apparently at his request, and Bohemia dedicated 3 consecutive issues to honoring Chibas and the legacy of his activism. 26. Such instances go far in explaining the magazine's rising popularity and prestige. In March 1955, Bohemia published an exchange of letters between Fidel Castro and Luis Conti Agüero, his confidant and unofficial publicist. Calling himself and fellow Moncadistas hostages of the regime, Fidel compared the actions of Batista to those of Hitler and his own situation to that of Jesus Christ when the Pharisees questioned him as to whether he should pay tribute to Caesar. The Pharisees knew that whatever Jesus said, it would amount to subversion of either Caesar or his allies, the Pharisees themselves. Like Jesus, Fidel adopted a path of total disinterest and non-cooperation, characteristically punctuated with notes of hyperbole and hubris. I am totally uninterested in demonstrating to the regime that it should dictate amnesty. We do not want amnesty at the cost of our dishonor. 1,000 more years of imprisonment before our humiliation. 1,000 more years of imprisonment before the sacrilegious loss of our self-respect. We proclaim this serenely, he added pointedly, without fear nor hate. 27. Like Castro, both Bohemia and its readers seemed to concur with the idea that amnesty for all of Cuba's presos, especially its most vocally radical ones, would contribute to the fall of Batista. Bohemia's staff said as much in an editorial published April 10, 1955. Although likely written by the magazine's owner-director, this editorial, like others, implied a collective rather than individual rebuke of the dictatorship because of the constant intimidation and regular detention by Batista Sim and national police that Bohemia's staff endured. The people will never consider delinquents those who have been exiled or jailed for defending liberty and democratic institutions, they stated flatly. On the contrary, Cuban history itself designated them revolutionaries and national heroes, not criminals. 28. Neither fear nor hate but only love of patria motivated Los Muchachos del Moncada, Luis Conti Agüero had written a week earlier. Importantly, he also revealed the source of their public appeal. Contrary to expectation, he argued that it was the absence of a systematic program, the apolitical character of the Moncadistas politics, the sheer value of their moral consciousness, and the purity of their spirit that validated Castro and his followers in the eyes of the public. El Pueblo appreciates them dearly as people, but loves them as symbols. The palms will shake with the thunder of joy to see them freed from the unjust prison, but the people would also reject that jubilance if it came at the cost of your honor, he said, addressing himself to the Moncadistas directly, because you are the embodiment of rebellious Cubanidad, of youthful heroism, of the unwavering soul of the unchained revolutionary Cuba of the independence wars, Cuba Mambisa 29. On May 15, Mother's Day, 1955, amnesty for all political prisoners finally arrived to all the main prisons in Cuba, from La Cabana to El Principe and, of course, the Isle of Pines. Those released included Armando Hart, Faustino Perez, dozens of the AAA, an Auténtico organization that had attempted to launch a movement on February 24, anniversary of the Grito de Bear, would-be revolutionaries who had stashed caches of arms in their homes, and Fidel Castro, Raúl Castro, Gustavo Arcos, and the entire Moncada crew. 30 The freed prisoners were met by their loved ones at the entrance to the national prison at the Isle of Pines, joy and relief united all involved. 31 Unable to contain himself, the son of Jesus Montaigne raced toward his father, a member of one of the first groups exiting the main gate. "Papi, Papi, que bueno," he yelled, jumping into his father's arms. Fidel, Raúl, Mario Chans, Gustavo Arcos, and Juan Almeida came next. When Fidel spotted the stoic Haiti after embracing his own weeping sisters, he called to her and she burst into tears in his arms. Everyone knew her tragic story, chronicled Bohemia. Neither her brother nor her boyfriend numbered among the liberated ones, because both perished in the great effort of the 26th of July 32. Similar scenes of love and collective national reunion continued as Fidel praised and then publicly embraced Lieutenant Roger Perez Diaz, one of the officers charged with supervising their imprisonment. "From him we have received only acts of kindness. I want you to know, Lieutenant, and may all the members of the military know, that we are not enemies of the armed forces but adversaries, and that only because of the circumstances that exist today in the country." Returning Fidel's embrace, Batista's officer exclaimed, "Ojalá que estas cosas traigan mejores días para Cuba." Before leaving the crowd and departing for Havana, Fidel stopped once again, this time to comfort a grieving mother who cried that she did not know where her son was buried. "Help me, Fidel." Holding the distraught woman, Fidel wept with her for several minutes, saying finally, "We will find him, Viejita. We will find him together." 33. Later, Fidel took a plane back to the main island, arriving at the train station in Havana to be hailed by José Antonio Echeverría, crowds of young people, reporters, and ortodoxos of all generations. Claiming that the program of Moncada cannot be other than that of Chivas, Fidel then met with both Raúl Chivas and Roberto Agramonte at a relative's home in the presence of reporters. Keeping to the line that his interest lay in uniting Cubans with love of patria, he declared, "I am a warrior without hatred and without resentments." 34. Clear to officials of the Batista regime was the power that the 26th of July movement's line of making love, not war, and its promise of peace with liberty held for the Cuban people. Demonstrating this was Colonel Alberto del Rio Chaviano, chief of the Moncada barracks at the time of the attack and after. If Melba Hernandez and Fidel Castro's justifications of their attack on Batista's soldiers as an act of national defense and love were undeniably paradoxical and hyperbolic, Del Rio Chaviano's efforts to explain the regime's reaction to the assault were equally so and strangely similar. In stating that the army had never acted with greater serenity nor shown greater restraint in its responses, Del Rio Chaviano turned Moncadista discourse on its head. Charged with sterile hatred, the criminals under the command of Castro never suffered any abuses at the military's hands. On the contrary, he claimed, the army neither employed fascist methods nor gave recourse to violence. In every case, the assailants were subject to a fair trial. 35. Not surprisingly, a now liberated Fidel Castro lost no time in issuing a rebuke, imbuing it with images of Christian martyrdom and moral hyperbole. Del Rio Chaviano's denials of the truth of his own savagery had only one goal: to discredit the heroism and to drown in terror and mud the idealism of a youth that refused and is not willing to be the slave of anyone. Nero, the infamously brutal Roman emperor, acted no differently when he tried to justify the assassination of Christians, accusing them of setting fire to Rome, an act he himself had ordered. 36. Figure 15. Looking like the average middle-class professional home from a long day at the office, Fidel Castro offered Bohemia the opportunity to interview him only hours after his release from the Isle of Pines. The triumph of civic groups, the press, and political figures in calling for amnesty miraculously, if temporarily, healed all the divisions among Orthodox party leaders. In a joint manifesto issued by Raúl Chivas, they made plain the three conditions on which they were willing to arrive at a national solution with Batista. These were: first, effective implementation of the 1940 Constitution; second, complete guarantees of protection for the return of all exiles; and third, a total cessation of authorities' attacks on citizens, arbitrary arrests, censorship, and all violations of human rights. 37. The problem with the Ortodoxos' position, as well as that of much of the rest of the organized opposition, was simple: it remained comprised mostly of words. As Batista quickly demonstrated, as soon as activists attempted to put their words into action, their protests would not be tolerated. Within a week of the national jubilation that the total amnesty of all political prisoners sparked, events proved that there would be no change in the terms of Batista's vision for peace. When Echeverría and Fo attempted to organize a mass rally on May 20, 1955, the anniversary of Cuba's independence from its first U.S. military occupation in 1902 and the inauguration of the Republic, the government cut all electricity to the University of Havana campus, a police cordon restricted access, and shots were fired. As if through divine intervention, the gunfire killed a dove flying overhead. Echeverría and fellow students gathered round the body of the dove killed by Batista's agents, a powerful symbol of the political death of peace and love in Cuba. 38. Fo takes center stage. On June 3, 1955, the indomitable elderly veteran Dr. Cosme de la Torriente announced that he and the 23-man, 2-woman Directorate of La Sociedad de Amigos de la República, or SAR, a historically apolitical intellectual organization with 18th-century roots, would unify the opposition. They planned to negotiate a concession of immediate and fair elections from the Batista regime. Composed of the sons of Máximo Gómez, Antonio Maceo, veterans such as General Enrique Loinas del Castillo, and others of equal social rank and prestige, SAR epitomized Cubanidad and a separation from the traditional fold of self-serving, demagogic politicians. In its opening statement, SAR identified 3 law decrees that formed the foundation of state repression and anti-democratic activities by the government. Decrees 648, 649, and 650 created a fuero, that is, the legal privilege of being above the law to all armed forces of the state, thereby allowing them to treat citizens however they wanted. These laws stood in flagrant violation of all Batista's verbal promises of promoting peace and on-again, off-again grants of press freedom. The first step to reconciliation, declared SAR, was the elimination of these laws on Batista's part and, on the opposition's part, a good faith commitment to talks with Batista, despite the virtual certainty that neither side would achieve all that it wanted. 39. In response, the presidents of every major political party, wing of a political party, and the MNR, including Ramon Grau San Martin, Raúl Chibas, and José Pardo Lita, wrote letters of cooperation and support. 40 Proof of the urgency felt on all sides emerged in sharp relief as it seemed clear that amnesty or not, the death of Cuban democracy, if it had not already taken place, was surely just around the corner. Many saw that death to lie as much in Batista's continuing grip on power as in the probability of violent revolution. Among the chorus of voices prophesying this point, de la Torriente stood out most clearly, particularly with regard to what SAR's and the opposition's objectives should be. He confessed in September 1955 that on the day of Batista's coup, I saw the revolution coming. What's more, I was sure that it was advancing fast, and so from that first day, I moved to avoid it. He had done so immediately after the coup by convoking the country's surviving veterans of the independence wars, hoping to block Batista from continuing in office by sheer dint of the veterans' public prestige and ability to mobilize palpable citizen outrage. He did not succeed. To his shock, the veterans, led by the National Council of the Veterans Association, accomplished nothing. Batista preempted any moves by buying most of them off. Given that the veterans were living witnesses to Cubans' decades of sacrifice to achieve independence from Spain and victims of the theft of their victory by the United States after 1898, de la Torriente considered their collaboration with Batista nothing short of treason. They were the ones who did the least to defend the independence and freedoms of Cuba. 41 Now, Cuba had reached a historical precipice from which there was no turning back. Indeed, Cuba would not turn back, despite months of work on the part of SAR and the multiple letters de la Torriente wrote directly to Batista, inviting him to meet with the group. Ignored, he accused the dictator of taking on a tremendous historical responsibility for which Cubans would never forgive him. 42 Not only did Batista simply refuse to meet with him, the opposition, or even SAR members, he even refused to write to them. De la Torriente received only one polite note reminding SAR that elections would be held in 1958, just as they had been in 1954. This represented all the proof citizens needed that democracy existed in Cuba. 43 The only concession Batista would give was the right of the opposition to meet in a mass public forum presided over by de la Torriente and SAR. That forum took place on November 19, 1955 in Old Havana's Plaza de la Luz before an estimated crowd of 100,000. 44 Importantly, only the PSP communists were excluded, a fact they protested, because SAR considered them former and potentially current clandestine allies of Batista. Angry at being excluded, PSP militants led by Salvador Garcia Aguero attempted to sabotage the event by putting up graffiti denigrating SAR and interrupting speakers. Almost immediately, fighting and the throwing of chairs broke out between members of FO and the PSP. 45 When SAR's own security forces succeeded in detaining the PSP protesters, SAR's case against the PSP was proved right. One of them was found carrying the identification card of Batista's National Police. In other words, being communists did not preclude them from becoming covert members of Batista's security forces. On the contrary, it seemed to enhance the likelihood. For their part, stalwart supporters of Castro's emerging independent wing of opposition, already known as Fidelistas, later joined the SAR's voluntary honor guard charged with keeping order and security in expelling the communists. 46. Yet, importantly, the first and most effectively planned PSP-led fracas did not take place when any of the other speakers, all of them opponents of armed revolution, took the stage. Rather, the disruption commenced only when the FO president, Echeverria, began his speech immediately after the opening remarks of de la Torriente, the master of ceremonies. 47 The PSP did not disrupt speakers for the unarmed opposition because their party condemned any violent movement they could not control and whose victory would not be theirs. After all, it might spell doom for any continued activities. Fou, by contrast, was a certain enemy to PSPNs. Recognizing that the PSP agitators' choice to interrupt him was no coincidence, Echevarria demanded respect for this venerable Mumbai and asked El Pueblo to throw out these saboteurs and agent provocateurs in the service of Batista, 48, as he had already made clear over several months in student rallies constantly repressed by police. Echevarria was the only speaker on the dais who, along with Fou, categorically rejected the idea that any accommodations, negotiations, or agreement regarding elections could be made with the dictator. 49. Once free of interruptions, Echevarria defined the position of the majority of university students and possibly his generation nationwide. We maintain that only a profound transformation in our political, social, and economic reality can cure of the ailments of our patria. The immediate problem in Cuba is toppling the usurper Fulgencio Batista and establishing a democratic government that can carry out a revolutionary project that will solve the problem of the unemployed, the landless peasants, the exploited workers, and the youth condemned to economic exile. Fulgencio Batista, the Cuban people meet here today to say. VETE. Or are you going to wait till they throw you out like they did to Gerardo Machado? With Marty, it was proclaimed, the people's rights are not begged for, they are taken. Nothing is conquered with tears but with blood. El Pueblo de Cubación la Palabra 50. In short, Cuba's principal and most revered student leader left no doubt what path he and others like him intended to take. The crowd greeted José Antonio's fury with thunderous applause. Nonetheless, while no other speaker, including Grau or Prio, invited revolution, pro-Batista congressmen accused them all of endorsing Echevarria's radical position and unfurling the flag of war, declaring that SAR had even recognized Fidel Castro as a leader. 51. These interpretations were not entirely exaggerated. Clearly inspired and emboldened by Echevarria, young people in the crowd frequently chanted, Revolución, Revolución, during the rest of the evening, for which Grau San Martin admonished them in paternalistic, authoritative terms. 52. José Miro Cardona, a respected professor and ortodoxo, similarly dismissed the chant as the words of kids. Like the assault on El Cuartel Moncada, remarked Cardona, any call for revolution could not be seen as anything more than evidence of young Cubans' naivete. 53. Still, it was not just revolution for which young Cubans called. Clearly audible on a rare recording of Echevarria's speech made and distributed in early January 1959 by La Corona, one of Cuba's oldest tobacco companies, are the chants of a small group of activists gathered near the stage and identified as PSP, Fidel. 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 54. Were they PSP members? If so, why did they call on Fidel? Did they consider Castro's relative independence from ties to other movements a possible entry point for their own agendas? These questions, however challenging they may seem, are primary concerns of the next chapter. Castro, like Echevarria, constituted a formidable threat to Batista and all old guard politicians, whether or not they sided with the opposition. Apparently attempting to capitalize on the crowd's enthusiasm for Fidel, the deposed President Prio went so far as to ask where Fidel was and to wish he were there. 55. Absent from Cuba since July 1955, when he left for Mexico and then the United States to organize support and drum up financing for armed revolution, Castro represented a path to change that many other young activists, such as Echevarria and a growing number of middle-class and upper-class professionals, recognized as the only way open to Cuba: warfare against the state. With faith in the power of civic activism and popular mobilization exhausted after nearly 4 years of struggle against the dictatorship, vast swaths of the Cuban people increasingly agreed. Tapping Cubans' revolutionary potential. Under titles like Yo Acuso, a phrase made famous by Eddie Chivas and then taken up by Fidel Castro, Bohemia's coverage of child laborers and shoe shiners selling their services to U.S. Marines represented an effort to grow ever bolder and more blunt, less sensationalistic in the magazine's reports on poverty. Every year, Garcia Inclán also added greater punch to the column Mariba Corazones, 56. As the media market for consumer products expanded, consciousness of a contrast between rich and poor also grew. Bright new shopping malls such as El Mercado Carlos III opened in Havana. 57 The number of U.S. made products inviting Cubans to whiten their skin and straighten their hair increased. 58 A rising number of corporations, foreign and domestic, also began selling their products, from Fab dishwashing detergent to Adam's Chic Let's Gum. But even they recognized the need to appeal to consumers by recognizing the unaffordability of their wares to most Cubans. For this reason, soap and other products were often sold with lottery-style tickets for bicycles, cars, or even homes. 59 At the same time, political cartoonists developed a new, apparently censor-proof style of parody that helped to normalize criticism of the state in the public sphere, despite its illegality. For example, in a 2-page spread of cartoons, Arroyo showed a group of 3 men, one holding his toddler before the desk of a civil servant. What do you say? Your kid needs a birth certificate? No problem. At the very entrance of the municipal courthouse there are 2 briefcase witnesses who, for a pittance, will certify that they saw your child born as easily as they will swear they witnessed the death of Christopher Columbus. 60 cartoons like these spoke to and for a citizenry exasperated with corruption, visibly deteriorating economic conditions for the majority, and the unfulfilled promise of a political solution. These feelings inspired a growing public appetite for a fight against Batista, which some favored whether led by organized insurrectionists or not. One focus of revolutionary potential was undoubtedly organized labor, especially among sugar workers. In fact, a little-known black leader from the central Santa Clara, Fernando Rodriguez Abreu, may have offered the best assessment of sentiments among workers in the period between 1955, still defined by civic optimism, and 1956, the start of civil war. In a report to the Ortodoxia Libre, Marquez Sterling's wing of the party, Rodriguez Abreu predicted that Cuba was on the brink of all-out war because Cubans demanded a response to injustice, just as they had in 1868, 1895, 1933, and 1940. In the fatherland of Eduardo Chibas, the constitutional promise of racial equality was an infamous lie. Women committed suicide in the countryside rather than watch their children starve, peasants lived in hovels that resembled pre-Columbian times, and in the palaces of Miramar, Havana's richest neighborhood, 2,000 millionaires turned their backs on the needs of 1 million Cubans. 61 The absence of justice was annihilating the nation. To demand justice, he warned, workers would begin acting alone. Some workers carried out arbitrary acts of sabotage resembling those later coordinated by guerrillas and the urban underground of the 26th of July. Although non-workers and, later, historians seldom recognized these acts as political protest, the owners of sugar mills clearly saw their political motivation at the time. Having learned many harsh lessons from earlier experiences during the 1933 social revolution that crushed profits and led to worker takeovers of mills, the Zarnicow-Ryanda Company, principally owned by the Braga and Fangel families, had since taken out millions of dollars in insurance policies against riot and sabotage from the world's largest insurers in the United States and Great Britain. Beginning in the winter of 1955, the company increasingly needed them. That February, a person or persons of malicious intent placed a bomb on a 300,000-gallon oil tank at the Tuanuca sugar mill. By chance, the tank was empty at the time and the explosion resulted in minimal damage and no loss of life. Keeping the incident out of the press, owners filed a claim for only slightly more than $1,000 against the company's $706,111 total insurance policy for Tuanuca at the time. Had the tank been full, however, it would likely have caused massive damage, especially since another tank, filled to the brim, was located only 100 meters away. 62. Unknown culprits set fire to 58 crossties in late August and 2 days later, 88 more, putting the principal rail line at the Menotti plantation in Las Tunas, Camagüey, out of commission. 63 Both events set the stage for a mass general strike of the Federación Nacional de Trabajadores del Azúcar, possibly the country's most powerful labor union. The FNTA was known for its ability to bring Cuba's single-crop-oriented economy to a halt at the most critical time of year, the start of harvest season. In December, FO reached across class lines in a show of public and material support for FNTA strikers. The move did not broaden the strike to other labor sectors, as FO had hoped, but it did push owners and key ministers in Batista's cabinet to the negotiating table for successful payment of la differential, a bonus paid to workers based on the difference between the previous and current year's price of sugar. 64. Although la differential had been previously mandated by law thanks to the efforts of labor leaders turned congressmen like Communist Jesus Menendez, assassinated in cold blood and broad daylight by police in 1948, Batista's arbitrary approach to law enforcement encouraged owners not to pay it. Undoubtedly, the FO's actions and its leaders' very public appearance in the University of Havana's Salón de Martyrs with top labor activists Conrado Rodriguez and David Salvador had everything to do with the strike's resolution through government intervention by early January 1956. Ominously, José Antonio Echeverría declared the unity between radical students and labor against the forces of oppression an inevitable success. 65 However, the very fact that sugar workers had gained concessions from owners through Batista in the person of CTC Batista stalwart Eusebio Mujal also spoke to the opposite conclusion, that workers would play it safe and stay out of the struggle so long as they gained something of what they needed from existing structures. Despite or perhaps because of this very real possibility, the late fall of 1955 and early winter 1956 were busy ones for Echeverría, the FO's popular new president. When the strike formally began, he led the Federation's directorate in a closed-door debate and vote on the organization of an armed wing of the FO, the Directorio Revolucionario. The proposal rested on allowing Echeverría the exclusive liberty to recruit members, including former members of FO whom other members trusted but were no longer students. The measure was approved by a majority of delegates. The DR counted on recent graduates as well as politically reliable hombres de acción, older veterans of earlier struggles who knew how to handle weapons and form commando units. 66 On February 24, 1956, the anniversary of El Grito de Guerra, the DR made its purposes of insurrection known, issuing a manifesto declaring its connection to the historical legacy of the FO and its position as sole representative of that organization's continuing cause, a definitive Cuban revolution to establish a democratic republic and end all need for revolution in the future. 67. In addition, Echeverría traveled to Costa Rica with a handful of founding DR members, including FO first Vice President Fructuoso Rodriguez and Juan Pedro Carbo Servia. They went to help the National Army of Costa Rica's democratically elected President José Figueres combat an armed incursion across the border by forces of Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza. 68 Over the next 6 months, Echeverría continued to expand his place on the world stage as the increasingly politicized and anti-imperialist youth of Latin America conceived it. Thus, on January 28, he and other students placed a crown of flowers at the foot of Martyrs' monument in Havana's Central Park and received a brutal, highly publicized police beating. Subsequently, Echeverría attended a Congress of Latin American students in Chile. Their delegates promptly elected him president of their international association. Upon his return from Chile, University of Havana students elected him president of FO once more. 69 During these months, José Antonio developed his most radical anti-imperialist voice, arguing that the primary cause of political and economic stagnation across Latin America was U.S. intervention on behalf of its own corporate and geopolitical interests. 70. After Echeverría had openly endorsed revolution before enormous crowds and SAR organizers at the Plaza de la Luz, he consistently echoed this call with the slogan "A las armas." Almost simultaneously and throughout 1956, Fidel Castro continued to do the same. 71 However, Fidel boasted that he had called for armed protest before anyone else, and unlike Echeverría, who invited citizens to support rebellion without endorsing himself as their leader, Castro overtly argued that he and his small circle of followers were uniquely qualified for this role. Although he repeated his movement's adamant rejection of terrorism, assassination including tyrannicidio, the killing of the tyrant Batista and violence against other anti-Batista activists who disagreed with his movement's positions, Fidel stated unequivocally, "We are today the only ones in Cuba who know where we are going and do not depend on the last word of the dictator." Unless Batista resigned right away and handed power over to SARS Cosme de la Torriente, a move Fidel endorsed, SAR had only one choice: to back civic resistance on a massive scale. 72. In November 1955, just as SAR gathered oppositionists behind a program of immediate elections and an end to Batista's rule, Fidel Castro embarked on a multi-city tour of the United States to reach the approximately 100,000 exiles living there. 73. According to Raúl Chivas, the principal organizer of Resistencia Cívica, one of two urban branches of the 26th of July movement in Cuba, Fidel's trip to the United States capped off months of denouncing SAR's civic dialogue from Mexico. 74 on. The stump in cities including New York, Union City, Bridgeport, and Miami, Fidel unvaryingly emphasized the theme of armed struggle. He had deliberately timed the latter leg of the tour to coincide with the anniversaries of José Martí's first organizational and fundraising appearances in Tampa and Key West in the early 1890s during the run-up to Cuba's final war for independence from Spain. 75. On behalf of the now officially named El Movimiento 26 de Julio, Fidel launched his organizational network of exile supporters in New York, where Martí had lived for 15 years, and formally unified three anti-Batista groups already in the area. In the wake of his visits, local Cubans organized revolutionary clubs to collect funds and distribute propaganda. New York's Acción Cívica Cubana featured Inma Castro, Fidel's blonde little sister, as a principal speaker and organizer. In addition to selling highly colorful, large-size war bonds in denominations that ranged from $1 to $25, these clubs arranged high-profile protests, including ones at the United Nations. Significantly, Fidel prefaced the first speech of his multi-stop tour in New York before a crowd of approximately 800 men and women with a moment of silence to honor the fallen veterans of Moncada. A recording of one of Eddie Chivas's speeches followed. 76. But he also traced the roots of his revolution directly back to that of José Martí in 1895, rejecting utterly any connection or continuity with the revolution of 1933. In this way, he rendered Eddie Chivas's own connection to it as a timeless echo of Martí, and despite Chivas's origins in the movements that led to revolution in 1933 as well as its legacies, he categorically condemned the generation of political leaders of 1933 as equally repugnant and ideologically contrary to the authentic Cuba founded in 1895. 77. Fidel Castro's late 1955 U.S. tour was both resonant of the 26th of July movement's approach in the past and prophetic of strategies its leaders would adopt over the next 2 years to gain the public's trust. Thus, the tour served two purposes: to drum up excitement for the 26th of July movement under his exclusive leadership, and to gloss Fidel and other chief leaders as morally driven, selfless activists who put aside all material and political ambitions for the cause of Cuba. In fact, when it came to financing the movement, there was no need to have made the trip at all. Well before he embarked on his fundraising tour, he had already raised substantial quantities of funds from Cubans with means, thanks mostly to a massive letter-writing campaign headed by Melba Hernandez. In Mérida, Mexico, Justo Carrillo, former president of Cuba's Agricultural Development Bank, gave him a substantial sum. Contradicting the many claims to asceticism and poverty that Fidel had made publicly before and after leaving Cuba, these funds allowed him and his assistants to travel in style during the tour, staying in expensive hotels and traveling on the luxurious Silver Meteor train. 78. Figure 16. Fidel's sister Inma Castro leading a meeting in 1957 of Acción Cívica Cubana, an M26-7 club in New Jersey, pleading for promotion of the 26th of July cause. Fidel's tour was meant to generate publicity for his movement's morality of selflessness, a discourse that lay at the heart of virtually all national heroes' historical appeal. Together with the development of a two-part strategy of prolonged rural and urban guerrilla warfare, it would be the 26th of July movement's astute and constant public relations campaign that ultimately distinguished it from all other armed groups against Batista. Fidelista activists' consciousness of the need to create and maintain an apolitical, disinterested, morally righteous image was the key to the armed movement's success and its meteoric rise in popularity among citizens. Figure 17. The 26th of July movement's network of revolutionary clubs in the United States frequently organized high-profile protests at the United Nations, such as this one in 1958, when a delegation appointed by Batista was present for a voting session. As he would do elsewhere from 1955 forward, Fidel also sang his own and his closest circle of followers' praises in ways that no other self-designated revolutionary leader had previously done. This included José Martí, despite the fact that Fidel clearly emulated Martí's style and claimed his legend as an ascetic, selfless defender of Cuba. I live entirely surrendered to the struggle, and the contingencies and sacrifices of this disgraced life do not matter to me. We all live very modestly. Here no one is a millionaire. Each one of our men in exile lives on less than it costs to sustain a horse in the army. Not one of us will ever be seen in a bar or a cabaret. I can inform you today with all certainty that in the year 1956, we shall be free or we shall be martyrs. This struggle began for us on the 10th of March, it has lasted 4 years and will end either the last day of the dictatorship or the last day of our lives. 79 speeches in subsequent appearances at the Flagler Street Theater in Miami on November 20th, the same day as the SAR rally in Havana, were laced with even greater righteousness. Repeatedly, Fidel attested to the moral rectitude that the self-imposed poverty of the 26th of July movements inscribed in its leaders and the movement's character as the only truly revolutionary option on the island. Nobody else had the valor to offer the personal sacrifice that Cuba required. 80 Quoting Martí, he said that the only honorable thing any young man could do was serve the revolution. 81. Fidel's particularly impassioned discourse of self-ascribed virtue was fueled in part by the mainstream Miami media's refusal to cover the story of his visit and in part by an article published in Cuba that accused Castro of serving Batista by effectively demonstrating that Cuba's national security was at constant risk. 82 Fidel accused the writer, an unknown journalist, of being a cowardly voice box for the dictator whose word proved the dictator's greatest weakness rather than his strength. Batista had to rely on defenders who had to deny they were his defenders in order to defend him. 83. And yet, even during Castro's otherwise successful pilgrimage to the Cuban enclaves visited by Martí in the United States, the reach of Batista's publicity machine and its ability to silence his critics proved powerful. In Tampa, first the Italian club, then the Club Cubano, and finally all other Latin clubs refused to allow Castro to hold his meeting there, citing its overtly political function. According to the Tampa Sunday Tribune, agents of Batista facilitated this decision by spreading mafia-style rumors around Ybor City, Tampa's historically Cuban neighborhood and home of the largest cigar-making manufacturing district outside of Cuba. Anyone attending the meeting, the agents warned, could expect their family on the island to suffer retribution. Fidel also noted that Batista had paid for the Club Cubano's new roof and built a memorial to Martí on a small plot of land where Martí had stayed in a humble shack once owned by Ruperto and Paulina Pedroso, a black Cuban couple in Ybor City. In the end, the local Congress of Industrial Organizations Union Hall opened its doors to Fidel. But chairs sat empty, the meeting was sparsely attended by only about 300 Cubans. 84 Nonetheless, just as Martí had received funds from Tampa cigar makers, Fidel collected hundreds of dollars in small bills from patriots, reportedly more than in any other city. 85. Although his speeches were laced with tones of self-congratulation and arrogance that some found unappealing, Castro attracted many adherents. In his own mind, his imprisonment, the first of many experiences that echoed those of Martí, had stripped him of his original class privilege. "Don't think that I am an eccentric or that I am becoming one," he had written his sister from prison, "it's that the habit makes the monk, and I am poor, I have nothing, I have never stolen a penny, I have never begged anyone for anything, my profession I have sacrificed for a cause. 86 But on the Isle of Pines, he had also learned the value of publicity, unconditional loyalty, and managing that very image of the selfless, penniless, would-be martyr driven by a cause. Fidel described Luis Conti Agüero as an invaluable unpaid publicity agent. Through his daily TV and radio show, Conti Agüero had stoked the flames of public memory back to life with respect to the Muchachos del Moncada and shared in the moral limelight as a result. 87. Privately, Fidel Castro was far more blunt, if not cynical, in assessing strategies to move the emotions of citizens in order to encourage their admiration and trust in his leadership. For example, in no uncertain terms, he instructed members of his inner circle that police beatings made for good propaganda. 88 To Melba Hernandez, he stated frankly, mucha mano izquierda y sonrisa con todo el mundo. Seguir la misma táctica que se siguió en el juicio, defender nuestros puntos de vista sin levantar ranchas. Habrá después tiempo de sobra para aplastar a todas las cucarachas juntas. 89. In many ways, his instructions to Hernandez represent most clearly and concisely the pragmatism with which Fidel's inner circle of leadership and loyal supporters of the 26th of July movement operated as they came together in Mexico over the summer of 1955 and year of 1956. Fidel wasted no time in Mexico, a central subject of many, if not most, previous accounts of the 26th of July movement. 90 There he acquired invaluable military skills for his increasing circle of recruits from Spanish Republican military veteran Alberto Bayo and equally invaluable lessons in representing the cause of Cuba's liberation for exiles in the United States from collaborators such as Mario Lerena, founding head of the 26th of July movement's headquarters in New York. 91 He also met a Marxist intellectual doctor from Argentina, Escobedo Che Guevara, possibly one of the few members of his movement whom Castro respected as an equal. Guevara, together with his then-wife Hilda Guidi, had been exiled to Mexico following the U.S.-backed military coup against President Jacobo Arben's nationalist government in Guatemala 2 years earlier. 92. Deeply committed to Marxism, although adamant in his refusal to officially join the Communist Party, even when explicitly invited to do so in Guatemala, Guevara was nonetheless avowedly pro-Soviet. Since December 1955, he had established ties to the Mexican Soviet Institute of Cultural Relations in Mexico City, where he studied Russian. When he, along with Fidel Castro, Almeida, and other would-be revolutionaries training for a return to Cuba in Mexico, was eventually arrested by Mexican authorities at the urging of Batista, Guevara fully admitted his belief in communism. Flourishing a Soviet diplomat's card he had in his pocket, he even debated the finer points of ideology with Mexican judicial officials. During the 57 days they served in a Mexican jail, Guevara and Fidel crafted the core strategy that would distinguish their movement from all others in Cuba. 93 They based this strategy on limiting military encounters with Batista's army, a force backed by the United States that would outnumber them by the thousands, and the disruption of normal economic life through allied clandestine activists in the countryside and the cities. Together with Che Guevara, Juan Almeida, Fidel's younger brother Raúl, other survivors of the Moncada assault, and civilian activists like Mario Lerena, Fidel Castro sought the key collaboration of Frank País, a modest but brilliant committed strategist from Orient. Hoping to link the urban network of commando units and underground cells that País had already organized throughout the region to the Moncadistas' still emergent bands of loyalists on the island, Castro hoped to connect an invasion force of armed guerrillas that would arrive by sea on the shores of eastern Orient and make its way up the isolated mountain range of the Sierra Maestra. This idea of bringing armed revolution to Cuba from within and from without, anchoring it in the most historically revolutionary of Cuba's provinces as well as the focal point of Batista's post-Moncada bloodbath made the 26th of July movement tactically unique. Aside from their focus on urban areas, both the Auténticos and Fus Directorio Revolucionario were far less ambitious, seeking to topple the dictator either through direct assassination or armed assaults on key points of military and political control in order to spark civilian uprisings. In both cases, the literal and symbolic decapitation of the regime was supposed to enable an internal military coup backed by a mobilized citizenry. In April 1956, the Auténticos tried and failed to achieve the latter with a conspiracy at the Guerra military base in Matanzas that ended in disaster. 94 It was only one of a string of efforts on the part of the Auténticos that cost thousands of dollars in caches of weapons, dozens of leaders arrested, and multiple lives lost. Yet photographs collected from planners of the Guerra plot show a high degree of internal coordination with moles recruited among the military forces. Taking advantage of an inspection tour by U.S. military advisors, one of the plotters' allies shared photographs of nearly all interior spaces of the base, including the kitchen, the firing range, and even a group shot of the mayor's wife and the officers' wives. 95 The fact that most of the 100 members of the Auténtico Commando Squad died in the attack or were subsequently hunted down and killed suggests that the moles on which they counted acted as double agents, betraying the plot to the High Command. 96 However, little of the Guerra assault emerged in the press and, given the inaccessibility of Batista's military records to historians after 1959, remarkably little appears about it now, even in Garcia Perez's valuable regional study of the war against Batista focused on Matanzas. After Guerra and a steady stream of arrests of Auténticos whose homes were used to store weapons, the Auténticos' primary organization, AAA, seemed utterly inept. Cubans often joked that it was Prio Socarrás who supplied the best rifles to Batista's armed forces. 97. By contrast, Castro envisioned a strategy for toppling the regime that entailed a potentially prolonged civil war in which most of the fighting took place between urban adversaries until the guerrillas were strong enough to come down from the Sierra Maestra in Oriente province and begin conquering towns. From Fidel's base in Mexico, the most important initial factor in putting this plan into action was probably his relationship with Teresa Tetque Suso, the exiled widow of legendary student leader of 1933, Pablo de la Torre and Brau. Killed in combat while defending the Socialist Republic in the Spanish Civil War, her husband held the same saintly status as other martyrs from his circle of friends and activists of the anti-Machado generation, including communist poet Ruben Martinez Villena and Julio Antonio Mella. Few individuals were as well connected politically and socially or, more important, as discreet in their connections as Tetque Suso. 98 Through Tet, Fidel contacted and met with Carlos Prio Socarrás, an action that clearly spoke to Fidel's willingness to put pride aside and rely solely on pragmatism in order to make his scheme work. Ironically, Prio then became the principal financier of Fidel's plan to invade Cuba from without, providing the necessary cash to buy weapons and the dubiously selected 65-foot yacht Granma for that end. 99 As Teresa K. Suso put it, Fidel had announced to the world at large, and in writing, that he and his men would land on Cuban soil before the year 1956 went out. 100 With his personal honor on the line and his political legacy at stake, there is little doubt that Fidel would have fulfilled his claim through any means necessary, even if he had to go begging to official political enemies like Prio in order to secure it. Evidence of his desperation might be found in his acceptance of the Granma as a suitable vessel to transport nearly 100 core revolutionaries. Anyone with minimal knowledge of seaworthy vessels could tell that the yacht had been built to hold no more than 30 to 40 people. 101. Figure 18. On April 29, 1956, an officer-led uprising at the military base and barracks at Guerra, Matanzas, failed. This photograph, taken for distribution to local and international reporters, was typical of Batista's public relations agents. Rather than showing any of the uprising, bloodshed, or repression, it depicts evidence of an assault on the sanctity of an allegedly peace-loving, stable regime. Because none of this was openly discussed among Fidel's most trusted followers in Mexico, even less was known by the movement at large, let alone the Cuban public. The closest Fidel came to announcing his plan was in an article he wrote for Bohemia in April 1956. "We have not rested one moment in complying with the harsh and difficult duty," he wrote, "to restore over 4 years what was lost on a single day, the day of Batista's coup. Others," he added, had done nothing. 102 However, the reality was more complex than Fidel depicted it. Much as he had done in seeking the support of Prio, he relied heavily, if not mostly, on the incorporation of Frank Pais's already existing organizations in Orient. Hoping to unify all effective movements under one central command he assumed would be his own, Fidel sought from José Antonio Echeverría the same endorsement and degree of cooperation he had gained from Pais. From Pais, Fidel got everything he requested and more. From Echeverría, he received almost nothing. These very different reactions to Fidel's invitation to cooperate implied not only disagreements about tactics but, more important, distrust and discord over what collaboration with Castro might genuinely mean for the autonomy of each aligned movement in the short run and politically for Cuba in the long run. Not one of these leaders or their followers was unaware of the confusion that characterized the lines taken by Cuban politicians in recent years. On the contrary, hyper-conscious of the need to be clear, different, and men of action rather than words, Castro, Pais, and Echeverría attempted to force a tide of change onto citizens' understanding of what was possible for Cuba to achieve politically. They also wanted to break with the conventional wisdom of all political parties, including the Communist Party, in allowing Batista to dictate, shape, or negotiate the terms of the fight. Divided tactics, divided visions. Educated in one of Cuba's rigorous teacher training academies, La Escuela Normal de Maestros in Santiago de Cuba, and a Sunday school teacher in Santiago's First Baptist Church, Frank Pais was the eldest of 3 sons. Born to a widowed mother, Frank was raised in an intensely religious, intensely patriotic environment. Spanish-born, Frank's mother had married his father at the age of 28. Her husband, however, a beloved reverend in the local Baptist church, was 65, 37 years her senior. When he died 12 years later, he left behind a large family that included the children of an earlier marriage. Frank's family always lived very simply and at times on the verge of destitution. 103 He experienced none of the material security, privilege, social experiences, and political access Fidel Castro had enjoyed in his life. In his indispensable biography of Pais, the historian and longtime activist of the 26th of July movement José Alvarez paints a portrait of him as a man shaped by reverence for God, personal humility, a profound social consciousness, and direct experience with the cruel implications of state neglect of Cuba's rural poor, particularly the local struggles of peasants for subsistence and land. 104 Aside from the strength of his loving but firm mother, Frank was also impressed at a young age by his half-sister Sarah Pais. An intellectual in the Baptist Church, Sarah took him on his first visit to the capital and introduced him to politics through her own interests. At one point, she had run for election to a seat in the House of Representatives. 105 Augustin Pais, Frank's younger brother, recounts a childhood in which the family began every day together by reading a chapter from the Bible. 106 Tanya Delanways, one of Frank's students at the local public school, remembers that in the classroom, Frank introduced the practice of La República Democrática Escolar, in which students elected a president, a minister of education, a minister of justice, and a minister of public health. Through such means, Frank strove to inculcate in his students the values of democracy, civic responsibility, honesty, justice, and accountability to one another. Through the symbolic national community of the classroom, he urged them to imagine the new, better Cuba they would one day build. 107 At only 18 in the fall of 1952, Pais was elected president of the Student Association of the Escuela Normal. By the following spring, he had participated in and helped organize multiple protests against the regime. On May 1, 1953, he was arrested along with dozens of teachers, students, and workers. He also received his first police beating. Then came his graduation in early July 1953. He had already built up a network of activists and counted the upper class, MIT-educated Vilma Espin among fellow collaborators. When TV journalist Carlos Franqui traveled to Santiago to cover the protest that Frank and Vilma had arranged, events at Moncada overwhelmed all plans. The bloodbath that followed left all three of them aghast. In 1954, Paez founded and directed a movement called Acción Nacional Revolucionaria with friends including Pepito Tay and Vilma Espin. Tay, president of the University of Oriente's branch of FUA, expanded the membership rolls by recruiting students from as far away as Camagüey and Las Villas provinces. MNR militants from Guantanamo, disappointed with the zigzag style of leaders like Barchena, also joined. Within a year, the ANR movement was known for more than just issuing manifestos. Having amassed small firearms, commandos under Paez's direction had used them to attack a police station in Cani, where they killed one officer and confiscated more weapons for the cause. 108. Over the course of 1955, the ANR raided the local elite hunters club to obtain rifles, stole weapons from AAA, and even gained first-class firearms from sympathetic allies at the U.S. base at Guantanamo. 109 By the time Fidel Castro's emissaries arrived in Oriente to request the incorporation of Paez's vast network of revolutionary cells of activists, they were not only disciplined and loyal to Frank, but armed and ready to go. 110. In the summer after his return from the Conference of Latin American Students in Chile, José Antonio Echeverría met with Fidel Castro in Mexico, together with DR militants Fructuoso Rodriguez, Joe Westbrook, Forcoman, and Jan Nuiri. 111 At the time, the DR was still very small, comprised of only 7 carefully selected members. Unlike the 26th of July movement, which counted on both weapons and relatively vast funds, the DR's strength rested on the prestige, trust, and admiration that the Cuban people vested in FUA and its president Echeverría. 112 According to Lucy Echeverría Bianchi, who received her brother at the airport in Havana upon his return from Mexico, Fidel took advantage of the popularity of the students, the honesty and the bravery of the students while he was preparing to go on the Granma. 113 He also may have assumed that they would concede subordination to his movement, much as Frank Paez had. This Fidel did not achieve. In the name of FUA and the 26th of July movement, Echeverría and Castro signed an ambitiously worded letter known later as the Carta de Mexico on August 30, 1956. The plight of Cuba left them little choice than to pledge mutual commitment and cooperation in the cause of liberation. Yet knowing her brother was no fan of Fidel, Lucy remembers pointedly asking him almost immediately upon his return to Havana what he thought he had done. He answered, "Mi hermana, firme con Dios y con el diablo." 114. Not made public until October 1956, the letter was mute on precise ideological goals, although it stated in unconditional terms FUA's and M26-7's renunciation of any party or person who continued to back general elections under Batista. It also announced firmly the mutual absolute goal of ousting the tyranny from power and carrying out a genuine Cuban revolution that would cleanse the nation of all political impunity and social injustice. Significantly, however, it appealed to the remaining honorable and prestigious officers of the army for support and promised them the respect and sympathy of the Cuban Revolution. Moreover, for the first time, Echeverría announced his own commitment to being one of those who will direct the revolution in the wake of the tyranny's fall. In effect, he claimed the equality of FUA with the self-proclaimed would-be martyrs of Moncada, demanding a right to share status and future state power with Fidel Castro. Notably, it was Castro who signed the letter first. 115. Privately, according to the family of Echeverría, the young architect student never expected to survive the process of making war on Batista. When his brother Alfredo, a fellow activist, died in a car accident in April 1956, José Antonio was already underground, in hiding from the police. He came out, at the risk of his own life, in order to rush to his shocked and grieving family's side. According to surviving siblings Sinforiano and Lucy, Alfredo and José Antonio were so close that they could read each other's thoughts and often seemed to communicate only through gestures and signs. From the moment they entered the University of Havana and the fight against Batista, the two brothers had indeed been inseparable, often photographed standing side by side behind prison grills. In one picture, preserved by the family, the boys are seen lying on the street as police hit them with water hoses, Alfredo on top of his wounded and semi-conscious brother in an act of loving protection. When Jose Antonio returned to Matanzas and stood before his dead brother's body, which their mother had carefully bathed, dressed, and laid in his own bed, he could scarcely contain his emotions. Embracing his mother, he said, "Mommy, no te preocupes que yo pronto lo acompaño." 116. Later, after the funeral, their mother led Jose Antonio into the sunny interior patio of their home, a large, beautiful house facing the main colonial plaza of the city of Cardenas. There, she asked him to make the act of contrition before God, according to the dictates of the Roman Catholic faith, so that he would repent for his sins in case Batista's forces killed him and he should not receive the final sacrament of last rites, recalled Lucy. And it was then that some friends of my brother arrived and they pulled him out of the house over the rooftops. They stood one on top of the shoulders of another until they managed to pull him from the house undetected. And so it was that my mother, only 3 days after burying one son, bid farewell to another because she thought she would never see him again. She did not. From that moment on, Jose Antonio went deep underground, plotting the death of the dictator with co-conspirators of the Directorio Revolucionario. Of those closest to him, only his brother Sinforiano and Jose Antonio's girlfriend would see him again. 117. Figure 19. Although taking a photograph of protesters, let alone publishing one, could be construed as a subversive act, journalists often braved threats to their lives to document citizens' acts of heroism. They also provided copies of their work to families after the fact. Here, Alfredo Echeverria shields his brother Jose Antonio from police attack. From the beginning, the DR's main operating tactic had always been to decapitate the regime through selective assassination. 118 Their goal, like FUS, was to force the flight or capitulation of the military and the re-establishment of revolutionary rule through a coalition of forces similar but more effective and united to the government that had taken power during the first days of the revolution of 1933. In hindsight, the Directorio Revolucionario believed that such a government, comprised of students, journalists, radical professors, and other intellectuals, might have decisively changed the rules of power if only its methods and its leaders' approach to the United States had been different. DR members justifiably blamed Batista for having collaborated with U.S. officials to undermine the revolutionary government of 1933, ultimately overturning it entirely with military support in January 1934. But they also blamed the revolutionary cabinet of 1933 led by Grau, which did not move to immediately hold elections after it assumed power but instead ruled by decree. Those in the DR were convinced that unity with civic forces, transparency of government, elections, a free press, and judicial cleansing of corrupt politicians would unite Cuba in a post-Batista age. They also counted on the majority of Batista's henchmen fleeing Cuba, as Machado's top brass had done, in order to purge the armed forces of human rights abusers and a culture of consent. Moving quickly both to end dictatorship and institute democracy was the DR's key to effecting long-lasting change. 119. To jumpstart support and belief in such a possibility, FU focused on Mítines de Relámpago, demonstrations that students could not publicly announce in advance because police would immediately break them up. Yet those demonstrations that did last more than a few minutes always drew dozens, even hundreds of students and average citizens to participate, as press photographs, when published, clearly showed. The FU leaders who formed the DR considered alliances with other organized groups only to the extent of recruiting non-student personnel, such as Loro Blanco, a middle-aged uncle of Vice President Pepe Puente Blanco and former member of Antonio Guterres's Joven Cuba. Another key member was Auténtico lawyer and hombre de acción Manilao Mora, often imprisoned at the same time as Jose Antonio Echeverria and considered a principal architect of at least one, perhaps more, of the group's successful assassination attempts. 120. Not surprisingly, however, Batista supporters and publicity apparatus used Castro and Echeverria's letter from Mexico as evidence that they were legitimate heirs of the Auténticos gangsterism, whether within the University of Havana or without. While accurately reporting that Fidel's 26th of July movement was receiving contributions from Prio Socarrás in Mexico, Gente, the most pro-Batista and sophisticated of Cuba's many glossy magazines, accused students of having elected José Antonio Echeverría only in return for bribes from ousted President Prio Socarrás. The Carta de Mexico was all the proof Gente needed. 121 Because of Batista's censors, however, the actual text of Castro and Echeverría's letter from Mexico had still not been made public. Yet if Batista's publicity men were hoping to take advantage of citizens' ignorance of the contents of the letter, so were members of the DR. Long before November 30, 1956, the 0 hour selected by Castro and Paz to launch their revolution by land and sea in Orient, the Directorio Revolucionario's top gunners and FUS first Vice President Fructuoso Rodriguez acted first, taking center stage in the battle to strike at the heart of the dictatorship. In September, Fructuoso had become FUS acting president because Cuban intelligence's knowledge of Echeverría's meetings with Fidel had forced him underground. Gente triggered the DR activists into making their first violent demonstration of opposition to the regime, however, with an editorial by the magazine's director, José Suárez Núñez. It accused FU of taking bribes from both the Dominican Republic's dictator Rafael Trujillo and Prio Socarrás. Such an accusation was deemed the ultimate offense to students who prided themselves on their reputation as desinteresados willing to sacrifice anything for Cuba. The magazine's defamation campaign against FU immediately catalyzed an aggressive defensive move. On September 10, 1956, a group that Gente reporters later described as 24 members of FU patiently waited outside the production studios of Channel 2 television to assault Gente's editor-in-chief Suárez Núñez when he arrived. For 2 uninterrupted minutes, Fructuoso Rodriguez punched the man repeatedly, saying, "Yo soy Fructuoso, y esto te lo doy de parte de Trujillo, y esto por Prio y esto por Fidel." 122 Whether Fructuoso actually said this remains a matter for debate, considering that Gente was the source of the quotation. However, one could easily interpret its meaning as contrary to that implied by the magazine. That is, rather than confirm FUS or the DR's affiliation with either Prio or Castro, Fructuoso's brutal reply may have been intended to deny it. It was he who took the brunt of the vengeful violence that night. Once Suárez Núñez's personal security team showed up, FU members fled. Fructuoso chose to stay behind. He was thrown up against the wall and held down while Suárez Núñez beat him unconscious until he slid down to the floor, facing the wall. 123. Less than a month later, its members fresh from prison, the DR struck again, this time without consulting anyone in the larger FU group, including the underground president Echeverría. According to FU Vice President Pepe Puente Blanco, the opportunity to take out a major target in Batista's hierarchy of henchmen was seized without any planning, and it turned out better than anyone might have expected. On the night of October 28, 1956, José Fernández Casio, Pepe's closest friend and FU's vice president of the law school, went out with DR gunner Rolando Cubala, a medical student, and Juan Pedro Carbo Servia, a law student. Like Fernández Casio, the only member of FU who owned a car, Rolando was more privileged than the majority of middle-class students attending university. 124 That night, both Fernández Casio's car and Rolando's regular parental stipend came in handy. The setting for the planned attack was the fashionable and expensive nightclub Montmartre. Located on the second floor, the cabaret had a backdoor exit to the parking lot, which the students figured would facilitate Cubala's and Carbo Servia's escape to the getaway car, driven by Fernández Casio. The three hoped to target Colonel Orlando Piedra, the head of Batista's Bureau of Investigations, the primary agency charged with spying, infiltrating, and persecuting FU, who was a Montmartre regular. However, that night the three students got lucky. Rather than encountering Piedra, they hit the jackpot. Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Blanco Rico, the head of Batista's most ferocious intelligence force, SIM, and a socialite inscribed annually in Havana's social registry, showed up. After attending an opulent wedding earlier that night, Blanco Rico joined Lieutenant Colonel Marcelo Tabernilla, the son of Batista's chief of staff, Captain Jose A. Rodriguez San Pedro y Lopez, another SIM official, and their wives for a very late night out. Although accompanied by a contingent of bodyguards, the party trusted that the power of their position would intimidate any potential attackers. They consequently valeted their cars and stationed the guards at the entrance on the first floor. 125. Incredibly, according to an internal U.S. State Department report, only Tabernilla was armed that night and he, caught by surprise, never drew his weapon. Shortly after 4 o'clock in the morning, Blanco Rico's party headed toward the elevator for home and much-needed rest. At that moment, Cubala and Carbo Servia opened fire, hitting Blanco Rico from behind with at least 8 bullets and killing him instantly. When Tabernilla fell to the ground, seriously wounded, Captain Rodriguez San Pedro grabbed Tabernilla's pistol and pursued the assassins down the back stairs, but they escaped. 126 Immediately, Fernandez Casio phoned Echeverria and Puente Blanco to inform them of the exploit and gain their support. It was readily given, both were elated. Not only did the attack prove to the world that the regime was far from impenetrable, it showed that young Cubans like themselves, possessed of little more than a car and a few weapons, could be effective and would not be intimidated. In response, Batista ordered extensive searches, raids, and arrests, putting all foreign embassies and the airport on lockdown, although Cubala and Carbo Servia managed to escape, fleeing temporarily to the United States in a small boat. Brigadier General Rafael Salas Canizares, dreaded chief of Cuba's national police, determined to make a public show of the regime's ability and will to seek revenge. Thus, he turned to the Haitian embassy, where 6 auténticos, all of them participants in the abortive coup at the Guayqueria military base months earlier, had sought political asylum. The auténticos, completely ignorant of the DR's Montmartre assault, were awaiting safe conduct passes from third countries to leave Cuba. However, because 4 members of FO and the DR joined them shortly after the successful assassination of Blanco Rico, Salas Canizares threw all respect for Haiti's diplomatic sovereignty to the wind and raided the embassy. Every Cuban inside, except for the cook, was killed. Mortally wounded by FO asylum seekers who arrived with weapons at the Haitian embassy, Salas Canizares also died several days later, to the delight of many of his victims in FO. 127. Meanwhile, Peza's organization and Castro's men busied themselves with final preparations for the landing in Western Orient of 82 men aboard the yacht Granma and the uprising in Santiago that they planned to take place simultaneously. 128 In the last few weeks of training, the men set up a camp north of the Mexican capital. There was little hierarchy among them, rather, respect for those who had been at Moncada predominated over new recruits. Known as an incessant reader who did little else in his free time, Che Guevara also lived by and enforced a set of bylaws that each guerrilla had promised to fulfill. These included asking for authorization to attend parties or social events. If permission was granted, late returns or sloppy behavior were not tolerated. For example, when Juan Almeida and Mario Chans greeted Che with a raucous post-party homecoming one night, they were immediately subject to trial. Although acquitted in the end, the experience taught them a humbling lesson in military discipline. 129. Under the guidance of Spanish Civil War veteran Alberto Bayo, training proceeded easily, perhaps leaving the men overly confident and unprepared for what lay ahead. As it turned out, the first battle they fought was simply surviving the boat ride from Yucatan, Mexico, to Orient in their overloaded yacht. The goal of pinning down the army and police in order to give Castro and his men time to reach the hills and allow widespread work stoppages never materialized. However, 130 instead, the Granma landed 5 days late, leaking water and barely afloat, holding a seasick team of would-be guerrillas. Deprived of most of their military hardware, backpacks, medical supplies, and enthusiasm for the fight, the demoralized few who escaped arrest or immediate execution and made it to the mountains ultimately numbered 18, including Fidel. Yet many of these, as Guevara later recalled, were severely wounded. 131. Che was himself struck by gunfire, lying on the ground and only half conscious. He later wrote, "Someone, on his knees, yelled that we had to surrender, and one could hear another voice in the background, that I later discovered belonged to Camilo Cienfuegos, screaming, 'Aquí no se rinde nadie,' adding a curse word at the end." 132. Caught in the middle of the same cane field at that very moment, Mario Chans remembers, as Che also wrote in his later account, that Fidel lay on the ground, shouting orders as if anyone could receive or even hear them. "Ordeni Sequian, Chico," summarized Chans, chuckling. Chans personally pulled 6 wounded and exhausted fighters from the field, while an impressively brave Faustino Perez, Chans emphasized, put a tourniquet on one and treated others. 133. The days ahead promised far worse: aerial bombing raids by Batista, asthma attacks without relief for Che, dysentery for Camilo Cienfuegos, hunger, forced marches and, worst of all, betrayals by peasants who aided the rebels but subsequently blabbed to friends about their hidden stockpiles of weapons. The rebels could only stand by helplessly while rural guards and military police seized their hard-sought rifles, ammunition, and machine guns. Showing no sympathy, Fidel's response to the problem of lost weapons and whispering peasants combined disgust with admonition. 134. Although his adversaries were down to only a handful of men, Batista nonetheless kept 1,000 soldiers in hot pursuit of the expeditionaries, arming and surely buying off peasants along the way. 135. Frank Pais's network of activists, spies, and urban guerrillas fared no better. At the time of the programmed offensive, Pais counted on 300 male and female activists divided into 15 distinct cells of the 26th of July movement. 136. Key to the plot was the takeover of Santiago's main public high school and 3 police stations by a large force under the command of Lester Rodriguez. Pais's force managed the assault on all 3 police stations successfully, burning one to the ground. He lost only 3 men in the process, and all the members of his team kept their weapons. 137. Yet from the beginning, little worked out exactly as planned. At every turn, the rebels encountered a major snag. They took over the high school, intent on bombarding El Cuartel Moncada from the rooftop, only to find that their mortar launcher refused to fire. Police detained Frank and Josue Pais on their way to the takeover of a hardware store replete with weapons normally for sale. 138. For 24 hours a standoff ensued, in which police eventually allowed activists to exit via the back door of the high school rather than risk accusations of yet another massacre. The army also took over the central government building of the town, establishing both a base camp and a center of political operations under direct military rule. 139. In the end, police arrested 20 activists, including Pais himself and Armando Hart, the son of a judge and a recent law graduate who had defended MNR leader Barchena in court. Far more. 26th of July activists suffered automatic execution on the streets. Allowed to report on the violence in order to justify its repression, both Prensa Libre and Bohemia carried startling visual accounts of the rebels' success in bombing police headquarters. Editors also shared shockingly graphic photographs of the military's occupation of Santiago and the resulting carnage of activists, all whom wore the telltale homemade red and black armbands of the 26th of July movement. 140. On December 4, the United Press International announced the discovery of the body of Fidel Castro, identified by documents found on his person, along with those of Raúl Castro and 38 other Granma expeditionaries. 141. While Batista countered the accounts of Fidel's death with expressions of disbelief, the military commander of operations in Santiago responded with typical, misleading hyperbole. He denied that his men had fired even one bullet. Instead, Diaz Tamayo claimed that soldiers had focused their attention entirely on arresting suspects and confiscating Molotov cocktails. 142. On December 9, Prensa Libre reported that the army had surrounded and captured several expeditionaries, including 2 veterans of the attack on Moncada. A local mayor offered to negotiate terms of surrender with Fidel. The rebels, including captives, refused. 143. Symbolic of the impasse, Don Cosme de la Torriente, chief organizer of SAR's effort almost exactly 1 year earlier to unite the opposition and confront Batista, died of natural causes the night before. 144. Behind Batista's curtain, the civil war ahead. Over the months of November and December 1956, Bohemia published repeated editorials demanding an end to state violence against unarmed civilians. Yet censors required that the periodical refrain from naming the state as the primary perpetrator of terrorism. Thus, even though Bohemia called for peace with the progressive dignity and justice that Cuban traditions demanded, the impact of its screaming headlines of Que cese la violencia suicida was necessarily muted. 145. Other newspapers simply named those killed and reported where and how. Carlos Marquez Sterling and others kept a running count drawn from the newspapers Crisol and Informacion on how many unarmed citizens from Orient and Camagüey to Santa Clara had been assassinated during the days immediately before and after Christmas 1956. With the press largely concerned with the fate of Fidelista guerrillas in the hills and the public's attention distracted by the holidays, intelligence and security forces apparently felt they had the freedom to attack their closest and most vulnerable enemies with near impunity. In Holguin, Santiago, Puerto Padre, Baines, Santa Clara, the sugar mill towns of Menotti and Preston, and El Cabra, 30 men were lynched, shot on the highway, burned alive, submachine gunned, or tortured to death. In Havana, Gins, Luyano, and towns of Orient Province, police brutally injured 6 more. A total of 12 across the country disappeared from police detention. 146 According to the chief military officer of Holguin, Fermín Cauli Gallegos, responsibility for the many killings in his zone of control lay with Batista and Tabernilla. Cauli Gallegos operated with senior officials' full knowledge of his actions, he said. 147 In addition, Batista was now actively preventing opponents from escaping the reach of the regime through voluntary exile by retiring their passports and effectively isolating them within Cuba, where he hoped they would find no sanctuary or place to hide. 148. In a brief issued to the Chief Justice of the Cuban Supreme Court calling on it to at least condemn Batista's policies for violating the Constitution and human rights, Marquez Sterling notably pointed to a shift in the discourse of Batista's officials in asserting their right to use force. No longer simply fighting opponents who attacked the system, authorities now openly claimed they were defending the regime and the nation against communism. Batista's ministers even boasted about it. Yet in the same breath, they relied on an arbitrary, catch-all definition of communism that had little or nothing to do with the actual party. It doesn't matter if the incendiaries and saboteurs are or are not communists, remarked one minister to the press, so long as they may be delinquents there is sufficient reason to crush them like evil perverts. 149. In fact, from early 1957 onward, the Batista administration would increasingly rely on accusations of communism and the communist backing of both the 26th of July movement and the Directorio Revolucionario in order to gloss his use of state terror against civilians as necessary and justifiable in defense of national security. As in many contemporary and future Cold War-era military regimes supported by the United States in Latin America, state terror under Batista included arbitrary arrests, detentions, torture, executions, and distortions of truth regarding genuine armed opposition movements. Later defined as counterinsurgency methods, such tactics were meant to intimidate the populace into passivity and depict the most active of the opposition as ideologically bankrupt. 150 This latter objective, when successful, was intended to leave citizens feeling that there was no alternative to Batista, no better future nation-state possible. Seen from a theoretical perspective, the dictatorship's use of selective disappearance, raids on homes, and Batista's seizing policy of imposing and then withdrawing censorship worked to keep citizens always at the sharpened end of a singular weapon wielded exclusively by the state. 151 In Cuba, however, such tactics did not succeed. Through precise, highly visible assaults on the security of the regime and its farcical claims to popularity, first the Directorio Revolucionario and then the 26th of July movement regularly tore through Batista's tightly woven curtain of public deception, casting a bright light onto all areas of a constructed political stage. On that stage, Batista consistently performed his role as democratic pacifier with mass support. In the years of civil strife that eventually launched a full-fledged war against Batista in 1957, the dictator's primary adversaries in the FO and the 26th of July movement would rely on the integration and coordination of parallel autonomous networks of urban activists charged with secret missions to ensure the success of each movement's very different tactical strategies. As FO leaders envisioned it, decapitating the regime and thereby inciting a social revolution would produce the flight of the worst government elements and the negotiation of renewed democracy among those who remained. For Castro and the 26th of July movement, prolonged urban and guerrilla war would not only bring the regime to its knees but demolish all the structures that might reproduce it by neutralizing any public will to negotiate. By the dawn of 1957, upper and middle class, educated, and progressive leaders drawn from the ranks of Cuban youth were turning the tide of history by taking its meaning and direction into their own hands. 5. Complicit communists, student commandos, Fidelistas, and Civil War, 1956 to 1957. From late 1956 through the early months of 1957, Fulgencio Batista increasingly began to augment his script of national salvation, on which he had previously relied to justify state repression, censorship, and other crimes, by peppering it with references to a communist threat. Strategically, Batista pinned blame squarely on all opposition forces, but especially Fidel Castro's 26th of July movement. In the wake of the near catastrophe of the Granma landing, Batista celebrated the 5th anniversary of his military coup with a speech at Camp Columbia in which he called Fidel Castro an agent of the Soviet Union, insisting, "There is no doubt that the movement headed by Castro is communist and is aided by communists." 1. Most Cubans proved unwilling to swallow Batista's story. Indeed, as this chapter reveals, many citizens increasingly associated support for the armed opposition with anti-communism and disdain for the PSP with hatred of Batista for two reasons. First, Cuba's communists continued other traditional political parties' pattern of fighting bullets with words, and second, Batista exercised an apparent double standard in allowing the PSP to operate more freely than mainstream opponents. Rather than threatening Batista's dictatorship, the PSP actually facilitated its continuation in the eyes of many citizens and key opinion makers among the organized opposition. Yet this was not just a matter of public perception, as the following research suggests, it appears to have been a matter of some fact, at least at the national level. Batista's relationship to the PSP and, conversely, the PSP's private versus public stance on Batista's rule reflected a delicate balancing act on both sides. How this relationship came to be and what it meant for the radicalization of political alternatives to Cuba's constitutional crisis represent only small, if important, and largely ignored, parts of the secret history of the making of revolutionary Cuba. Until 1958, when Batista launched a full-on ground and air offensive against both Fidel's guerrillas and presumed peasant supporters in Orient, his targets were primarily clandestinos, activists who included members of the DR, the 26th of July movement, especially Frank Peza's cells in Orient, and a spectrum of Auténtico-affiliated groups mostly financed by Carlos Prioso Carranza's seemingly bottomless bank account. 2 At the same time, PSP communists also acted clandestinely, although they were agents of a very different kind. Charged by Moscow and the local party directorate to oppose all use of violence against Batista and stick to backing labor rights and elections, PSP militants appeared indirectly allied with Batista, possibly infiltrating and informing on M26-7 and the DR, either on behalf of the PSP or, occasionally, for Batista's intelligence service itself. Propelled by a shift in public attitudes toward Batista's many tactical maneuvers to intimidate citizens as well as citizens' views of armed assaults on Batistiano officials, José Antonio Echeverría had established the Directorio Revolucionario. Until March 1957, FO and its armed wing, the DR, upstaged Fidel Castro's 26th of July movement on a number of levels. As head of the DR, Echevarria oversaw the actions of urban commandos in a variety of operations that directly attacked key players of the regime. However, their valiant, meticulously planned assault on the presidential palace in March 1957 ultimately failed to achieve its goal, the assassination of Fulgencio Batista. This, coupled with the ineffectiveness of Auténtico and Ortodoxo-led movements and the passivity of the Communist Party, cleared the way for the 26th of July movement to stand out in the eyes of citizens as the country's most radical and committed opposition movement. By the spring of 1957, the 26th of July movement's growing network of urban activists and Fidel's tiny band of guerrillas in the eastern mountains of Orient were largely the only armed opposition force left standing. Nonetheless, the sacrifices paid by the DRs and the 26th of July movement's activists under the command of Frank Pace arguably provoked the critical shift in attitude and consciousness favoring armed struggle as the only effective means of toppling Batista that leaders of these groups had long awaited. As we shall see, PSP operations, however minor, may well have helped corrode citizens' belief in the electoral process and the many peaceful means for pressuring the state on which they and leading resistance groups like FO had previously relied. For this reason, it is with the history and relationship of PSP communists to Batista that our story begins. Cuba's communists and the Batista regime. From Batista's coup of March 1952 through the late fall of 1958, when the PSP dramatically switched its position and finally endorsed armed struggle, Cuba's communists had publicly opposed all use of force and conspiracy to overthrow Batista. By the Auténticos' count, they had done so publicly no fewer than 9 times by 1957.3. Moreover, a number of lesser-known communists and former communists had been included in Batista's first cabinet after 1952. These included Raúl Lorenzo, Minister of Commerce, thought to have initially joined Batista's POW on a party-designated mission of infiltration, influence, and information gathering. More significant were Batista's appointment of Arsenio González, militant of Santiago de Las Vegas, a nearby Havana suburb, as Vice Secretary of Labor and of Francisco Julian García Benítez, a communist from Holguín, to serve as a personal advisor and a member of the Consultative Council that substituted for Congress from 1952 to 1954.4. Perhaps because of Batista's desire to simultaneously control both labor and his image as a friend to blacks, in 1952 the PSP was the only party allowed to host national commemorations of 2 of Cuba's most important holidays, the anniversary of El Grito de Guerra on October 10 and the death of Antonio Maceo, the black general of Cuba's independence wars, on December 7. Given that the rest of the political establishment was forbidden to organize public events of any kind on these dates, most observers took Batista's gesture toward the PSP as indicative of mutual need and mutual, if unofficial, accord. 5. Thus, while the violence of Batista's security forces swept the nation, the government granted the PSP license to hold its homage to Maceo in none other than the opulent, centrally located, and prestigious Teatro Nacional, a venue that accommodated thousands of spectators. 6. In this way, Batista continued the pattern of patronizing commemorative acts honoring historical figures, as he had done for the centenary of José Martí. However, the fact that he left responsibility for rendering homage to Antonio Maceo in the hands of the very party he accused of threatening the stability of the nation-state was no coincidence, although it showed a contradiction in discourse versus policy. In practical terms, this and other favors Batista discreetly offered the PSP benefited Batista's image and galvanized passive support for him among certain sectors of labor still dominated by the PSP, thereby greatly enhancing his ability to rule. Importantly, on the occasion of the PSP's commemoration of Maceo, as on so many others, top communist dirigents never crossed the line, even in criticizing Cuba's socio-economic conditions. They never attributed the primary impediment to Cuban liberty to anything other than the U.S. Embassy, that is, the country's lack of sovereignty. In reality, asked Aníbal Escalante, director of the PSP national paper Noticias de Hoy, are Cubans today free? His answer was definitively negative. Yet the reasons named had nothing to do with Batista, government-ordered violence, the continuing impunity of politicians and civil servants reliant on theft, fraud, and graft, or the lack of a constitutional state. In fact, Batista was nowhere to be found in the list of factors to which Escalante and other leaders assigned blame for Cuba's woes. Indeed, unlike virtually any other group that identified itself with the opposition, the PSP did not go as far as to declare the republic dead or even failed as a result of Batista's coup. Cuba has not failed. The republic has not failed. The pueblo has not failed, bellowed Carlos Rafael Rodriguez at the end of his speech at the commemoration to Maceo in December 1952, 9 months after Batista's coup. There is no other path besides that of General Antonio against imperialism, he concluded. 7 For those cognizant of how differently the PSP had viewed the openly anti-communist but democratically elected government of Prio de Socarrás, the organization's closed-lipped stance on Batista's flagrant violations of Cuban constitutionalism was nothing short of infuriating. For example, Noticias de Hoy minced no words condemning Prio's administration in January 1952, scarcely 6 weeks before the coup, under a headline that fairly screamed, El Lima del PSP es hacer todo para derrotar al gobierno. 8 After March 1952 through 1957, one was hard-pressed to find similar endorsements of the use of all means necessary to dispose of the Batistiano state on the lips or in the writings of leaders of the PSP. 2 factors explain the PSP's much more aggressive call to get rid of Prio than Batista. First, there is no doubt that Prio's government had persecuted the PSP with every tool at its disposal, eliciting its enmity and condemnation. At the rank-and-file level among unions where the PSP was strongest, the auténticos intimidated, bribed, or simply persuaded their way to the majority of elected positions in national as well as provincial leadership between 1948 and 1952. Yet after Batista's coup, Salvador Díaz-Verson, former head of the counter-espionage and anti-communism units of Prio's intelligence forces, maintained that ex-communist Eusebio Mujal, the CTC Secretary General, reversed Prio's course, returning key positions and influence among unions to the PSP. In particular, Díaz-Verson claimed that Mujal had forged a pact between Batista's PAO and the PSP that ceded 5 posts in the CTC's Executive Council to official PSP militants. The most significant of these were Faustino Calquines, a former PSP congressman, and Gonzalo Collado, who had been chief leader of the Federación Tabacalera Nacional, Cuba's largest union of tobacco workers, during longtime communist Lázaro Pina's tenure as Secretary General of the CTC in the 1940s. Another member of Batista's cabinet after 1954 who had deep PSP roots was Pablo Carrera Justiz y de Velasco. The original director of the PSP daily Noticias de Hoy when Batista first legalized the party in 1938, Carrera Justiz y de Velasco had been a member of Lázaro Pina CTC Directorate in the 1940s before becoming Batista's Minister of Communications in 1952 and Minister of Defense in 1954.10 Privately, Díaz-Verson claimed that Batista's so-called anti-communist law had the unofficial backing of the PSP because he used it as a smokescreen to facilitate the repression of ortodoxos, auténticos, and other common enemies, not the PSP. 11. Thus, Díaz-Verson's perspective gives a much more profound meaning to the letter cited in Chapter 3 that Juan Maranello wrote to Marquez Sterling on the nature of the draconian 1953 law. In urging Marquez Sterling to condemn the law on the grounds that ortodoxos would be its greatest victims, Maranello was not just warning him of this possibility, he was counting on it. Whether or not Díaz-Verson's version of private pacts between PSP and PAO labor leaders was correct, certainly Batista's coup signified a return to power for many communist activists in certain unions. One was the Cigar Makers Union of Havana. After Batista's coup, this union reversed previous electoral gains by the auténticos and split its 24-seat executive council nearly equally between communists and members affiliated with either PAO or other pro-Batista parties. 12 Other auténticos, writing privately to Carlos Havia, additionally accused Batista of thwarting the radicalization of the labor movement against him by handing Ministry of Labor jobs over to former communists who had become members of the pro-Batista Progressive Workers' Bloc before the coup. Like black veterans in cities such as Trinidad who formed their own pro-Batista local clubs and new societies like associations of housewives, these civil servants were loyal to Batista because they had been bought off. However, the collective effect was dramatic. It demobilized citizens on issues of labor, women's rights, and racial equality. Behind this demobilization, ironically, stood the PSP.13. For years, both historians of Cuba and Cuban officials have fully admitted the PSP's publicly negative view of the 26th of July movement until the very end of the Civil War in 1958, when the potentially imminent collapse of the Batista dictatorship provoked a sea change in the party's official position. Memories of the opportunism that fueled the PSP's change of heart died hard among the 26th of July movement, especially in the first years after the revolution of 1959.14. Equally well known to historians and Fidelistas was the PSP's denigration of Castro's assault on El Cuartel Moncada in 1953 as a uselessly putschist act. Similarly well known was the Communists' characterization of Fidel's programmatic pamphlet History Will Absolve Me as an ideologically reactionary document representing the ignorant ideological perspective of the bourgeoisie. Perhaps two of the greatest sticking points for Castro himself were this insulting characterization of what his movement considered its premier, founding program, and the PSP's pre-1959 attacks on the degree to which his followers promoted a cult of personality around Fidel. 15. Yet several critical points that explain the Communists' activities and attitudes toward Batista remain largely unknown and mostly unexplored. First, what activities did the PSP actually carry out and what was their purpose? Second, how, if at all, did Batista and the PSP navigate a relationship for mutual gain? And, most important, perhaps, how did other political opponents of Batista, Cuban citizens, and U.S. officials perceive the PSP as a result of this relationship? According to Carta Semanal, Boletín de la Comisión Nacional del Partido Socialista Popular, the weekly news bulletin printed and mailed exclusively to PSP militants from national executives of the PSP, propaganda defending the political policies of the Soviet Union in the world and promoting recruitment of non-members to the ideological or policy positions of the PSP in Cuba were militants' top priorities. Thus, in Carta Semanal, as in Noticias de Hoy, defense of Soviet leaders, promotion of Soviet policies, and reports on the growing global popularity of the USSR abounded. 16 Equally common were celebrations of the allegedly paradise-like conditions of total material and civic equality in the Soviet Union, sometimes accompanied by side-by-side comparisons with the brutality of life and racial discrimination in the United States. 17 In addition to generalized praise for Stalin, nearly every edition of Noticias de Hoy, from its founding to its closure by SIM in July 1953 following the Moncada attack, echoed Carta Semanal in its coverage of Soviet life. Both featured ethnic images, often emphasizing government-regulated cheap prices and equal access to luxury goods while remaining silent on almost all else, particularly the Soviets' decades-long practice of censorship, rationing, and methods of political re-education through hard labor in concentration camps. Like many citizens of Soviet Russia themselves, Cuba's communists knew which aspects of Soviet reality needed to be silenced in order to spread belief in communism and inspire the Soviet-styled revolution they hoped to foment in Cuba. 18. Carta Semanal considered propaganda the main means of influencing events and outcomes in Cuba because it shaped people's outlooks and therefore their decisions. Thus, despite Prio's allegedly unrelenting persecution of the party, it managed to print 500,000 pieces of propaganda in Camagüey province and 1.5 million pieces in Havana during the year 1950 to 1951 alone. 19 Significantly, while Prio was the first to interrupt the publication of the PSP's daily national paper Noticias de Hoy and intimidate the party by arresting Juan Maranello, when Batista shut it down altogether in 1953, that did not stop the party. 20 On the contrary, despite being officially banned, the PSP seemed subject to special treatment compared to other political groups. For example, the publication and dissemination of Carta Semanal to party militants never ceased throughout the Batista dictatorship, although the publication did simplify its name to Bulletin of Information and Orientation, making it appear less institutionally directed. 21 Nonetheless, every edition contained an enumerated list of tareas de la semana and a column entitled Vida del Partido. These sections instructed members in detail on positions to take regarding matters related to union demands, as well as directions for when and where to send telegrams of protest if ever a party official, the USSR, or a specific PSP political viewpoint was criticized by officials or the media. The bulletin also told readers what to say in response to critics at the workplace or on the street, whether the mode of expression was a written telegram or simply a verbal response. Such tactics, ironically, laid the groundwork for the very methods of defending Cuba's post-1959 authoritarian turn away from democratic revolution toward a one-party state led by one man. The man whom PSP advisors and militants championed after 1959 was, of course, Fidel Castro, although before he embraced the Soviet Union and adopted state communism in 1961, the PSP had also ensured that it would survive and flourish in the revolutionary state, with or without Fidel. It did this by infiltrating the upper ranks of Fidel's armed forces to guarantee that covert PSP militants would pioneer the process that resulted in a government-controlled press, and by founding the many mass organizations that became the bedrock of state power. 22 Under Batista, a dictatorship firmly allied with the United States, however, the PSP took a backseat yet still influential role in stabilizing the regime and helping to manage civic control. How did the PSP's National Executive Committee view the Batista regime, and what did it envision as a solution to the violence gripping Cuba? Undoubtedly, after 1956, top PSP leaders increased the severity of their tone, condemning CTC chief Eusebio Mujal as a traitor to workers and calling Batista's government a tyranny. They also characterized Batista's repressive tactics as well as the attacks of the armed opposition as terror, roundly condemning both. PSP leaders saw Batista's tactics as fascistic efforts that endorsed the power of the United States by crushing the inevitability of mass struggle. They depicted the strategies of armed opponents as erroneous methods that impeded mass struggle, whether intentionally or not. 23 Specifically, the PSP disputed Castro's claim that those who did not join armed movements like his were doing nothing against the dictatorship. In reality, countered the PSP, all opposition groups, either in great or small ways, have on one occasion or the other taken measures against the government. 24. Through most of the 6 years Batista remained in power, the PSP declared that the only true Cuban solution was to unite all the opposition, including the workers and the bourgeoisie, in un frente unico behind mass struggle. 25 Although it is easy to interpret such terms as simple support for unionized battles and a general strike, the PSP had a much more specific strategy and memory in mind. Effectively condemning directly the actions of the Directorio Revolucionario and the 26th of July movement thus far, the PSP's Central National Committee endorsed in the especially bloody summer of 1957 not a putsch, not an attack on military barracks to bring about a coup, not terrorism, but the action of the masses, which is just, as the history of our country has proven. 26 Simply put, the PSP wanted to bring about a repetition of the events of August 12, 1933, when the dictator Gerardo Machado left the country, workers rioted in the streets, unions took over sugar mills, low-ranking soldiers overthrew the heads of the armed forces and, according to Carta Semanal's own historical vision, Cuba missed reproducing a social revolution like that of the Soviet Union by just a hair. 27. Oddly, this perspective left the PSP sounding very much like many of the mainstream politicians and journalists it often criticized. Indeed, Francisco Icaso, a regular political columnist in Bohemia, made a case similar to that of the PSP when it came to improving Cuba's political situation under Batista. The best antidote against the pseudo-revolutionary pistolerismo is political mobilization, Icaso wrote in November 1956. The most noble civic act is to procure the expansion of the parties, that is, the instruments of democracy. 28. Moreover, as Batista's repression increased, the PSP's long-standing insistence on being the party of peace and anti-imperialism seemed contradictory. Nevertheless, its calls for political mobilization without armed confrontation deepened. 29 Mela, the magazine of the communist youth, echoed the position of Carta Semanal with covers that read Unity and Mass Struggle to Detain the Terror of the Tyranny. Enough Crimes and Oppression. Machado did not survive the general strike of August 1933. At the same time, most of its political cartoons encouraged attacks on Uncle Sam, Batista's backer, rather than Batista himself as the path to change. 31. By 1957, both the PSP's vision of a future Cuba without Batista and its logic for justifying such a future could seem downright bizarre. For example, in a July 1957 open letter addressed to Fidel Castro, Manuel Bisbee, Ramon Grau San Martin, Emilio Ochoa, José Pardo Lita, Carlos Marquez Sterling, and all other dirigents of parties and political sectors contrary to the regime of the government of the 10th of March, PSP President Juan Maranello and Secretary General Blas Roca argued that removing Batista from power invited U.S. intervention that would inevitably produce benefits for the United States. In particular, they contended that those benefits would accrue to U.S. monopolies in Cuba. For this reason alone, armed revolt and a subsequent revolution autonomous of communist oversight and control were bad ideas. Si mala y nefasta consideramos la intervención extranjera imperialista a favor de Batista, mala la seguimos considerando cuando pretendidamente, un fin político no favorable a Batista. 32. Political cartoons in Carta Semanal were similarly contradictory. On one hand, the PSP condemned extrajudicial killings as instruments of Batista and the CIA, while it also condemned the main strategies of the armed opposition like the burning of cane fields and the putsch strategy of Moncada, characterizing such tactics with Batista's term of terrorism. Under this rubric, both Fidel's M26-7 and the DR were not viable. Only mass struggle for immediate demands and against the tyranny were instruments of a democratic victory. In short, the PSP claimed that the 26th of July movement, the Directorio Revolucionario, and other armed groups' methods were acts of puchismo and insurrections behind the backs of the masses. They were designed to empower the middle and elite professional classes, not peasants and workers. The PSP also condemned any electoral solution arranged by Batista as just as deceptive as the tactics of armed groups against him. Nonetheless, the party did decide to field candidates in Batista's final 1958 elections. 33. This kind of pragmatism formed a central strategy for the PSP. Many Cubans found its evident hypocrisy difficult to ignore. One of its most vociferous critics was, not surprisingly, a Cuban intellectual whom PSP militants loved to hate, university professor and historian Herminio Portalvila. 34 In 1955, Portalvila blasted the PSP's special treatment and, he claimed, special protection from Batista in an extensively documented article published in Bohemia. He began by defending himself from charges in the PSP press that he was un alquilón de Estados Unidos and Bohemia from accusations that it was a voice box for the indecisive, hand-wringing bourgeoisie. In fact, Portalvila fired back, Bohemia continues to be the preferred object of hatred for the PSP because no one could accuse it of being at the service of dictators either of the right or the left, unlike he implied the PSP press itself. After detailing his many years fighting for the revocation of the Platt Amendment in anti-imperialist publications and representing Cuba in Latin American conferences to denounce the unrelenting interference of the United States in the region's affairs, Portalvila presented compelling evidence of what he perceived as Batista's deference to the PSP. 35. How was it possible that Batista assigned a censor to every major publication in Cuba and regularly ordered the arrest and persecution of opposition journalists while the PSP was allowed to mail 12,000 copies of Carta Semanal without government harassment? Given that the PSP had never printed more than 6,000 copies of Noticias de Hoy under Prio, This boost in circulation held meaning. 36 Moreover, how could Carta Semanal, designated as part of the clandestine press, feature high-quality typesetting and circulate on two different kinds of paper, one of newspaper quality for broad dissemination in Cuba and the other on fine-quality heavy paper acquired from abroad? Such details mattered since the real clandestine press, when it could be found, was often hand-typed and sometimes handwritten on cheap paper of miniature dimensions to avoid detection by police. Discovering how the PSP acquired such unique high-quality paper would be easy given the availability of Cuban customs records to Batista's supposedly anti-communist intelligence services. Yet they seemed no more interested in that question than they were in how expensive Carta Semanal was to produce and where the communists got those thousands of pesos given their now allegedly reduced access to civil service jobs and loss of control over the labor movement. Moreover, even as the PSP freely published two other publications, Boletin Semanal and Renovation, without harassment, the organization consistently ignored its own exceptional treatment and claimed the higher ground among the opposition in denouncing the lack of a free press under Batista. Not only was this position inaccurate, given the disproportionately generous degree of tolerance the PSP press enjoyed, it silenced the fact that there was no free press in any part of the Soviet or communist world. Bought off by the gold of Moscow and any dictator who pays for their services, railed Portal Vila, flee from the truth as if it were soap and water capable of revealing who they really were. Like condemned zombies, they move about in the shadows, protecting themselves with anonymity, they surround themselves with secrets and they flourish in the dark. 37. With these remarks, Portal Vila referred to the shroud of secrecy under which PSP militants, like all communist parties in the world outside the Soviet bloc, maintained their identity as party members and thereby carried out party-directed terrorists, or tasks. 38 Initiating events tagged as cultural and sponsored by institutions advocating peace, the PSP often successfully gained people's participation and confidence in activities non-PSP affiliates believed were ideologically neutral, rather than strategically driven. Perhaps most problematic for the PSP was its double standard in defending Cuban sovereignty against the United States but not the USSR, and its duplicity with regard to the political intentions of many of its outwardly neutral cultural activities. First came its apparent blindness to the fact that supporting the Soviet Union was just as imperialistic in the minds of many Cubans as supporting the United States. Batista, by tolerating the PSP to a degree he did not allow other parties, was doing the same, courting both the Yankees and the Soviets, although one more overtly than the other. If our government supports the imperialist policies of the anti-patriotic Communist Party, we ought to have faith that our people will not allow themselves to be sheepishly convinced, wrote one citizen, who admitted to signing his manifesto with a pseudonym out of fear of reprisals. El beso del dictador es una conquista, neguémoslo. 39 Moreover, for all their claims of promoting peace and cultural debate, PSP publications like Por la Paz Duradera, Por una Democracia Popular or Mujeres Cubanas were no more ideologically neutral than those of the Instituto de Intercambio Cultural Cubano Sovietico. 40. But it was not simply through such highbrow activities that the PSP got its message out. It also established sewing circles for indigent girls, created popular theater groups who performed for marginalized slum dwellers, and constantly relied on discourses of peace amid civil war. 41 Through such means, the PSP regularly falsified its true goals and inheritance of pro-Soviet authoritarian values by appealing to the sympathy of the public. 42 Nonetheless, as Portal Vila well stated, the PSP persisted in the strategy of appearing to be open and democratic when its policies and power structure were hierarchically driven, often subject to Soviet advisement, and highly centralized. It was therefore easy to accuse the PSP of failing to recognize its own pro-imperialist stripes when it came to members' admiration for the Soviet Union. Yet this evident hypocrisy represented the least important of the PSP's many weaknesses when it came to the Communists' credibility in describing themselves as genuine opponents of Batista. The PSP was not simply interested in changing people's points of view. Unlike POW, whose deference to the United States was infamous even if not necessarily consistent, The PSP's alleged priority of defending the sovereignty of Cuba did not include doing so against all imperial powers, just that of the United States. Although this is confirmed only for the prior years, for which some internal intelligence reports are available to historians, the PSP undoubtedly engaged in espionage on behalf of the Soviet Union through its Cuban members. Reports of the organization's activities under Prio Socorro suggest patterns and methods of behavior that the PSP likely continued under Batista as well, especially as it considered Batista a more amenable and pragmatic adversary than Prio. Thus, President Prio's intelligence agencies secretly confirmed espionage activities by Cuban communists, some of whom were Soviet agents, as well as communists on missions for the Maoist Chinese Party. For example, in February 1951, Detective Carlos Chao sent a confidential report to the Minister of Governance and the Chief of the National Secret Police detailing a raid on a Chinese-owned bodega in Santiago de Cuba. The raid revealed publication of an underground newspaper in Chinese, propaganda posters backing the candidacy of PSP leaders in upcoming national elections, and other materials received from both the Soviets and the Chinese for dissemination in Cuba. None of these activities were technically illegal. However, the communist status as foreigners, none of them were either permanent residents or naturalized citizens of Cuba, made them suspicious and subject to deportation. Carlos Chao suggested that they were all spies. Indeed, at least one, Luis Lee, had managed to infiltrate the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo by getting a job there as a cook. Not surprisingly, discovery of his real purpose there, espionage, got him fired. 43. Perhaps the most important Soviet-trained and Soviet-commissioned spy who influenced and organized the public outreach and propaganda of the PSP for decades was Fabio Grobert. A Ukrainian by birth, Grobert impressed Soviet leaders, who selected him for training in Marxist philosophy at Moscow's Political University. In 1924, Grobert had disembarked clandestinely in Havana with the task of creating intimate ties to the already radical anti-imperialist student movement led by Julio Antonio Mella and Ruben Martinez Villena, both of whom became communist militants partly through the tutelage of Grobert. He also took responsibility for founding Cuba's first communist cell in Manzanillo, under the leadership of Blas Roca. 44 From 1924 until Batista legalized the party in 1938, Grobert lived under 5 different aliases. Yet he was immensely successful in integrating himself and thereby Soviet intelligence into both Cuban society and the emerging vanguard of students, intellectuals, and workers comprising the anti-Machado Cuban left. He became a naturalized citizen in 1936. Grobert's activities show evidence that the PSP exercised clandestine influence over the state in national affairs. For instance, when Machado expelled Grobert and other communists as spies in 1932, Grobert's longtime lover Doris Stern Vainstock managed to get the group back into Cuba on false passports she arranged by seducing the son of Ramiro Guerra Sanchez, Machado's Minister of Education and one of Cuba's premier historians. 45 A regular visitor to the Soviet Union in the 1940s, editor and publisher of PSP recruitment materials such as the communist magazine Fundamentos and pamphlets like Quien Puede Ser Militant Socialista, Grobert was considered the chief representative of Soviet-sponsored congresses and delegations in Latin America by the 1950s. Perhaps the best evidence that he was and had always been a Soviet agent, however, was the fact that from 1924 to 1950, he had never held a job in Cuba of any kind and was officially unemployed. Yet he and his communist wife, Perla Sunshine, lived in an apartment in Vedado for which they paid $90 a month in rent, a sum that surpassed most habaneros' monthly income at the time, even those of the professional and middle class. 46. The significance of Grobert's infiltration of Cuba's original communist movement and his work on behalf of the pro-Soviet party that became the PSP after 1938 lies in how his activities explain the unpopularity and wariness with which Cubans increasingly viewed the party under Batista's dictatorship of the 1950s. The party attempted to deceive Cubans into believing that many of their institutions, publications, and activities were not financed, sponsored, or subsidized by the Soviet Union when in fact they were. Indeed, it was not until June 1951 that the PSP publicly admitted, in writing, that its national newspaper Noticias de Hoy was not privately financed as a product of leftists' collaboration but an official organ of the Communist Party. 47 The PSP also founded a cultural club called La Sociedad Nuestro Tiempo, which produced a magazine, allegedly free of political and religious prejudices, also called Nuestro Tiempo, directed by Santiago Alvarez. 48 Later, his unknown militancy in the party and success in gaining the confidence of non-party intellectuals through the club Nuestro Tiempo for covert tasks earned him a position as the undisputed czar of post-1959 pro-government newsreels and documentaries in Fidel Castro's communist state film industry. 49 Instructed to seek out anti-imperialist activists who would lessen the appearance that the Communist Party directed its cultural and filmic activities. Nuestro Tiempo recruited radical thinkers Carlos Franqui and Guillermo Cabrera Infante until both dropped their membership upon discovering that their participation was political window dressing for the PSP and they were merely being used. 50. Whether out of resentment or genuine ideological differences, Auténticos might have exaggerated the degree to which former communists close to Batista remained committed or active in the party. This question remains largely unanswerable so long as historians have no access to former Soviet archives on the Cuban Communists and Batista's intelligence archives remain in the closed vaults of the current Castro-led regime's Council of State and headquarters of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. However, to say that Batista dragged his feet when it came to repressing the communists was an understatement in the opinion of many. These included Cuban journalists, U.S. officials, and leaders of Cuba's anti-communist movement like Salvador Díaz-Verson, Prio's former chief of military intelligence and president of the Anti-Communist League of Latin America as well as its Cuba branch in the 1940s through the 1950s. According to Luis Ortega, a friend of Batista, U.S. embassy officials had visited and persuaded Ortega to help President Prio carry out his anti-communist campaign through Ortega's column in Prensa Libre, then the most widely read national newspaper in Cuba, long before Batista's coup. Delighted at the suggestion, Ortega complied, defending Prio's right to shut down Noticias de Hoy on the basis that it was a Soviet-financed instrument for undermining Cuban sovereignty. To his horror, however, the PSP immediately began publishing another newspaper under the title Ultima Hora, despite the fact that the party's pariah status should have made it impossible for any landlord to rent its space for a new taller, or studio. Who helped the communists find Talleres, breaking the general rule of denying them all resources? Well, no one more nor less than the current president of Cuba, General Fulgencio Batista y Zaldívar, Ortega wrote in an unsolicited report, apparently addressed to U.S. embassy officials in the late 1950s. 51. When Ortega repeatedly tried to persuade him not to help the PSP, Batista explained that their mutual enmity with Prio made the communists his allies and friends. Despite his annoyance at the time, Ortega accepted Batista's pragmatism and later, after his coup, accepted his invitation to serve as an advisor on his consultative council. Incredibly, however, Ortega's first proposal to the council was roundly rejected by advisors closest to Batista, such as Carlos Salad Rodriguez, his former vice president, and Batista himself. Ortega had proposed the establishment of a committee for the investigation of communist activities in Cuba, modeled on the United States' infamous Congressional Committee of a similar name and purpose, headed by Senator Joseph McCarthy. According to Ortega, Salad Rodriguez characterized the creation of such a government body as catastrophic to Batista's rule since so much of Batista's control over labor and the stability of the economy rested on PSP-affiliated members of his cabinet. These had officially joined Batista's party but secretly or sometimes openly retained a parallel communist militancy. They were, in particular, Minister of Commerce Raúl Lorenzo and Minister of Labor Arsenio González. 52. Indeed, Ortega himself offered a clear explanation of why Batista and the PSP needed each other. Batista is between the sword and the wall. His compromises with the American government force him to take energetic action against communism, but the internal political reality of the country also obligates him to make certain accommodations. An alliance among the Ortodoxos, the Auténticos, and the PSP would be Batista's worst nightmare because it would surely cost him his power. For their part, the Communists are not interested in toppling Batista, but rather, on the contrary, maintaining him in power because he is the only guarantee that they have of being able to unleash chaos in Cuba. Batista has created in Cuba a climate favorable to red agitation. They, Batista and the Communists, understand each other perfectly. For this reason, Ortega saw Batista as a secret ally of the Communists. 53. Salvador Díaz-Verson went even further. For reasons that made little sense to him, since Batista was supposedly fighting the threat of communism by arresting the opposition, selective assassination, torture, censorship, and intimidation of the public, Batista had forced Díaz-Verson into exile in the United States. Letting him remain in Cuba would have allowed him to exploit Batista's anti-communist rhetoric for genuine anti-communist ends, that is, the real repression of the party. By repressing anti-communist opponents committed to constitutional liberalism and simultaneously allowing the PSP to operate more freely than they, Batista was radicalizing Cuba and jeopardizing citizens' belief in a democratic future based on electoral forms of government. 54 Despite his efforts to disguise himself, wrote Díaz-Verson in a clandestinely published manifesto to the people of Cuba, Batista is not a Latin American dictator but a Soviet dictator, and hopefully the people of Cuba and the free nations of America will comprehend this in time, before it is too late. 55. It is impossible to say whether Ortega's and Díaz-Verson's views were widely held. Certainly, publications of anti-communist groups such as the Asociación Cubana Pro Democracia took easy potshots at the PSP for being a party whose top leaders touted the glories of egalitarianism but lived the good life of Soviet-sponsored travel to Russia and promoted Jamón para Todos, a highly bourgeois type of communism that did not exist anywhere in the USSR, known for its ration lines and gulags. 56. However, hatred for Batista did become increasingly associated with disdain for the Communist Party of Cuba among certain sectors such as the Colegio Médico Nacional de Cuba. In a historical memoir covering the medical association's history in the 1950s through the first 2 years of the revolution led by Fidel Castro, Dr. David Enrique Amado Ledo, vice president of the Colegio Médico from 1952 to 1960, expressed how anti-communist/anti-Batista sentiments played out. In 1956, Amado Ledo contended, members attempted to expel all PSP militants from their ranks. Their logic rested on the basis of a mutually shared anti-communism and the sense that the PSP was not only infiltrating its ranks but receiving special protection from Batista. Ever present in the minds of members was the undeniable reality that all of the political leaders of the democratic parties of Cuba were being persecuted, assassinated, and forced to live in exile while top PSP dirigents such as Blas Roca, a regular visitor to Stalin's home, enjoyed all the peace, care, and medical attention they needed in Cuba, without a care in the world. For most Cuban doctors, it was obvious that there was at the very least a tacit pact between the bloody regime of Batista and the top levels of the Communist Party of Cuba. 57. Possibly for the same reasons, U.S. officials proved far less confident than the U.S. public in celebrating Batista as a champion in the fight against communism. Between 1956 and 1958, Lyman B. Kirkpatrick Jr., a top-ranking official at the CIA, made repeated trips to Cuba to help the government establish an effective organization to fight communism. Previously, Batista had promised Secretary of State John Foster Dulles that he would put such an agency in place. However, when Kirkpatrick made his first trip to Havana in June 1956, little had been done except to funnel some money into an organization that existed only on paper. That organization was BRAC, the Bureau para la Represión de Actividades Comunistas. Despite its aggressive title, BRAC ranked low on the totem pole of government agencies, had barely any budget, and was headed by a former army sergeant who, according to Kirkpatrick, had trouble securing interviews with the president. 58. Worse yet, from Kirkpatrick's perspective, then U.S. Ambassador Arthur Gardner had issued standing orders that no member of the U.S. Embassy have contact with anyone in the Cuban political spectrum who opposed Batista. U.S. policy at the time was to give full support to the Batista government, including military assistance. However, according to Kirkpatrick, the idea was more Batista's than Gardner's, and therefore a bad one. No contact with the opposition left the U.S. government deprived of critical information about political opinions that were to form an increasingly important part of the Cuban picture. In the end, however, Gardner retained his post for another 2 years, a factor that greatly aided the consolidation of armed groups' David-like image before ominous adversaries and boosted public sympathy for armed actions in the name of a historically sanctioned, deeply ingrained cause, anti-imperialism and Cuban national sovereignty. During this time, BRAC became fully operational under Director José Castano Quevedo and directly accountable to the Minister of Governance Santiago Rey. 59. Nonetheless, as foreign policy historian Thomas Patterson has shown, the CIA's position mirrored that of the U.S. government generally with regard to recognizing the depth of the crisis mounting in Cuba. Passivity, complicity, and deniability remained the order of the day until December 1958, when U.S. efforts to alter its image as a stalwart Batista backer proved far too little and far too late. 60 Moreover, neither the CIA nor BRAC succeeded in persuading Batista to stop glossing all of his opponents as either communists or facilitators of a communist takeover. SIM, as Kirkpatrick noted, specialized in the use of violence against opponents, as did the Bureau d'Investigaciones. For them, BRAC was just another weapon in the arsenal against tactical threats to Batista's rule. 61 In real terms, these did not include Cuba's PSP, the communists. By contrast, most Americans were eager for easy, coherent explanations of their government's increasing interventions in Latin America as well as naively supportive of the installation of pro-US dictators like Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, the Somoza dynasty in Nicaragua and, most recently, the terror-driven military state of Guatemala. The market for such narratives was clearly vast and Batista, together with his paid publicity agents in the United States, took full advantage of it. Magazines such as Intelligence Digest quickly fused Castro to a hemispheric communist threat on the basis of little more than Che Guevara's ideological bent and the principle that any group's opposition to U.S. supported dictators automatically made it communist. 62 In addition, U.S. magazines focused on popular culture and the Hollywood jet set featured stories profiling a handsome, smiling Batista. That magazines such as C did so alongside interviews with Oscar-winning actress Ann Baxter and comedians Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis legitimated his stance among U.S. readers and diminished the explosive nature of the situation created by Batista's rule in Cuba. He took Cuba twice. Red C's cover page headline on Batista. As early as January 1953, C described Batista precisely as he wanted the U.S. public to see him: General Batista, friend of U.S., foe of Reds, teaches technique of bloodless coup d'état. The author of the piece was the Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo's consul general in the United States. 63 By 1956, knowledge of the violent turn that opposition to Batista had taken led the U.S. Department of Commerce to issue its own 200-page glowing report on the Cuban economy, encouraging U.S. businessmen to invest in Cuba. 64. Similarly, the Cuban tourist edition of the Orlando Sentinel's Florida magazine issued a 32-page guide that painted Cuban reality in the pastel watercolors of progress, prosperity, and political stability, thanks to Batista, named Man of the Week by editors. The title of the article on Batista cheered, Cuba booming under Batista and his people applaud the government. 65 Among the visible efforts to modernize Cuba that figured among Batista's greatest contributions were fewer beggars and a good army. The paper noted, Batista certainly isn't a typical Latin American in his working habits. He traces his ancestry to Cuban Indians and it shows plainly on his strong face. At the time, Florida was known not only for being one of the most racially segregated states in the country but for its long history of extra-legal executions of African Americans. 66 In the 1940s and 1950s, Florida tourist destinations such as the St. Petersburg Alligator Farm and Central Florida were still proudly selling themselves as a place where local whites hunted alligators using black babies and small children as gator bait. Senders of postcards celebrating the idea of feeding blacks to alligators hailed largely from New England, especially intellectually liberal cities such as New Haven, Connecticut. 67 Given this context, Batista's success in courting Americans in high political places and using the U.S. media to broadcast his own self-designed image remains nothing short of astounding. Figure 20. From the early 1900s through the 1950s, when Florida emerged as a mecca for wealthy northern tourists, local businesses sold the appeal of the state through the lens of white supremacy. Daytona Beach, the city Batista and his family had called home from 1944 to 1948, aided Batista's positive image-making in the United States with Batista Day on March 25, 1956. Launched with a 21-gun salute at the airport, the 4-day visit of Batista, the First Lady, and their children featured a parade through the city in honor of Batista, a speech in English that Batista had prepared himself, and a commemorative visit to Seabreeze High School, where Batista laid a wreath at the bust of Jose Marti. 68 Editors at the city's main paper described Batista in the most glowing of terms. Batista has written his name into the history of Cuba, a country that has always been near and dear to Americans. Batista may well turn out to be the Abraham Lincoln of Cuba. His modest background and the fight he is making to preserve Cuba as a unified nation on its way to a government of the people, for the people and by the people establish such a parallel. Of course, like Lincoln and all men of accomplishments, he has his enemies. 69. Figure 21. Jose Pepe Puente Blanco conceived and led the FUS protest of Batista Day festivities in Daytona Beach, suddenly inserting young protesters and their English-language banner into the city's celebratory parade. Despite all the revelry, Batista's enemies were numerous enough that the city of Daytona took extreme measures to protect him during his visit. Joined by Batista's own intelligence forces, Daytona police placed Batista's home and hotels where other Cubans stayed on round-the-clock watch. 70 The number of men in Batista's personal bodyguard totaled no fewer than 100. 71. Nonetheless, a group of young Cuban students led by none other than Pepe Puente Blanco, architect of FUS nationally televised demonstration at the baseball stadium in 1954, managed to interrupt festivities by reenacting a very similar protest, an operation of FUS Directorio Revolucionario. For 7 blocks, Pepe, Gustavo Machin, Jose Fernandez Casio, Armando Hernandez, and Jorge Robredo carried a long banner reading, "Batista, a dictator," before being approached by police and fleeing the scene. Pepe and the others went to Miami after the parade ended, only to discover that Miami's newspapers had blacked out the protest. They returned to Daytona and dropped by the offices of the News Journal, because that paper included a picture of their protest. "We want something to show when we get back to Cuba," one of them said. 72 After buying copies of the paper and happily providing their names to reporters, something they could not have done in Cuba, the students issued a joint statement: "We wanted Americans to know we don't like Batista. We in Cuba want the Americans to know we are fighting for democracy." 73. The paths of Daytona's political elite and the DR would soon cross again. Coinciding with the DR's successful assassination of SIM chief Blanco Rico and assault on others in late October 1956, Daytona's mayor and a delegation of important Floridians arrived in Havana to visit Batista and announce the opening of a Cuban museum in one of the 2 houses Batista donated to the city in 1957.74. While the timing of these events may have happened by chance, the Directorio's commitment to pulling away the curtain to reveal Batista's dark side matched Batista's and friendly American politicians' determination to prevent that from happening. Fighting a moral war in lieu of civil war. On February 24, 1957, Herbert Matthews published his now legendary interview with Fidel Castro and report on the 26th of July movement guerrillas ensconced in the Sierra Maestra on the front page of the New York Times. 75 Not only did Matthews disprove Batistiano officials' claim that Fidel Castro was dead, he utterly humiliated the regime in doing so. One of a special three-part series editors assigned to Matthews, the article formed the basis of Matthews's contention that the fight for control of Cuba's future had only just begun. Batista's censorship of foreign news media had blocked the internal release of those editions of the Times by requiring customs officers to literally cut out the offensive articles before copies could be released and sold. 76. Yet news of Matthews's reports quickly filtered through the cracks of Batista's censorship and catalyzed hope across Cuba. Among the arguments that Matthews made was that Fidel's movement formed only one of three wings of clandestine subversion and armed struggle: the 26th of July movement, the still autonomous, if allied, civic resistance movement in cities, and the Directorio Revolucionario, mostly composed of elected leaders of FU. The students obviously are not seeking anything for themselves, wrote Matthews. Noting at least one member's insistence that his parents and grandparents' experience as Mambises and anti-Machado fighters made his determination to sacrifice himself for the cause unquestionable, Matthews continued, as a whole their traditions are anti-communist and democratic. Contrary to traditional recollections and analyses of Matthews's accounts, he was clearly most impressed with the historical and political purity articulated by the students, particularly José Antonio Echeverría. Nicknamed El Gordo by his friends in FU and the Directorio, José Antonio was described by Matthews as merely heavy-set, florid, handsome, with a mass of hair in a pompadour, prematurely touched by gray. He is only 24 years old and an architecture student. 77. Although repeatedly demonized after 1959 for supposedly inventing Fidel Castro, Matthews's three-part series actually suggested that the Directorio Revolucionarios and José Antonio Echeverría's legitimacy far surpassed that of Fidel Castro in the winter of 1957. They had cultivated a degree of prestige and trust with the public unrivaled by any other oppositional group. This endowed them with the capacity to ignite public outrage against the regime and generate support. Unafraid to die and eager for an immediate bloody end to the dictatorial state that a guerrilla war implied, top DR leaders had been living underground for months when they saw Matthews. They had developed a tight bond with one another, even as the organization expanded in numbers. FU member Esther Bombino, then in his last year of medical studies, spent a great deal of time talking to Echeverría, who was hiding from the police. Lodged in an apartment building packed with students, José Antonio successfully relied on two brothers who were also studying medicine not only for his safety but for the security of the highly dangerous mission that the DR was planning. 78. Beginning in January 1957, the DR designed a commando operation involving approximately 150 men. The idea was likely born of Echeverría's conversations with Manilao Mora, an experienced Auténtico activist with whom he had served time in prison. One group, led by Carlos Gutiérrez Menoyo, a veteran of the Spanish Civil War, and seconded by Forcoman, was to gain entrance to the presidential palace using three vehicles. The first of these, driven by Mora, was a red truck labeled Fast Delivery on both sides. The students had reconstructed the interior of the truck with a false floor and filled it with automatic weapons and other heavy arms. Upon arrival, members of this group of assailants were supposed to fire their way past the presidential guard and up the stairs to Batista's private office with the goal of assassinating him or, as pro-democratic activists of Latin America and the DR would have said at the time, para ajusticiarlo. Meanwhile, those of another group, led by José Antonio Echeverría, would make their way to CMQ radio station where they would announce the killing of the dictator and subsequently converge at the University of Havana where huge caches of machine guns, rifles, and carbines had been secretly stored. Student snipers were to occupy the tallest buildings surrounding both the presidential palace and the University of Havana. Others were to take over the Havana airport to prevent possible escape by Batista's henchmen. Jorge Valls would lead a team to the presidential palace after its capture and reinforce the attack as well as participate in other operations to secure the Bureau de Investigaciones, key police precincts, and other military strongholds like the headquarters of SIM. 79. The unconditional willingness of the majority of the students and other DR recruits to participate in the task seems astounding. Samuel Beecherson voted against the operation, warning that a failure would annihilate the DR's ability to upend the regime permanently, yet he still fully participated in the plan. 80 Similarly, Bombino, who had no knowledge of the DR's conspiracy until the night before the actual attack, had to decide on the spot when a med school classmate conveyed Echevarria's invitation to join him in an act. If he consented, the classmate would give him the address where he would meet José Antonio that night. Without vacillation, Bombino said yes. After learning every detail of the plan from Echevarria himself, he agreed to his assignment. Bombino would ride in one of 3 cars that took over the CMQ radio station, wait while José Antonio transmitted the message of the DR's decapitation of the regime to the nation, and then take a carbine to the university's rooftop, where he and others would prevent the police from making their way up La Escalinata by mowing them down with gunfire. Night I went to the apartment. Echevarria opened the door himself and said, using a phrase very typical of him, "Mulatto, mulatto, yo sabía que tu no me falabas 81. Yet for all these young men's evident bravery and determination, Echevarria's last acts before the 0 hour spoke to his own recognition of the odds the DR faced. Although he had seen no other member of his family since he had appeared in Matanzas almost a year earlier to attend the funeral of his brother Alfredo, José Antonio's other brother Sinforiano saw him weekly, serving as a column of personal strength as well as his link to the outside. No one suspected that Sinforiano, trained in mechanical engineering, a fluent English speaker, and an employee of Sabataz, Procter & Gamble's Cuban subsidiary, served as a primary factor in José Antonio's survival. A supplier of much-needed news and home-cooked food, Sinforiano, with his buoyant personality, sense of mission, and very Cuban sardonic sense of humor, often provided simple luxuries such as comic relief. He also lent José Antonio his car so that he, disguised, could take his girlfriend, Maria Esperanza, out on dates. While José Antonio certainly used Sinforiano's car for this purpose, what his brother did not know was that he also used it to transport mass quantities of weapons. A master of disguise, José Antonio managed to fool even Sinforiano. Masquerading as a bus driver, complete with a mustache, uniform, and hair that he had dyed gray, Echevarria opened the door of his safe house to Sinforiano on one occasion and subsequently dissolved into laughter when his completely duped brother repeatedly asked to speak to José Antonio. 82. However, José Antonio Echevarria took his role and the very real possibility of his death seriously. Catholicism, Sinforiano attested, was a living fiber for many young Cubans who connected the multiple dimensions of their political consciousness to God, their membership in La Juventud Católica, and the Christian mission of dying in the service of Jesus's word. When Sinforiano asked his brother one day why was he doing what he was doing, José Antonio replied, using his brother's family nickname, Vico, "That's the problem with politics, that politics are managed by gangsters, politiqueros, sinvergüenzas, thieves. If we who are decent people do not participate in politics, how is this ever going to end? This will end in disaster. For that reason we must take part in politics, in order to improve the kind of people that govern our country." I will never forget that, Sinforiano said solemnly in 2009. Tears filled his eyes. 83 Lucy, their sister, showed similar deep emotions when she revealed that José Antonio had received the final sacrament of last rites from Franciscan priests who had once offered him a safe house for several months. 84 For Roman Catholics, the request to receive last rites implied consciousness of imminent death and the desire to be absolved of all sins and to heal one's soul before leaving this life. In the end, the commando team's penetration of the presidential palace, the takeover of the radio station's broadcasting booth, and the convergence of key groups of participants on the grounds of the University of Havana proved remarkably successful. Led by the valiant Carlos Gutiérrez Menoyo, all but one member of the group charged with killing Batista made it into Batista's office. Shot before arriving at the palace, Coleman had the dubious distinction of crawling his way to safety and thus surviving an otherwise increasingly doomed mission. Others demonstrated their unconditional willingness to die. Wounded as he left the fast delivery truck and sporting a broken, useless pair of glasses and an equally damaged machine gun, Carbo Servia nonetheless reached the main gates, found a weapon, and proceeded up the stairs to shoot Batista. 85. To their horror, however, the men of the commando team found that Batista was not there. Only seconds before, he had gone up a hidden back staircase to the presidential family quarters on the third floor to visit one of his sons, sick and home from school. 86. Simultaneously, although ignorant of the key commando team's failure to kill or even capture Batista, Jose Antonio Echeverria, Bombino, and others arrived at CMQ in 3 rented identical Mamie-colored Ford cars. Firing their way in and out of the transmission booth, Jose Antonio took the microphones of Radio Reloj at CMQ and addressed the nation as the president of FUT. 87 Pueblo de Cuba. He announced passionately, "En estos momentos acaba de ser ajusticia de revolucionariamente el dictador Fulgencio Batista. En su propia madriguera del Palacio Presidencial, el pueblo de Cuba ha ido a ajustar cuentas. Y somos nosotros, el directorio revolucionario, los que en nombre de la revolución cubana ha dado el tiro de gracia a este régimen de aprobio. 88 Incredibly, perhaps, Bombino recounted that he and others waiting in the getaway car never heard the announcement, either because the Ford rentals had no radios or because they simply were so nervous they forgot to turn the radio on. 89. At the presidential palace, general mayhem broke loose as machine gun fire sprayed the grounds from the third floor of the palace. The commando squad battled on, assisted by a group of only 50 snipers instead of the planned 100. Only half had shown up as the word-of-mouth method for transmitting the date and time of the battle failed to function when it was most needed. 90. The death of Jose Antonio Echeverria soon followed. Having completed their task at the radio station and unaware of the plan unraveling around them, he and his fellow assailants encountered a police patrol car on the way to the university, crashing into it under a hail of bullets apparently started by Chino Figueredo, one of DR's commandos. All but Jose Antonio escaped. Shot in the leg, he attempted to assault the police car but his wound made him fall to the ground. Having learned virtually every detail of her brother's death from key sources in the hours that followed and after the flight of Batista in January 1959, Lucy Echeverria recollected what happened next. Approached by the cop, who recognized him, Jose Antonio asked him, "Are you going to kill me?" To which the man replied, "Si, te voy a matar pa que no jodas mas." Shot at point-blank range in 3 places, including his chest, Jose Antonio was left to die alone, bleeding out for over an hour. Only a group of nuns, finding him lying nearly lifeless on the ground, dared approach him to offer what little they could, spiritual comfort. The rest of the group abandoned their leader. Pale and visibly horrified, Fructuoso Rodriguez watched the murder from his position behind the giant statue of Alma Mater at the top of the university stairs. When Esther Bombino, racing to take up his assigned position on a rooftop, saw Fructuoso, he knew immediately that something had gone terribly wrong. Fructuoso, ¿qué pasó? Mataron al gordo. 91. The Directorio Revolucionario and FU never genuinely recovered from the death of Jose Antonio Echeverria. The Directorio Revolucionario had capped off the students' highly public unarmed civic struggle against Batista with the boldest and most direct assault on the dictatorship yet. For the assault on the presidential palace and effort to kill Fulgencio Batista, months in the planning, Echeverria had chosen March 13, Cuba's National Day of the Architect. The selection was neither coincidental nor a boastful act, despite his own choice of a career path before state terror at the university had forced faculty and FU to shut most departments down. In selecting March 13, DR members had wanted to deny Batista his own self-assigned image as the builder and modernizer of Cuba's future. They wanted to set a clear symbolic path toward reconstruction, repair, and change by bringing him to justice through death. Had their plan succeeded, Echeverria and the DR would have done far more than kill the tyrant. They would have empowered a people sick of arbitrary rule, corruption, false claims to constitutionalism, and state violence against civilians. They also would have proved the vulnerability of the regime to the least likely of its enemies to succeed. Arguably more important than Castro's assault on Moncada, the DR's commando-style attack on the presidential palace raised the stakes for Batista as never before. Although the DR's unexpected assault did not succeed in achieving its aims, the context in which it took place and, more important, the historically ingrained image of its authors as selfless young patriots of Cuba may well have galvanized citizen support for armed struggle and for Fidel Castro's leadership like no other previous event. As the final chapter of this book argues, Castro and the 26th of July movement capitalized on the consequences, impact, and example of the students' valor to forge the broader, popularly backed, and even more violent struggle that still lay ahead. With the stage now cleared of any other contender for the part of Cuba's long-awaited and much-needed selfless messiah, Fidel Castro proved more than ready and willing to take over that role. Critical to the public's acceptance and eventual embrace of him as a national, apolitical, morally righteous, and historically destined messiah were the thousands of anonymous urban agents of the 26th of July movement and its related movement of civic resistance who stood at the front line of the fighting. Equally significant were many heroic journalists who took on the dangers these clandestinos faced and espoused the Cuban cause of freedom and sovereignty as their own. 6. Clandestinos, Guerrillas, and the Making of a Messiah in the Sierra Maestra, 1957–1958. The day after the Directorio. Revolucionarios' attempted assassination of Fulgencio Batista, the press announced that the assault on the presidential palace had resulted in more than 40 dead and 18 wounded. 1 Those named were almost all members of Batista's military. Killed during and after the commando operation, however, were dozens more, whether shot on sight or caught and executed on the street. Coverage in El Mundo included images of soldiers atop armed tanks, the fast delivery truck used in the assault, passers-by crouched behind doors, the remains of a shot-out bus, and an impressive assortment of .50 caliber ammunition belts, rifles, and machine guns the DR assailants had left behind. 2 Taking advantage of the mayhem to get rid of key opposition figures, government assassins murdered Senator Pelayo Cuervo Navarro, current president of the Ortodoxos and the much-admired brains behind many of Eduardo Chivas's legislative proposals and judicial briefs against corrupt officials. 3. Batista's men also cracked down on suspected activists of the 26th of July movement. First, they arrested the National Director of Urban Action and Sabotage Units Faustino Perez and then caught Carlos Franqui and Vicente Baez red-handed as they edited and printed clandestine newspapers of the movement. Interrogated and tortured, Perez, Franqui, and Baez spent the next 4 months in jail. 4 weeks later, Batista's security forces continued the hunt for DR survivors. Although the PSP's Youth Division energetically protested the government's charge that communists had collaborated with the DR and denounced the murders of Pelayo Cuervo and José Antonio Echeverria, they also held to the party line. 1957 was, in essence, no different than 1933. If opponents to the regime truly wanted to topple it, they needed to back acciones de masa and not ineffective putschista schemes like those of Fidel Castro and the DR5. In April, Batista's security forces finally found and promptly slaughtered the DR leaders Fructuoso Rodriguez, Juan Pedro Carbo Servia, Joe Westbrook, and José Machado Rodriguez in their hideout at Humboldt 7, an apartment building facing the Malecon, Havana seawall. Proud to advertise the murders, police dragged their bodies into the street. Apparently operating on party orders, Marcos Rodriguez, a covered PSP activist who infiltrated the DR, had identified their location to police. 6. No longer attempting to win hearts and minds, if it ever had, Batista's regime became a hardline modern dictatorship in the spring of 1957 through December 1958. As Batista increasingly turned toward terror in the cities, his U.S. supplied army and air force unleashed an all-out war against civilians in 2 rural regions, the countryside of Orient dominated by Fidel Castro's guerrillas and El Escambre Mountains of central Cuba, where a small but effective force of DR fighters reconstituted themselves, each relied on the support of peasants, although DR guerrillas never benefited from the vast supply chain that Fidel's 26th of July movement in cities could provide. 7 Yet citizens' increasing support for armed struggle did not result from great military successes by either group. Rather, the shift in consciousness brought about in the previous 2 years, popular backlash against the methods of the state, and sympathy for the heroic David versus Goliath character of activists' fight laid the groundwork for Batista's fall. No publicity campaign or rhetorical smokescreen could hide or justify Batista's militarism and brutal atrocities. In 1957 through most of 1958, moral victories rather than political or even military ones consumed the vast energies of the growing 26th of July movement, most of which was composed of tens of thousands of faceless and nameless clandestine activists who formed a secret underground of cells across Cuba and key organizational sites abroad. 8 Until 1958, when guerrilla forces began to implement programs of social and economic reforms in the limited zones that they controlled, covered urban revolutionaries could claim most such victories. These clandestinos empowered citizens by pointing out the vulnerabilities of the state and actively avoiding civilian deaths, unlike their government adversaries. Originally numbering 10,000 but growing to 30,000 by 1958, dues-paying members of the 26th of July movement were Batista's most immediate enemies. 9 Of these, voluntary foot soldiers of the 26th of July movement's war in the cities totaled between 1,000 and 3,000 nationwide. Called clandestinos, they were largely white professionals, journalists, skilled workers, teachers, mothers, and students who printed and distributed an illegal alternative press, carried out violent attacks on government officials, and set off bombs designed to disrupt the economy and daily commercial life. Perhaps most important, they funneled supplies, hope, and critical media contacts to Castro's small bands of guerrillas in the field. For 2 years, clandestinos, the vast majority of them forgotten martyrs of the revolution, unknown to all but Batista's security forces and their own comrades in arms, disappeared, suffered arrest, and endured beatings and torture. Meanwhile, Batista's ever more belligerent claim that armed opponents were Soviet agents, terrorists, and communists diminished his credibility with all. As we have seen, this included top U.S. officials, who observed with irony how Batista tolerated Cuba's real Communist Party, insulating the PSP from the degree of persecution his security forces aimed at non-communist opposition like the DR and the 26th of July movement. The Communists proved helpful to Batista's game of retaining power because his relatively softer approach to the PSP allowed him to claim a desire to return to constitutionalism amid the reality of a counterinsurgency war mostly based on urban violence. But more important than the Communists was the support of the United States. Not until the spring of 1958 did a tiny handful of high-level State Department officials argue that Batista should go. Until July of that year, the United States continued to provide weapons for his cause, despite statements to the contrary. 10 Moreover, when the State Department finally came around to realizing that Batista's regime would not survive, it encouraged the CIA to block Fidel Castro's ascension to power at all costs. Developed far too late, the tactic not only did not work but it revealed how little the U.S. government knew or cared about conditions that Cuban citizens faced on the ground. Given the United States' history of taking virtually the same route time and again since 1898, this came as no surprise. 11. From the heights of the isolated Sierra Maestra in southeastern Cuba, Fidel presented himself and his movement as not simply opposed to communism but the very opposite of the PSP and all other opportunistic political parties. While critical of U.S. support for Batista and the economic legacies of its interventionism in Cuba, he was also, as he had told Melba Hernandez from prison years earlier, careful not to raise too many eyebrows or fan the flames of fear regarding the fate of U.S. investments in Cuba. In interviews and manifestos issued from the Sierra, Fidel Castro teamed fairness and moderation with invocations of national sovereignty and a strong role for a revolutionary state that would change Cubans' lives for the better. Fidel projected himself and his guerrilla followers as an ever more selfless force, increasingly purified by the trials by fire that they suffered themselves or that killed their comrades. Getting this message out depended mostly on the activities of three affiliated wings of the revolution: Resistencia Cívica, a covert professional organization that included top advertising agents such as Emilio Guid and intellectuals like Raúl Roa, the action and sabotage units led first by Faustino Perez and then Manolo Rey, and the 26th of July movement's propaganda section, staffed in the cities by men like Vicente Baez and headed nationally by Carlos Franqui, who, together with Enrique Oltiski, edited and distributed Revolución, the organ of the movement. 12 In 1958, Carlos Franqui added Radio Rebelde, a secret radio station broadcasting nationally from locations in Orient, to the 26th of July movement's armory of media weapons, and became its national chief of propaganda. Thus, the actions, publications, and strong campaign of reaching out to people beyond Cuba's borders shattered Batista's image of the rebels as terrorists and exploded the false picture of a calm and secure haven for tourism and investment that his publicity agents painted at home and abroad. Of course, Fidel's previous feats of leadership had already launched his image as a daring and dedicated fighter long before he arrived in the Sierra Maestra. But as his original core of 18 men survived to see their forces grow and the authority of their troops create geographically massive liberated zones in Orient Province, Fidel Castro became a messiah for Cuba in his own eyes and in much of the public mind. With a circulation that hovered near 30,000 after clandestine activists released a new edition in 1958, the expanded version of the defense speech Fidel had delivered at his 1953 trial, titled La Historia me absolverá, surely found renewed resonance with many Cubans disgusted by the war. 13 For years, Fidel had been personally convinced that only he could lead the opposition to Batista. Upon launching his plot to establish a guerrilla presence in the Sierra Maestra, however, he redoubled his efforts to convince the public of his mission. Indeed, in the very first of his public manifestos, issued in August 1955, he had declared that his movement held a special claim among the opposition on the basis of its own past actions. The Legion of Martyrs left in the wake of his assault on the Cuartel Moncada gave it that right. 14. Yet his image as a selfless, Christ-like redeemer with similarly altruistic followers owed its origins as much to the actions of the clandestinos who withstood the brunt of the violence and constructed Fidel's messianic portrayal for Cubans and for the outside world as it did to the political strategies of the guerrillas themselves in the Sierra Maestra. In the same way that it is false that the Sierra and the 12 were the ones responsible for the triumph, it is also a mistake to ignore the importance of the Sierra, according to Carlos Franqui, who went to the Sierra after police persecution in Havana augured certain death. Unknown but central to the guerrillas' importance was the way that they, like the clandestinos, sought to humanize war and violence by inviting citizens to see their actions as defensive efforts to reunite a Cuba that Batista, not the insurrectionists, had divided. 15. Clandestinos, fighting Batista's Batista. In the wake of the DR's assault on the Palacio, Batista sent a clear message about the hard line he planned to take in the year to come. A week earlier, his prime minister warned that the 26th of July movement guerrillas' unexpected resurrection from the dead in Orient augured renewed suspension of the Constitution. 16 Then, Batista began his annual March 10 celebration of his military coup by ordering the detention and interrogation of 2 NBC reporters on charges of being communists for meeting with rebels in the Sierra Maestra. Before expelling them back to the United States, the government confiscated 1,000 feet of film and dozens of still photographs. 17. Even more symbolic of Batista's approach to the rising tide of revolution his government faced were the mass expenditures the regime incurred before and after the assault on the palace. No longer did Batista deliver solemn State of the Union style addresses on occasions such as March 10 or September 4. Instead, he turned them into full-fledged propaganda events, meant to convince citizens that he already had their support and unflinching loyalty. Thus, the banquet for March 10, 1957 required an unprecedented 3,000 pieces of silverware for guests. He also announced a new propaganda team for PAP that included LAC intellectual David Grillo. 18 One of its first orders of business was to demonize the student movement by depicting its respectable middle-class activists as bloodthirsty criminals and bandits in disguise. After the DR's assault on the palace, defenders of Batista in the press accused the DR of violating the patrimony of the nation, by surpassing even the savagery of activists in Machado's era, and the sanctity of the family, by terrorizing the First Lady in her own home. 19. The United States contributed greatly to Batista's new strategy of projecting rather than courting sources of legitimacy. U.S. Ambassador Gardner visited Batista the day after he survived the DR's assault on the pretext of thanking him for lowering the tax rates of the U.S.-owned Cuban telephone company, a business universally despised by Cuban customers and a proposed target for nationalization under the Ortodoxos' original party program. Gardner's gesture of solidarity with both the dictator and the phone company famously garnered Batista a solid gold telephone. 20 This was followed by the official visit of Admiral R. Lee A. Burke, Chief of Naval Operations of the U.S. Armada stationed in Cuba. Burke then conferred on Batista membership in the dubiously titled Order of Naval Merit of Cuba, apparently a spur-of-the-moment American invention. 21. However, from March 1957 through Batista's own flight from Cuba on December 31, 1958, no one proved more dedicated or flamboyant than the dictator himself in staging a popular legitimacy he had never really had amid the steady crumbling of his regime. On April 7, 1957, he launched this strategy with the most immense rally ever held in Cuban history, gathering close to 1 million citizens before the balcony of the presidential palace and documenting the event with extraordinary photographs of jubilant masses holding banners of support. His government also printed a special 99-page commemorative booklet that described the occasion as a historic popular apotheosis. The document reproduced speeches, pledges, and letters of support from politicians and journalists as well as the presidents of the most important labor unions, veterans associations, black societies, and businessmen's organizations such as the Asociación Nacional de Hacendados. Undoubtedly hoping to implicate individuals as collaborators of the regime, the booklet's editors also conspicuously printed the names of each group's leaders and, in many cases, those of every single member, even when they numbered in the hundreds. Whether they liked it or not, these people were now marked Batistanos, having pledged their allegiance in a historically indelible way. 22. Both the rally, there would be many more in the coming months, and the archiving of the event and its participants through an official government publication speak to Batista's need to meet the increasing bravado of the clandestinos. This was especially true in the capital, where authorities attempted to drown out an ever-widening chorus of rebel voices. As historian Julia Swag has shown, based on the internal correspondence of the 26th of July movement, at the forefront of Batista's opposition stood the clandestinos, far more than Fidel Castro and the still tiny guerrilla band. The urban underground financed, protected, supplied, and promoted Fidel's guerrillas in the Sierra Maestra from the cities and revolutionary clubs as far away as New York, Miami, and Tampa. Had it not been for the work of the 26th of July movement outside of the Sierra Maestra during the first 17 months of the insurgency, from November 1956 until April 1958, the final period, when the anti-dictatorial struggle gained unstoppable military and political momentum, would simply not have been possible. Reaching victory on January 1, 1959 required the clandestinos' political campaign as much or more so than a military campaign. 23. Figure 22. Nearly a month after the Directorio Revolucionario's failed attempt to assassinate Batista in March 1957, he mobilized hundreds of thousands of his supporters, members of Cuba's umbrella Federation of Unions, and all civil servants in a massive display meant to thank him for his service in pacifying Cuba and, implicitly, celebrate his survival. Alfredo Saguel, the son of Batista's chauffeur and the personal bodyguard of the dictator's wife, Marta, autographed this commemorative program of the event. Facilitating this process was the landmark ruling of Judge Manuel Urrutia in the District Court of the Province of Orient on May 14, 1957. To the shock of the Batista regime, Urrutia ordered the release of 151 men charged with insurrection, 22 of whom were veterans of the Granma landing. Given the unconstitutional usurpation of and illegal retention of power by Batista and his followers, the defendants had been acting within their constitutional rights of dissent. 24 Perhaps the most critical activist freed was Frank Paez. He immediately became chief coordinator of the movement for the whole of Cuba. Charged with the gargantuan task of recruiting and knitting together an urban militia that carried out its own offensives in cities against the regime while also supporting the guerrilla band in the Sierra, Paez established ground rules for all activists to which Fidel Castro and other leaders agreed. No clandestino or volunteer activist was allowed to go on his or her own to the Sierra Maestra without authorization from both the Supreme Military Command and Paez himself, or, upon his death, his successor. By the same token, going into exile was considered desertion and, like departing the fight in the cities for the mountains, punishable by death. 25 The city was the army and the Sierra was the vanguard, summarized Carlos Franqui in 2008. 26 The revolution also had to have only one face, one voice, noted Emilio Guid, and there was no question that the face and the voice had to be those of Fidel Castro. 27 When guerrillas of the 26th of July movement entrenched themselves in the Sierra in early 1957 and brilliant urban strategists like Frank Paez and his followers were later freed that May, Havana was still virtually devoid of activists. Early adherents to Frank's call included men like Marcelo Fernandez, an MIT student whose prestige, persuasiveness, and sophistication quickly impressed young men like Vicente Baez, Angel Fernandez Vila, Armando Hart, Osmani Cienfuegos Gorriarán, and others. Members at the time of the University of Havana, based Comité de Superación Universitaria Ramiro Valdez Daza, a group named for a student martyr of the early 1940s, all of these men joined Marcelo, taking charge of the propaganda section and including within it a department, largely chaired by Vicente Baez, for recruiting labor unionists. Together they produced 4 newspapers, Vanguardia Obrera, Sierra Maestra, 26 de Julio, and Revolución. Producing the papers, according to Franqui, was relatively easy. He used a small multilith machine that activists transported back and forth to his apartment from the university and secret safe houses in the underground. The group never lacked for either paper or lithographic machines, thanks to Julio Cesar Martinez, a Dominican who was able to bring them into the country with no official oversight. 28 Distribution was far more dangerous. It happened hand to hand on the factory floor and in commercial venues. More commonly, activists dropped off a stack of clandestine newspapers right next to the bank of mailboxes in the entryways to apartment buildings. The thrill of watching an edition disappear as one by one, men and women picked up their mail stoked the fires of commitment in the paper's makers. Delight in accomplishing their mission, a kind of pleasure of agency, propelled them to continue the fight against all odds. 29 At times, activists climbed to the top floors of buildings and tossed packets of clandestine newspapers off balconies or the roof. 30 Yet it was also at the moment of distributing the covered press that activists were most at risk. Anyone could reveal their whereabouts or identity to police. 31 Carlos Franqui, who had edited El Aldabonazo for the 26th of July movement as early as August 1956, soon headed Vicente Baez's team. 32 In addition to demanding the trial and potential execution of Batista's security forces for the crimes of torture, rape, and murder, these papers detailed the embezzlement of millions of pesos in Union funds by Batista's officials and covered unreported cases of detention and torture. One paper revealed the beating of Father Juan O'Farrell del Canal, a Catholic priest whose homilies apparently inspired worshippers to reflect on the abuses of the state. 33 By 1958, Sierra Maestra boasted offices in 3 different locations, Havana, Miami, and Santiago de Cuba. 34 Just as important, if not more so, were the highly creative means by which clandestinos broke through the image of unity behind Batista that his handlers began to craft after the assault on the presidential palace. Perhaps the most original of activists in this regard was Sergio Gonzalez. Once a seminarian who aspired to be a priest, Sergio dropped his vocation entirely because participating in direct acts of violence would contradict his role as a priest. Sergio was a man of such courage and such dignity that on one occasion on which he was being tortured alongside a group of companeros, he asked Coronel Fagit that they only torture him and so passed all the tortures onto him. Later they assassinated him, recalled Carlos Franqui. 35. Yet the legend of El Curita, as he was known, was rooted as much in the originality and success of his operations as in his tendency to self-sacrifice. Sergio concocted a plan to interrupt Batista's speech on April 7, 1957 before the rally of nearly 1 million people the government had organized on the grounds of the presidential palace. Going from hotel to hotel, he had registered different individuals as guests using the last name Castro. Once checked into the room, the operative then stuffed the mattress with a large quantity of gunpowder and bullets. When Batista began to speak, recalled Carlos Franqui, every one of those mattresses exploded and immediately it sounded as if there was a terrible gunfight that forced a dispersion of the rally. 36 pulled off without a hitch. Sergio's plan was called Operation Castro Brothers. Equally effective were many more spectacular operations designed by Sergio. 1. Known as La Noche de las 100 Bombas, consisted of manufacturing small devices that proved undetectable to most bystanders as they were moved about the city. They were made of milk bottles filled with both milk and explosive material. In order to maximize the sound of the explosions and also ensure that no one would be injured in the act, Manolo Rey, later Secretary General of the Clandestinos Action and Sabotage Units nationwide, took precautions. In professional circles, Rey was widely respected for having built a bridge for the Public Works Department as his undergraduate thesis during the Auténtico years. He also designed the underwater tunnel connecting the Bay of Havana and helped engineer the construction of the Havana Hilton in the early 1950s. In 1957, Emilio Guid recruited Rey for Resistencia Cívica. That organization's main tasks were financing operations, supporting the guerrillas by the secret sale of bonds, providing safe houses for urban activists, and publishing critiques of the regime in mainstream magazines such as Bohemia. 37 However, Rey's engineering skills soon proved more useful to allies in the action and sabotage wing of the 26th of July. For the night of the 100 bombs operation, Rey cooperated with Sergio and others to plant the bombs all over Havana. Raised by a strong mother to believe in the equal intelligence and rights of women, Rey took pride in the fact that for the task, he recruited a young woman who had been president of the Department of Education at the University of Havana and represented one of the few female leaders of FU. Of 60 to 70 bombs placed that night, she alone planted more than 20, ensuring the action's success even if the other bombs failed to explode. Actions and sabotage were done in order to make known our presence, attested Rey in 2008 from his home in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 38 We didn't place bombs with the goal of killing anyone. So we wouldn't kill anyone, we placed them away from people. On the night of the 100 bombs, for example, operatives exploded the bombs simultaneously at 3 o'clock in the morning, a time when very few people would be around. Reports in the press confirm Rey's claim, often commenting with surprise that no one had been injured or killed in violent explosions. 39 Subsequent to the success, Rey took charge, together with Faustino Perez, of operations that burned to the ground a number of commercial buildings, a kind of operation Rey tagged as costly because of the amount of material involved. These were fires that everyone could see. They would make the papers and showed that our organization was unstoppable, impenetrable, and it gave confidence to new members so that they would join, Rey explained. Another regular operation was littering the highways with sharp nails to burst the tires of police and army patrols as well as paralyze the economy by slowing down truck service. 40. Only one operation, from the perspective of clandestinos, went terribly wrong. 26th of July operatives placed a bomb in the women's bathroom at La Tropicana, a nightclub that had become iconic of Batista's pandering to the U.S. Mafia and a favorite hangout for American tourists vacationing in a country whose dictatorship they rarely questioned and many chose not to see. After placing the bomb, The female activists stayed outside the bathroom door to ensure that no one entered before it went off. To her horror, a woman ignored her warning, thinking it either a joke or simply a lie. The bomb exploded, mutilating the guest. Guilt plagued the 26th of July operative for the rest of her life. 41 All of these forms of violent protest and sabotage Batista and his supporters considered terrorism. Resistencia Cívica and the 26th of July clandestinos defined it as making Cuba more revolutionary. 42. Resistencia Cívica and the action and sabotage units of the 26th of July in Havana considered two of their joint operations particularly successful. The first garnered the world's attention, particularly in Latin America, where people grappling with their own newly ascendant, U.S.-backed authoritarian states usually heard little about Cuban affairs. In February 1958, Ray organized the kidnapping of the world's greatest race car driver at the time, Juan Manuel Fangio of Argentina. 43 Winner of the Paris Grand Prix in 1957, Fangio was in Havana for a similar contest that Batista had arranged to celebrate El Grito de Bear, Cuba's national holiday, on February 24, 1958. The Havana Grand Prix served a dual purpose, ramping up tourist revenues and displaying the calm atmosphere government publicity agents claimed now dominated major venues on the island. 44. The operation was meticulously planned to take place before the auto race and thereby ensure that Fangio's absence would have the maximum effect. The two activists whom Manolo Rey had assigned to kidnap Fangio managed to do so with ease. Late in the evening on Sunday, the night before the race, they found Fangio conversing in the lobby of the Hotel Lincoln, where he was staying. Casually, one of the two young men approached and asked, "Are you Fangio?" When the auto racer said yes, surely expecting to sign an autograph, the man, Manuel Uziel, pulled out a .45 caliber gun and pointed it serenely at Fangio, saying, "You have to come with me. I am from the 26th of July movement and nothing will happen to you." Fangio did as he was told. 45 He was housed for 2 weeks in the home of a Cuban woman with an American husband. National and international media outlets could not help but report on the event. More important, Ray provided regular reports to the paper El Crisol, keeping the story alive. "They treated me very well," Fangio said when he was finally released. 46. In fact, Fangio's concern for himself helped his kidnappers' cause in a critical way. When they got to the safe house, Fangio was nervous, attested Ray. "They told him not to worry, that they had nothing against him, that all we wanted was to show that we don't want Batista. He reacted very well. His only concern was that when we released him, might kill him and then they would blame us, and no one would be the wiser." Realizing that Fangio was right, two key members of Resistencia Cívica, Carlos Lechuga, a columnist for the normally pro-Batista apologist paper El Mundo, and Raúl Roa, arranged for Fangio to be dropped off at the Argentine embassy. 47. Although Bohemia's once valiant coverage became weaker and more abstract as the war intensified, editors characterized the kidnapping of Fangio as representative of the rebelliousness of all Cubans and a sign that citizens had simply had enough. "No se puede tapar el sol con un dedo," they wrote, a traditional Cuban phrase. 48 Agustin Tamargo titled an otherwise vague article rebuking government terror "The Hour of Truth." In it, he refuted officials' claims that journalists like him were responsible for fomenting rebellion and swirling the pot of disorder. Rebellion, he argued, was a reaction to injustice, not the result of brainwashing. Cubans were not children, after all they were patriots. 49. The impact of such operations should not be underestimated. While censorship prevailed nationally for most of the last 2 years of the war, accounts of torture by police became commonplace on urban streets, attested to by the appearance of clearly tortured cadavers. 50 In addition, reports of security forces overstepping their bounds by raiding the homes of innocent citizens did more than simply compound public outrage. They validated the actions of clandestinos as defensive rather than offensive moves, undertaken to save Cuba from unspeakable savagery. The well-documented case of Esther Lina Milanes Danton, a 50-year-old schoolteacher, forged new paths for recruitment, sympathy, and support among citizens for the underground network of the 26th of July. So severely did police brutalize Esther Lina during interrogation at a police station for her knowledge about an alleged weapons cache that her experience inspired the medical division of Resistencia Civica to investigate. Doctors of the Colegio Médico Nacional then went public with their findings. Another victim arrested and questioned at the same time as Esther Lina, a young man named Enrique Zamorano, lost his ear from the severity of the blows. Esther Lina detailed her horrifying account to Emilio Guid, disguised as a doctor, from her hospital bed. The photographs doctors took of Esther Lina's wounds confirmed that she had been whipped, beaten, and punched, but they did not tell the worst part of the story. Me introdujeron un hierro por la vagina, she told Emilio Guid, y me dijeron, habla, vieja puta, que te vamos a perforar. 51. Guid and doctors affiliated with Resistencia Civica denounced the case to Cuba's Supreme Court, the United Nations, the Organization of American States, and the International Press Society. These moves eventually gained Esther Lina diplomatic asylum. But Resistencia Civica's fearless protests also ensured that the horrors that she had endured could not be excluded from the Cuban press. Prensa Libre and El Mundo both carried denunciations of the barbarity of the case. Bohemia featured a full-length interview with its victim. The tortures of a helpless teacher became the best portrait of those who ruled Cuba, concluded Emilio Guid years later. 52. The primary reason the clandestinos' press and spectacles of protest mattered lay in the striking contradiction that they represented to the version of reality churned out by Batista's publicity machine in the United States. Beginning in 1957, Batista began issuing a weekly newsletter called Report on Cuba from a rented suite at the DuPont Circle building in Washington, D.C. Businessmen like the Braga brothers, owners of the Zarnicow-Ryan Company, along with other U.S. investors with influence over U.S. policy, became regular subscribers. Typical of how a Report on Cuba described events in Cuba, the 7th edition of the newsletter opened with the following statement: in recent months, the followers of Prio Socarrás and Fidel Castro have attempted to capitalize on one of the oldest devices in psychological warfare, the torture story. Individuals, who have allegedly undergone torture at the hands of Cuban authorities, are produced for interview by reporters. Their stories all follow the same pattern: surprise arrest in the middle of the night, psychological pressure to induce terror, and physical abuse to extract confession. In every case, however, the heroic victim has managed to resist these pressures, strengthened by his devotion to the cause. Such stories, concluded the article, are without basis in fact and are utter and ridiculous falsehoods apparent to anyone who takes the time to perform even the most superficial analysis. In short, they were all lies, one had to be stupid to believe them. Even more importantly, the newsletter concluded, such things could simply not be taking place because Cuba's laws are patterned after those of the United States. Many of her police officials have been trained in the U.S. 53. The same agency published a supposedly objective book on the revolutionaries in Cuba titled Communist Activities of the Cuban Rebels. 54. Perhaps the most convincing part of the book, given the PSP's continued resistance to endorsing armed struggle of any kind, let alone that of Fidel Castro's movement, was the following section title, The Communists Want Cuba. 55. Back in Cuba, Batista was once again promising to hold general elections in November 1958. His hand-picked candidate for the presidency, former Minister of Education Andrés Rivero Agüero, had taken to repeating the mayor of Daytona Beach's analogy in describing Batista. An example of Abraham Lincoln, contended Rivero Agüero, Batista was the only man capable of holding a nation together that the rebels wanted to tear apart. 56. In many ways, the work of Batista's publicity agents in the United States shared a great deal of logic with Rivero Agüero's article. He compared Fulgencio Batista to an American president rather than José Martí, and the fight against Batista's dictatorship to a reductionist view of the U.S. Civil War rather than Cuba's revolution of 1933. A radical departure from previous Batistiano discourse, These were clearly arguments of last resort. The insurrection of the clandestinos, the guerrillas led by Fidel, and the growing solidarity of much of the citizenry with armed struggle were not going away. On the contrary, the war was intensifying with each passing day, despite Batista's public denials. In fact, although they still did not alter their position of endorsing La Lucha de Masas through strikes and the actions of labor until the late fall of 1958, even the PSP had to admit that state repression had only led to more support for the rebels, not less. 57 Who were these activists? What was it like to live and survive a largely undeclared urban war? Although the answers to such questions can only be partial at best, the testimonies of top clandestinos reveal a world of purposefully unsung and hidden heroes whose courage and commitment did make Cuba revolutionary in new ways. Life and death among the clandestinos. Manolo Rey's successes in Havana soon prompted Faustino Perez to ask him to head the 26th of July movement's action and sabotage units nationwide. Clandestino members of Resistencia Civica and Rey's units then began a practice that anonymous citizens soon joined. They started throwing helium-filled black and red balloons off rooftops and balconies, sometimes in coordinated stunts that filled Havana's skies with the colors of the 26th of July. 58 When Manolo conveyed the story to me from his home in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in late February 2009, sheer delight filled his face. Later, over lunch with his wife and collaborator Aurora, Manolo said, "That's when I knew that the rebellion and protests of La Clandestinidad could produce more than power. They could produce mutual feelings of joy. Echoes of joy, or at least a good sense of humor," saturated Aurora Chacon de Rey's memories of her husband's days in the revolutionary underground as well. For more than a year, when Manolo was known as Batista's most wanted man in Havana, Aurora endured the pressure of being a wife with 4 children whose husband was likely to die at any moment and whose home was raided and sacked multiple times by Esteban Ventura, Batista's hated chief of the national police. Deeply Catholic, although married to an agnostic, Aurora relied equally on her faith and terrific acting skills to convince Ventura that she had not seen her husband in months and was disgusted by his appalling behavior. The truth was quite contrary to Aurora's dramatic, often teary-eyed testimonials in the squalid interrogation rooms of police stations. On the occasion of the first raid, when Aurora and her children awoke to the sound of Ventura himself knocking her front door to the ground, Aurora's aunt, a lawyer and seller of 26th of July movement bonds, ran to her servant's bathroom to flush a purseful of bonds down the toilet. Meanwhile, Aurora played the serene, if indignant, housewife. Interrogated by Ventura in the hold of the local jail more than once, Aurora focused on her rosary beads. At the jail she saw dozens of indigent lottery ticket salesmen who relied on regular stipends from Batista in exchange for serving as a network of chivatos, that is, snitches and spies. The experience shocked but also educated her on the despair of the urban poor. A likely victim of precisely such chivatos, Aurora also empathized with them. Perhaps most impressive of all, however, was Aurora's love for her husband and the daring she showed on his behalf. Notified unexpectedly of Manolo's location through notes passed by strangers on the street or in Havana's many five-and-dime stores, Aurora spent whole weekends with him, encounters that she and Manolo described as deeply romantic and eternally bonding. In many ways, Manolo's survival and Aurora's gift for convincing Ventura, one of the most infamously vicious members of Batista's police, that she was innocent were nothing short of miraculous. The clear and ever-present danger that clandestinos endured meant that they intentionally led double lives, telling their lovers, husbands, or wives as little as possible about their activism so that when they were detained or interrogated, a virtually inevitable occurrence, the honesty of their ignorance would, hopefully, convince authorities and ensure their release. Manolo Rey and Aurora were married before the struggle began, but Vicente Baez had to marry his wife in secret, between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning at the Iglesia de la Virgen de la Caridad del Cabra. Baez and his wife took no photographs of their wedding. In fact, no photographs exist of Baez throughout the course of his activism, beginning in 1952 through the end of the war. According to Baez, he chose this church to marry because its 2 priests, Father Eduardo Boza Masvidal and Father Madrigal, did more for the 26th of July movement than any others. Boza Masvidal allowed the underground to hide weapons inside the church, and Father Madrigal went much further, traveling to Miami on a weekly basis and returning with his cassock stuffed with weapons 59. The risks taken by priests like these were undoubtedly heroic acts, but so were simple actions such as meeting and discussing future operations among members of the 26th of July urban underground. Almost always clandestinos accomplished this by walking, one member beside the other, for blocks at a time and then taking turns walking and talking with another comrade until all members of a cell agreed or were duly informed. When clandestinos met as a group in safe houses, the homes always had to have a back door. In case of a police raid, the entire group could escape through the rear. Faustino Perez saved himself from arrest more than once by jumping off a balcony or from a window, remembered by S. In February 1957, the one time that Mario Larena met with Frank Paez, Faustino Perez, and the tiny cell of activists in Havana that Paez hoped to organize, Larena left so quickly he forgot his suit jacket. Inside the pocket was his identification card. The mistake forced him into exile in New York, where until January 1958, he directed the headquarters office of the 26th of July movement. 60 Incredibly, Manolo Rey found sanctuary in safe houses close to police stations. The strategy worked perfectly, he said, chuckling with delight. Nadia se imagina bacana nosotros estabamos allí. 61 Rey also counted on sympathetic labor activists allied to the Trotskyist wing of Cuba's communist movement, a group much maligned by the pro-Stalinist core of the PSP and later jailed after Fidel Castro rose to power in 1959 and adopted Soviet-style policies of state. One such Trotskyist, Roberto Acosta Echevarria, provided Rey sanctuary in his home for over a month. A child at the time, Acosta's son Rafael remembers fondly how Rey, secretly tucked away on the floor under Rafael's bed, entertained him nightly with bedtime stories. 62. Years later, Manolo Rey, Emilio Guid, Carlos Franqui, and Vicente Baez all agreed in their analysis of the two greatest weaknesses the clandestine side of the 26th of July movement faced. The first of these was the absence of open discussions of race and the exclusion of a radical statement promising the enforcement of Cuba's anti-discrimination laws after the rebels' triumph. Members of the humble classes, Vicente Baez explained, have always been open to serving as informers for dictatorial states for two reasons. One is their poverty and the other is that they have no evidence that they would actually advance in a system stacked against them. As a result, they often prefer to work within it. Publicly, the 26th of July movement gave blacks little reason to hope that racial concerns would be prioritized. In 1958, during the carnival season in Orient Province, there was a conga that said, "Los Negros pa la conga, Los Blanquitos pa la Sierra." 63 Indeed, the 26th of July movement guerrillas went so far as to adopt the racist image of Batista as a monkey on which the anti-Batista Autentico propaganda had relied earlier. Attesting to this was Carlos Franqui, founder of Radio Rebelde. Obviously ashamed when he recounted the story, Franqui recalled that as late as the fall of 1958, El Quinteto Rebelde popularized a song whose lyrics denounced Batista as a mono and encouraged listeners to unite around Fidel. Still available for purchase today in collections of historic songs of the Cuban Revolution, the song is titled "KSE via El Mono." The lyrics of the chorus read: "KSE via El Mono. No lo quiero ver. Porque toda Cuba estamos con Fidel." 64. Far more problematic, however, as Rey, Guid, Franqui, and Baez made clear, was the distrust that key guerrilla leaders, particularly Che Guevara, Raúl Castro, and even Fidel Castro himself, held for the clandestinos. Well documented and analyzed by Julia Swag in her pioneering book, Inside the Cuban Revolution, these tensions derived from ideological, personal, and tactical differences. They never subsided, although they remained submerged for the duration of the war, but increased due to two factors. First, the death of Frank Pays in the summer of 1957, and second, the failure of a planned general strike in April 1958, an action coordinated by the 26th of July Underground. Pays knitted together both wings of the movement because he was the person most responsible for its organization and the guerrilla's survival, an indisputable point acknowledged by Fidel. The strike mattered not only because many top guerrillas blamed clandestinos for its failure, it mattered because afterward the balance of authority and power to make decisions within the movement shifted abruptly and permanently from the urban underground to the guerrillas. 65. Guerrilla leaders called clandestinos El Llano, which to the latter was an insulting term implying that, in the cities, the enemy could be easily identified and therefore easily defeated. Indeed, on the plains, so such Sierra-centric logic went, one did not necessarily even need to hide. To anyone in the urban underground, nothing could have been further from the truth. There was never anyone whom we called Del Llano, insisted Baez. The term and the secondary status it implied was an invention not of Batista's army, but of the clandestinos' own allies in the war, the guerrillas. 66. The term was also derogatory because it implied patent disregard for the sacrifices that the clandestinos made and the dangers they suffered. Many clandestinos encountered this disregard firsthand when, quemados because they had been identified by police, the National Directorate authorized them to join the guerrillas in the Sierra and, ironically, seek safe harbor there. When Baez once asked foreign television journalist Bob Tabor what being in the Sierra was like versus being in the cities, he replied candidly, "Well, to tell you the truth, a herd of white elephants cannot be seen in the Sierra Maestra." 67. In other words, the dense foliage, rugged terrain, and absence of population centers and infrastructure in the Sierra meant that fighters there encountered virtually no security forces. The area's isolation insulated them from attacks because they were hard to spot, their tactical mobility only added to the naturally protective barriers of the forest and mountains. The cities, rife not only with police but with chivatos and other paid spies, made for an entirely dangerous environment. Once a clandestino had been arrested, convicted, and sentenced to jail for revolutionary activities, there was no second chance. For this reason, activists like Baez and David Salvador, a labor leader who forged a link between the anti-Batista sectors of the CTC and the 26th of July movement, lived in constant fear for their lives. On one occasion, when Marcelo Fernandez informed Vicente Baez that Fidel doubted the propaganda section had suffered many losses, an irate Vicente had a complete list of 22 killed in the course of the first few months of the war sent to Fidel. The total number of people in the propaganda section never rose to more than 35 at the time, meaning that 80% of Baez's trusted comrades had been killed. 68 others, like Enrique Oltiski, confronted doubt and disdain for the underground's efforts head-on. Although key rebel leader Camilo Cienfuegos was very much an urbanite from Havana who had spent long stretches of time abroad, especially in Bohemian New York, the Argentine Che Guevara had never seen any other part of Cuba besides the Sierra. Ignorance coupled with prejudice against the bourgeoisie to color Che's negative attitude toward the clandestinos on whose support his life and the material comforts of the guerrillas depended. Thus, according to Oltiski, when Guevara and Cienfuegos began heading west in the late months of the war, Che's prejudice led him to believe that the PSP had been responsible for sending him critical supplies, not the clandestine members of his own movement. 69. Beyond the material aid and logistical support clandestinos provided Fidel's rebels of the Sierra was the very specific role that the former played in building an image of the guerrillas as morally impeccable and miraculously indestructible. This they did with the aid of foreign journalists. Their reports gave the guerrillas much-needed traction in developing discourses and tactics that address the needs and expectations of local, national, and international audiences simultaneously. Clandestinos primarily subverted Batista's representation of reality by disrupting the economy and undermining the sense of normalcy so critical to the continuation of the regime. They also made possible what national observers called Fidel Castro's immediate apotheosis in the first days of January 1959 by carefully cultivating the terrain of citizens' revolutionary imagination. By late 1958, clandestinos' efforts had made the mountain rebels a cause célèbre. Fidel received dozens of famous visitors to the Sierra, not just political representatives of once passive or openly hostile political parties, but prominent figures in the entertainment industry, including Havana's top cabaret stars such as Pura Perdier and her musician boyfriend. Most important, thanks to the clandestinos who served as contacts, guides, and guards, Castro's original guerrilla band established ties to foreign journalists, and one in particular, a Hungarian-born, self-taught, freelance photographer and former U.S. military intelligence agent in Europe, Andrew St. George. 70. However reluctant Castro portrayed his revolutionaries to be in the months he spent with St. George at his side, revolution was revolution, and both of them knew it. Making revolution acceptable for all, Cubans and Americans alike, was a primary, challenging goal, one that the clandestinos and the guerrillas took on simultaneously and in highly effective ways. Figure 23. Pura Perdier and her boyfriend were two of many media stars who trekked to isolated, secret locations in the Sierra Maestra in shows of solidarity with Fidel Castro's guerrillas. Word and especially images of such visits added prestige, significance, and glamour to the rebels' domestic and international allure. Andrew St. George and Fidel Castro's rebels with a cause. Fidel's guerrillas consciously imitated the methods of Cuba's 19th-century Mambises in order to claim the fulfillment of a historically frustrated moral mission dear to the Cuban people. As detailed in the latter parts of this chapter, they also refuted the legitimacy of Batista's martial rule and political theatrics by creating a real-life alternative state and society in miniature, a simulacrum of the world that Fidel's vision of revolution would make. In transmitting glimpses of that world into the global imagination, however, Fidel and his followers presented themselves not as fearsome warriors but as honorable, serious, and likable living legends. Their intense, unprecedented interactions with local peasants led them to act as allies of the troops but also as positive publicity agents, often before the cameras and notebooks of journalists and eyewitnesses sent by the clandestinos. Just as Frank Pays had personally escorted Herbert Matthews to the Sierra Maestra in February 1957, so clandestinos brought an unknown would-be freelance reporter named Andrew St. George to the mountains a month later. 71 Their contribution to the process of getting the story and transmitting it to the public speaks undeniably to the capacity and centrality of clandestinos in ensuring the guerrillas' legitimation. But their invisibility in achieving this also reveals how the clandestinos themselves were inadvertently to blame for the secondary status that the guerrillas and others ascribed to them. Behind every moral victory that Fidel Castro scored in public attitudes toward the struggle stood legions of activists that made it possible, mostly by bringing foreign journalists to the Sierra and getting them out again. To put it mildly, foreign journalists were Castro's secret weapon. The most prized of these was undoubtedly Andrew St. George. Herbert Matthews of the New York Times spent less than a day with Fidel and his men in the hills to produce his famous February 1957 cover story. By comparison, St. George made 6 trips to the Sierra, none of them lasting less than a month, several of them as long as 2. Recalling the conditions that the 18 surviving members of the Granma expedition faced in the winter of 1957 when Matthews visited the Sierra Maestra, Che Guevara pointedly remarked 2 years later, "The presence of a foreign journalist, American preference, was more important to us at the time than a military victory." 72 Indeed, Fidel personally recognized the unique role of journalists when he conferred gold medals on both Matthews and St. George as well as 11 other foreign reporters. For their service to the revolution in April 1959. 73 Yet if Matthews had humiliated the Batista regime for claiming that Fidel Castro was long dead, St. George fulfilled a far more important and enduring task. He served as an imperial witness to Fidel's and his troops' paradoxical self-construction as reluctant, altruistic revolutionaries forced to defend a pure people against a barbarous tyrant. By lining up the published narratives with the much richer unedited stories St. George produced visually and orally, we discover Fidel, Raúl, and others performing roles derived from national historic myths and the mass culture of television and Hollywood movies for a singular purpose: They wanted to cast their methods of violence as well as their very real plan of economic restructuring into an acceptable, civilized, non-threatening, and often downright entertaining light. Doing so served the needs and expectations of both a foreign audience and citizens who might otherwise have dismissed the armed rebels as political misfits or untrustworthy radicals. At the same time, however, as St. George and his rebel collaborators knew, the real-life implications of guerrilla rule and redistributive actions were never lost on local peasants in the expanding liberated zone of Orient, let alone nervously compliant foreign company executives or native landlords. Figure 24. Andrew St. George, on his first visit to the Sierra Maestra in the spring of 1957, interviewing Fidel Castro during their initial meeting. Camilo Cienfuegos, thin and suffering from dysentery, stands behind the pair. Living, marching, and sacrificing with the guerrillas, St. George produced thousands of unique, detailed, and emotionally moving images of guerrilla life and culture, many of which became central to the clandestine press of Fidel's movement and allied groups like Raúl Roa's Resistencia Cívica. St. George's first portrait of Fidel Castro, taken in April 1957 and titled Christ and the Cannon, was published no fewer than 120 times by September 1958.74. St. George also smuggled a cropped photo taken by friend and fellow journalist Robert Tabor of Fidel, Raúl, Universo Sanchez, and other survivors of Granma back to New York for use as background on the 26th of July movement's colorful bonos in 1957. The image lives on today, emblazoned on the corner of every daily edition of the Communist Party organ. Granma. 75 Alongside one of St. George's most influential articles for Coronet magazine, Fidel published Why We Fight, a manifesto subsequently reprinted in 11 different publications across Latin America. 76 By putting contemporary published accounts in dialogue with largely untouched, raw archival sources, this analysis discovers a different story, now mostly forgotten, than the one that the press, mainstream or clandestine, wanted to tell about rebel activities in the Sierra. 77. Figure 25. In Cuba, the 26th of July movement sold war bonds that ranged between an inch and 2 inches in size. This made them easier to swallow or destroy should an activist selling the bonds be caught by Batista's police. U.S. affiliates of the M26-7 adopted the opposite approach, as this bond shows, selling delightfully colored, nearly foot-long bonds that proclaimed the triumph would happen that very year any year the war bond was sold. St. George came to see the many Cuban spies, guides, and foot soldiers he lived with as friends, even family. 78 When Andrew and his wife Jean named their first son Andrew Fidel, Castro offered to serve as godfather and baptize him after the victory when, he assumed, St. George would naturally move his family to Havana. 79 Yet if Andrew St. George insisted on political and emotional complexity, his spin-savvy editors banked on simplicity. Revisiting the visual and textual narratives constructed through these publications while digging deeply into St. George's personal archives reveals the origins of Fidel's and the guerrillas' shared messianic mystique as a collaborative byproduct of their own intentions and design. As Fidel explained to St. George through handwritten responses in April 1957, the guerrillas faced no real enemy besides Batista and his administration. Not even Batista's soldiers were to blame. The only corrupt thing in Cuba is the tyranny. Because our people are wholesome and highly moral. Unfortunately, before the arms of the dictatorship, one also must have recourse to arms. The army is tired of Batista. The soldiers live under constant surveillance and the terror of the military police. We, in fighting for the freedom of all the people, also fight for the freedom of the soldiers. 80 Moreover, it was Batista, not Fidel, or his movement, that put Cuba at risk of becoming pro-communist. The idea that we are pro-communist is about as absurd as telling the Cuban people that I have died more than 20 times. 81 Not only did businessmen have more to fear from Batista's nationalization plans, remarked Fidel in 2 recorded interviews, but the best witnesses to the democratic and nationalist nature of his movement were foreign reporters like Herbert Matthews, CBS's Bob Tabor and, of course, St. George himself. 82 Punctuated with dozens of photos that clandestinos helped St. George smuggle out of Cuba, Miami Sierra Maestra, the 26th of July's newspaper, seconded this with a 2-page spread. It reminded readers of the Communist Party's condemnation of armed protest against the dictator in the article, titled Batista, Friend and Protector of Communists 83. Fidel's concern with assuaging readers' fears over possible nationalization became one of 3 consistent themes echoed across St. George's most influential publications. In his own essay for Coronet and 2 taped interviews, Fidel dismissed for the record nationalization of any investments and utilities as a cumbersome instrument. That does not seem to make the state any stronger, yet enfeebles private enterprise. 84 A second theme was his consistent denial of any political ambitions. He was far too young at 30 and then 31 to run for president, Fidel argued. The Cuban Constitution of 1940 expressly forbade it. 85 He also needed a break after the war. I have never thought of being president of Cuba. After we win, I am going to return to the Sierra Maestra, building roads and hospitals as we have promised. 86. In addition, Fidel himself often presented his followers as committed but reluctant and therefore disinterested revolutionaries, soldiers who aspired to peace in the theater of the Sierra Maestra rather than war. Explaining this apparent paradox years later, he said, "We had to demonstrate before public opinion, and leave well established, that if there was going to be a war it was not going to be because the revolutionaries wanted one." 87 Thus, in his encounters with St. George, Fidel insisted that the rebel struggle was not to turn the world upside down in Cuba but to restore the principles of civilization in the face of Batista's culture of barbarism. Figure 26. Andrew St. George had not mastered Spanish when he first conducted interviews with Fidel Castro in the Sierra Maestra, so he wrote down his questions in English, and Castro wrote his answers in Spanish, documenting them for the record. Fidel denied the possibility that his armed movement would establish a dictatorship or enable the formation of a communist state. For example, Fidel invented and St. George dutifully echoed far-fetched, highly fictitious claims as evidence of Batista's savagery. In St. George's first article, Fidel described the now legendary story of Batista's soldiers torturing Abel Santamaria and providing his girlfriend Melba Hernandez proof of his suffering in much more horrifying terms than any post-1959 account. St. George quoted Fidel as saying that Batista's soldiers presented Abel's testicles, not his eyes, on a plate to a horrified Melba. 88 In describing the fateful landing of the Granma, Fidel similarly embellished the story, explaining that 18 survivors of the Granma were tortured for the better part of the day and finally put to death by getting their genitals hacked off. They shrieked for a bullet, but this time the army had none. 89 A year later, St. George echoed Castro, describing the killing at the Moncada barracks as typical of Batista's forces, an orgy of sadism and revenge mostly by castration. 90 However, in meeting Batistiano fury, Fidel declared, his own forces had and would always turn the other cheek, either freeing Batista's soldiers when captured or persuading them to switch sides. Illustrated by photos and a cover shot of Castro taken by St. George, the 26th of July movement's official organ greatly promoted this idea. Under the title Different Ways of Treating War Prisoners, New York's edition of Sierra Maestra included a picture of a government casquito standing next to a barbudo, a bearded guerrilla, with the caption "Batista soldier captured by rebels, smiles assured that his life and physical integrity will be respected." Immediately below this was a photograph of a man's back, crisscrossed by scars from a severe beating. Castro's partisan, prisoner of Batista is whipped by the men of the dictator, read the caption. 91. According to Manolo Rey, so successfully did the message of Batista's savagery versus Fidel's chivalry penetrate public consciousness that the movement was able to thwart Batista's censors in Cuba by openly selling postcards with similar images. Buyers then mailed them, no explanatory text was needed. It was the best free publicity the cause had yet to receive, Manolo told me in August 2008, there was no way the censors could stop the mail. Y no nos costo ninguna gota de sangre. 92 6 years later, I found one such postcard in an archive, featuring a man's back crisscrossed with the marks of an electric prod. 93 Just as Manolo Rey had described, I knew exactly what that image meant, it needed no explanation. For those accustomed to receiving tourist postcards featuring images of Cuba's sunny beaches or modern Havana's skyline, the picture of a torture victim abruptly exploded expected narratives about Cuba as a hedonist, safe escape to paradise. Figure 27. The clandestine press, distributed under censorship in Cuba and freely abroad, contended that fundamental moral differences distinguished Batista from the armed opposition. A captured Batistiano soldier appears to prove this point, smiling happily beside his guerrilla captor. The idea that Batista's men savagely whipped their rebel counterparts clearly tapped collective memories of Spanish colonial days when 19th-century revolutionaries like José Martí compared the political yoke that white men suffered to the dehumanizing chains of black slaves. In many other ways, however, Fidel and his followers claimed the mantle of Mambises, the term used to describe Cuba's revered, often barefoot, and largely black independence fighters. At times the comparison was explicit. Resistencia Civica, a Havana-based organization, published a centerfold of portraits of Fidel's top leaders by St. George under the title The Mambises of the Sierra in their official clandestine organ. 94 While some of the peasant recruits surely bore a ghostly resemblance to ancestral revolutionaries, the guerrillas mostly claimed the Mambises' heroic legacy through actions glossed as evidence of moral purity and impeccable honor. In recruiting his men, for example, Fidel insisted that the simple habit of cursing, normally a favorite macho practice in Cuba, was sufficient grounds for exclusion from the rebel army. I spent many nights watching them, said Castro of new recruits. It is the way you do little things that really tells. When one of the boys would curse, or shout in anger, fail to obey the quiet word, I sent him home. I wanted a different army, an army of gentlemen. Not the rich or educated kind. I wanted hidalgos, natural gentlemen. 95. Figure 28. Symbolic of the 26th of July movement's urban underground's means of raising awareness, this 1957 postcard featured an uncaptioned image of a civilian activist whose back displays evidence of a police beating. Photographic evidence from St. George's first month-long stay with Fidel's forces in the Sierra documented the methods, culture, and selfless values of the Mambises among 26th of July guerrillas. The same photographs would be reproduced repeatedly in the United States and Europe during and after the war. 96 While half of St. George's first article, published in Look magazine, focused on the legendary Mumbai method of lighting cane fields on fire, roasting and eating snakes, sleeping on the run, and setting up temporary roadblocks, the other half dealt with a less romantic side to guerrilla life. 97 First, Fidel held oath-taking ceremonies in which his original force of 12 apostles, Los Doce really 18 in number, asked crowds of local villagers to take pledges of allegiance, loyalty, and support for the rebels. As St. George noted, Guajiros were mostly consigned to involuntary drudgery after taking the oath. Growing crops was their primera consigna, the other was bearing cargo. Fleeing the land or refusing to cultivate, Fidel made clear, were punishable acts of betrayal. 98. Figure 29. M26-7 guerrillas encouraged the public to make a connection between themselves and the romantic, selfless, and often penniless foot soldiers of Cuba's 19th-century independence wars. Andrew St. George's unstaged portraits of many peasants spoke to the authenticity of that connection. Sealing this point, the rebels subsequently created a jungle judiciary to try local peasants who refused to take the guerrilla side and could be accused of banditry for this or other offenses. 99 For 12 days in an area called Naranjo, a 5-person tribunal made up of Fidel Castro, Celia Sanchez, Camilo Cienfuegos, Juan Almeida, and Humberto Saray Marin, former vice president of the Inter-American Bar Association, presided over the court-martial, conviction, and sentencing of dozens of men, all of whom Fidel called bandits. 100 The rebels also held long talks with Guajiros to explain the process, an essential facet of Castro's strategy. 101. Figure 30. One of many oath-taking ceremonies Fidel Castro and his original troop of 18 men had local peasants make in the Sierra Maestra, late spring 1957. Obvious to St. George was the fact that the peasants had little choice but to swear allegiance to Fidel and his cause. Relying on the same term that Batista used to define Fidel's men and the Spanish had used to describe Mambises, Fidel defined these peasants as bandits for having seized resources left in the wake of a rebel encounter with government soldiers. Over such resources only the rebels could claim to control, he explained. Bandit gangs spring up wherever the government troops withdraw, St. George reported. These outlaw wolf packs are Castro's biggest headache. Unpoliced, they pillage helpless villages for money, weapons, women. If we don't keep order in our liberated zone, says Castro, the people suffer. Our revolution is tarnished. Prisoners shown here were bandit chiefs, captured after a week of relentless tracking by rebels. The jungle has no prisons. The penalty for extreme crimes was death. 102 illustrated with photographs of a confessed rapist and leader of a 22-member local gang. The article excused the rebels' stern jungle justice. For mountain people and the puritanical Castro, rape was an intolerable crime. 103 Indeed, according to the article, rape was the only crime meriting execution. St. George's private notes to editors and unpublished photographs told a much darker tale, however. Figure 31. Castro's isolated band of guerrillas formed what Andrew St. George called a 5-person jungle judiciary to arrest, try, and execute dozens of men whom local peasants accused of rape, theft, and even murder. Internationally renowned legal scholar turned freedom fighter Dr. Humberto Saray-Marin, Camilo Cienfuegos, and Celia Sanchez joined Castro in interrogating a defendant on trial in March 1957, while René Rodriguez, a key urban activist in Santiago, looks on. Outside the frame was Juan Almeida, a black veteran of Fidel's Moncada attack, who served as the fifth judge. Clearly documented in St. George's many film reels and memos was the dual function of the trials and the executions. First, the trials themselves served notice to local peasants that by acting like a state, the guerrillas were becoming one in practical terms, not just in words or in their own minds. Second, initial execution squads, almost always led by Raúl Castro, seemed to include every available armed male member of a troop, except for Fidel and Father Sardenas, a Catholic priest who offered sacramental last rites to prisoners before they were tied to a tree and shot. Judging from the shocked look on many of the executioners' faces after their first execution in May 1957, the experience of killing such prisoners was meant to harden rebel troops in the general absence of encounters with Batista soldiers, the official enemy. Figure 32. Castro's armed followers had never killed anyone when they arrived in the Sierra Maestra. The executions of bandits tried and convicted by the jungle judiciary served to harden the men. St. George's first trip to the Sierra Maestra, his subsequent collaboration with the clandestine press of the 26th of July movement, and his June 15, 1957 story in Mexico City's splashy magazine Mañana clearly pleased Fidel. In a handwritten letter delivered by Dr. Miguel Angel Santos Bush in late June 1957, Fidel personally invited St. George back to the Sierra as the rebel army's regular combat correspondent. 104 Thus, on October 11, 1957, Celia Sanchez, who used her father's home as a safe house, issued St. George a handwritten safe conduct pass and a pink paper flag labeled Prensa for him to wear. 105. Ultimately, the rebels were able to extend the reach of their liberated zone to encompass most of southern Orient province by the summer of 1958. At that time, St. George spent more than 2 months undertaking a 200-mile guided tour of the impressively expanded rebel zone, especially Raúl Castro's Segundo Frente Frank País, or Second Front, named after the critical clandestino leader of Santiago whom police had murdered the year before. Executions had become an uncomfortable norm and Raúl Castro, according to St. George's private notes, was the rebels' heaviest-handed executioner. 106 Fidel and Raúl's forces had also adopted a peculiar rebel punishment, mock execution. Though none of died, rebels lined them up, fired over their heads, then shouted "one hasn't been hit," to make each blindfolded boy think he survived by accident, would get it in the second fusillade. 107 Raúl Castro had personally tied the boys to trees and directed the scene. St. George witnessed similar tactics on a march toward El Cabra. Intercepted by a rebel platoon, a suspicious wayfarer fell in fright when a rifle was fired over his head and Captain Rigoberto Ramirez menaced him with a pistol, firing past his ear. The threat of summary execution was rebels' only means of coercing information from suspects. 108. Figure 33. Participants' stunned emotional reactions to the very first executions leave little doubt that they suddenly realized they were facing the horrors of war. In notes accompanying a situation or memo, a narrative describing the context in which a journalist photographed particular scenes, to NBC, St. George commented on photographs now preserved at Yale University, framed in red at bottom is probably the best execution sequence I ever photographed in rebel camp. For technical reasons, it was not published. The victim is a Chinese Creole half-caste named Enrique Chang, an apparently depraved sex deviant who invaded the police-less rebel area with a small gang of his own and proceeded to rack up an impressive number of rapes on peasant girls. An open-air rebel court-martial convicted him of 21 confessed violations protesting husband. The same sheet then described St. George's photograph of an official bulletin signed by Raúl Castro listing suspected government spies executed at Soledad Sugar Mill in a single day, and urging other rebel field commanders to proceed against spies with similar severity. Seconded by classified reports at the U.S. consulate in Santiago, the list showed 39 names. 109. Although St. George was initially sympathetic to the rebels' actions, his perspective evolved over several trips. It was not just or even mostly rapists and common criminals whom rebel judges tried and convicted but chivatos, government informers, and spies, many of them women or girls. Hunting down government spies, i.e. anyone who gives army time of the day, is perhaps top priority rebel occupation, St. George wrote in an internal memo describing pictures taken during his second trip in the summer of 1957. The practice was common enough that St. George documented it frequently, often suppressing a rising sense of concern. In notes describing photographs his editors considered too bloody to publish, St. George wrote, "Suspected army spy captured by patrol is threatened with shooting and shot by accident. It's a botched but typical casualty of this family war of accidents and errors." 110. Accidents and errors, when they affected the lives of alleged girl spies, could be traumatic. St. George photographed a chubby girl as she stood dejectedly between guards while Juan Almeida interrogated her and local witnesses to determine her degree of guilt before remanding her to the rebel judge advocate's office for trial and most likely death. 111. Particularly disturbing to St. George was the case of Olga Suarez, captured when rebels took the town of Buicito, population 12,000. Characterized as a pharmacist, divorced, with 3 children, Olga stood accused of being a chivato. Informer. 112. The woman's fate haunted St. George, although he later published her anxiety-ridden portrait in Der Spiegel, he refused to witness her killing. 113. While the vast majority of peasants may have sided with the guerrillas, tracking down and killing the local bandits, which St. George described as Fidel's biggest headache, was clearly bloody business. According to U.S. citizen-turned-guerrilla Neil McCauley, exterminating spies on flimsy evidence formed a significant part of the rebels' regular duties throughout the campaign, a fact that disturbed him for years. 114. If the identification of chivatos was as arbitrary as Macaulay's gruesome account suggests, it is possible that the protracted trials and methodical executions to which Fidel subjected the accused when St. George first visited his troops may have been staged for show rather than representative of the usual practices. Figure 34. Although the evidence against her was slim and mostly hearsay, Olga Suarez faced execution by a self-appointed guerrilla tribunal. In this portrait, she struggles to compose herself only minutes before she was shot. By the summer of 1958, the hardships of war and the creation of a revolutionary state that accepted no neutral side had quickly become facts that Andrew St. George and 26th of July guerrilla leaders neither could nor wanted to deny. However, they continued to cast local and international perceptions of the violence that shaped events in a soft, romantic light. The generosity and humanity of individual rebel soldiers clearly struck St. George. He struggled hard to document their actions and character. Reminiscent of how Clandestino's personal sacrifices and fears remained unknown, none of St. George's most moving portraits and written descriptions of rank-and-file soldiers were ever published. At the same time, the military initiatives of Fidel and Raúl Castro reached new heights of bravado with respect to the United States and local businesses, foreign and domestic. On one hand, they continued efforts to recruit imperial witnesses to the rebel cause through Hollywood's performances that St. George and others now filmed. On the other hand, they also steeped those efforts in moral and political righteousness, claiming the mantle of a Christian mission but also establishing the sovereignty of the rebel state in the Sierra Maestra with unprecedented martial fury. Figure 35. By 1958, the numeric expansion of rebel forces and their control of territory laid the foundations for rule in the small towns and hamlets of Eastern Orient Province. Taken in early September on the vigil of the Feast of the Virgin of Charity, Cuba's most sacred patron, this image reveals how warm interactions and shared cultural values began to forge the guerrillas' legitimacy from the ground up. Christian disciples or bad boys and glamour girls of La Sierra Maestra? What garnered the rebels their place on the world stage was not simply the romantic image of successful, daring warfare that they forged in the media but the practical success of their guerrilla methods, at both a symbolic and an experiential level. At first, the rebels depended on the food and hospitality of the region's impoverished peasants for their very survival. Fairly soon, however, the guerrillas began a campaign of raids on local ranches and estates from which they exacted taxes and other financial contributions to the revolutionary cause. 115 In exchange, the guerrillas provided receipts and bonds payable upon achieving victory, much as Cuba's historical Mambises had once done. 116 As their strength and numbers grew, so did their bravado. Their army drew overt parallels to the kind of world that would result once the revolution against Batista and the old republic of U.S. manipulation, political scoundrels, and scandals was won. By far the most important military battles of the war, in this sense, were those that took place in the first 2 weeks of August 1958, when the rebel army cast out all remnants of Batista's forces from the Sierra Maestra. Suffering only 25 deaths and 48 wounded, the rebels won a resounding victory in the face of overwhelming air power and ground forces. By the end of the Battle of Jig, 231 Casquitos lay dead, the rebels took 422 others prisoner. 117 In a deliberate performance of genuine generosity, precisely the virtue Batista had so long claimed he had shown the opposition, Fidel ordered the captured POWs turned over to the Red Cross. This act alone persuaded some Batistiano soldiers to stay and work for the rebel cause. One critical example was Braulio Coronio, a machine gunner who had defended El Cuartel Moncada during the assault led by Castro in 1953. Amazingly, Coronio was able to interpret the secret codes the rebels had captured from the enemy, successfully duping government military aircraft into bombarding their own battalions. 118. Over several trips of 2 months each in the summer and fall of 1958, St. George documented the radical gains in political control, military power, and organizational effectiveness the rebels now enjoyed. He was clearly astonished. No longer were Fidel's men simply holding up motorists and paralyzing commercial traffic on Orient's highways so that they could set fire to the sugarcane fields around Bayamo. 119 The rebels had opened 8 field hospitals that treated injured revolutionaries and local peasants alike. Extending medical aid to civilian population has always been rebel custom, a humanitarian gesture. It has also proved strongest political lure in an area where the ratio of hospital beds is 8,500 inhabitants. For every bed, and where doctors are not seen for decades. 120 The rebels founded elementary schools for barefoot, half-naked children. They established toll roads, set up agencies for the taxation and military protection of landlords, acquired a government tank, and requisitioned wall phones from the United Fruit Company as well as multiple jeeps from Texaco's nearby refinery. 121. Figure 36. By building hospitals and local schools in the massive liberated zone under rebel army control, the 26th of July movement proved its commitment to transforming Cuba's long-neglected impoverished rural areas. Figure 37. The rebels also crafted in people's hearts and minds the image of a real-life alternative state. The rebels had also organized roadside bazooka teams that, according to the Havana-Santiago Bus Company, destroyed 70 brand new air-conditioned buses in only 2 months, forcing a suspension of all service. 122 While St. George found Carlos Franqui's founding of Radio Rebelled impressive, he was bowled over by the vast communication network that formerly vulnerable combat patrols now enjoyed. He counted 30 radio transmitters and over 100 shortwave receivers, some operated by female message decoders like Magali Montaigne. 123. Most remarkable to St. George, however, was the considerable political pull and legitimacy the rebels had achieved. Marching down a 2-lane highway with hundreds of rebels, he witnessed their occupation of 30 towns against half-hearted opposition. 124 Incredibly, 36 of 41 sugar mills in the area were paying taxes to the rebels by the fall of 1958. 125 Anxious businessmen have filled rebel, but their most significant tribute was running Santiago telephone line directly to rebel outpost. This was the contribution of Cuban Telephone Co., he wrote, worried sick over getting its plants around Santiago taken out by anti-telephone company rebels, who have already taken out hundreds of poles, dozens of miles of wiring. This is the first rebel city line since Fidel's landing 2 years ago, an apple of their eye. 126 Of course, lost on no one was the Cuban Telephone Company's hypocritical about-face regarding Batista. This was the very same U.S. company that had once thanked him publicly for lowering its tax rates and given him a gold telephone the day after the DR's attack on the presidential palace. Indeed, rebel leaders clearly delighted in regularly harassing U.S. companies, often for no apparent reason other than to show their strength and prophesy the future consolidation of Cuba's national sovereignty. The notion that U.S. investors had begun paying tribute to Fidel's troops was not lost on newly appointed U.S. Ambassador Earl Smith, who demanded that they stop. As Americans, Smith wrote in a private letter to U.S. businessmen, we no right to pay money to active revolutionaries who are trying to overthrow a friendly government. 127 St. George regularly witnessed rebels taking U.S. company-owned jeeps on joy rides, only to leave them abandoned along roads or in the countryside. They also showed their strength by invading and occupying small towns, none of which they held for more than a few hours. 128 Accompanying a rebel guard to the Texaco refinery near Santiago, St. George watched dumbfounded as a 26th of July guerrilla donned a helmet with a covered-up Texaco insignia and then honored Texaco plant manager's request that St. George refrain from taking pictures. Apparently, neither side wanted to heighten tensions with the U.S. government. Pictures of the takeover made relations between rebels and the company seem less than cordial and the guerrillas' occupation of Texaco unwelcome. These shots escaped confiscation only by lucky accident, St. George explained. 129. In other words, by all outward appearances, the rebels had successfully recruited Texaco's plant managers, local coffee planters, and assorted foreign and native businessmen into the ranks of the rebel army's enthusiastic supporters. Surely the involuntary nature and pragmatism of their support was not lost on St. George any more than it was on Fidel Castro himself. For this reason, St. George's careful, sympathetic documentation of the self-sacrifice of individual guerrillas and his unabashed representation of their exploits in a romantic, even glamorous light are significant. However cynically one might interpret guerrilla leaders' reliance on foreign journalists and the craft of image-making, St. George witnessed heroism as well as an abiding sense of the rebels' generosity and even humor amid often dehumanizing conditions. Figure 38. Luis Crespo deeply impressed comrades, locals, and strangers alike by adopting a disabled toddler he found abandoned in the woods. No better example emerges in St. George's private papers and photographic record than that of Luis El Guajiro Crespo, one of the rebel force's premier bomb makers, to whom St. George dedicated more than a reel of film. A survivor of the Granma, the 33-year-old Crespo was a former sugar worker from Camagüey who had been running the rebels' main bomb factory near Fidel's headquarters for over a year. What impressed St. George, however, was the fact that Crespo had adopted a crippled war orphan as his mascot, whom he has exercised and massaged until the boy is slowly beginning to walk. Admiringly, St. George captured El Guajiro working in his bomb shop, a small shack sitting atop a pile of 150-pound unexploded bombs dropped by Batista's Air Force, while his adopted son played happily nearby. 130 In an image that reversed 1950s-style gender roles, El Guajiro is shown lovingly washing his boy on a large rock next to a stream and dousing him with Johnson's baby powder in the over-the-top way any Cuban would recognize. Importantly, St. George wanted editors to realize that this extraordinarily generous warrior father was real, not just an image. Describing a picture of Crespo massaging the legs of the crippled boy, St. George insisted, "This is daily routine for rebel agent known as El Guajiro and not stunt." 131. Figure 39. After nearly 2 years of constant care and a loving routine that included massages and baths along the river, the boy learned to walk, and Luis Crespo was very much his father. Other characters' self-sacrifice emerges from the archive. Examples include St. George's portrait of 20-year-old Jack Nardine of Chicago, a rebel guard and survivor of polio who joined Fidel's forces to better himself. He moved along the mountain ridges with incredible willpower. 132 St. George also admired Hannibal Hidalgo, a veteran of 14 bloody encounters with Batista soldiers, brother of a dead rebel and son of a peasant family, all of whose members joined Castro as combatants. Laboriously, Hannibal had re-engraved his own insignia onto a dead soldier's dog tag, "Let me carry this our banner to victory or die." Enveloped in its folds, it read. Hidalgo conceived and engraved the motto himself, but its length crowded owner's name off dog tag. St. George commented. 133. Without doubt, it was the women in the rebel army who stood out the most. An unpublished series of photographs documenting the lives and routines of these women seemed to ask why anyone, let alone such beautiful creatures, would want to risk their lives fighting a dictatorship in the woods. Examples included mostly forgotten and anonymous girl guerrillas such as a gun-toting rebel mother of 4 from Santiago, Anita, the wife of Captain Eusebio Mora, who marched for 14 days through the jungle to reach her husband's troop, Alicia Marin, one of a dozen local girls who worked voluntarily as a cook, and Teresita Gonzalez, a 24-year-old Havana model and chief of rebel messengers who performed highly dangerous work, crossing back and forth across rebel lines. 134. Cuban women of the revolution were not only bold but proud to express their feelings and sexuality with the men they loved. The wives of officers, who get to yearn too hotly for their husband's company, are sometimes permitted to join the jungle army for a few weeks provided they are hardy enough to put up with the jungle life. Some girls, however, all but outdo the men. 135 Pride in their sexuality notwithstanding, young attractive girls barely out of puberty clearly had to put up with a lot among nearly all male troops. A good example was 16-year-old tomboy Honoris Gutierrez, the first woman to join Fidel's column after they set up camp in the Sierra. Fearless and smart, Honoris bathed in the river with her gun belt and holster lying beside her on the bank, pistol always cocked. She also spent an inordinate amount of time cleaning her pistol in front of the men. Fidel, in a rare moment of undeniably Cuban-style levity, joked, "Nina, si sigues limpiando esa pistola de 22 seteva a convertir en una 38.136. While this remark surely ranks at the top of a running list of salty Fidelisms that St. George recorded, it was also among the least important. None of the comments that he recognized as highly significant ever made it into print. Editors likely feared their effect on U.S. Cuba relations. Let the State Department send up a man here and we'll talk things out. I don't recognition, don't even want to hear the word, let your man come as a reporter, as a shoe salesman, a company negotiator, I'll keep his presence secret, but let him come, Fidel said. 137 When asked about Raúl Castro's decision to out an independent, anti-US political line from his command in the Sierra del Norte, Fidel balked and declared his frank disdain. Adding insult to injury, Raúl had also taken to playing the role of trickster, ordering his men to turn the water system on and off at the Guantanamo naval base, thereby demonstrating his power to make the United States anxious and uncomfortable at will. 138 What did Fidel think of Raúl's harassment of U.S. residents and U.S. installations, including the Navy base? Folly 139. Figure 40. Gun-toting teenagers like Honores or this unidentified black recruit were not numerous among Fidel Castro's guerrillas, but they were valued for demonstrating how the 26th of July movement embodied a frontal assault on the social and political injustice of Batista's regime. Yet not all recruits packed their own guns. According to St. George, Fidel tried to loan his telescopic rifle to virtually every man St. George photographed in order to make his troops appear far more prepared than they were. At the time Fidel made these remarks, they carried particular weight. Dangerous tensions had emerged between Raúl's new rebel headquarters in the northern range of Sierra Crystal and the U.S. government. In June 1958, guerrillas under Raúl's command took hostage foreign employees of U.S. oil and mining companies as well as 28 U.S. Marines. The story was widely reported in U.S. newspapers and forcibly ignored by the Cuban media. 140 By early July, the number of hostages totaled 47 U.S. citizens and 3 Canadians. 141 If matters were already bad enough, Raúl Castro promised they could get far worse. Raúl's Wild West and the Great International Hostage Crisis. According to Military Order No. 30, signed by Raúl Castro, the United States was pulling strings with allied dictatorships of the region to help Batista's armed forces secure weapons the United States had publicly announced it would no longer send. Stamped Made in the USA, bombs shipped from Trujillo's Dominican Republic and tanks supplied by the Somocista dictatorship in Nicaragua testified to the duplicity and criminal policy that defined Washington's response to the Cuban War. 142 For these reasons, announced Raúl, we are now obliged to expedite Military Order No. 30, which orders all military commanders of the Second Front, as an act of legitimate defense, to detain all American citizens within our reach. 143. According to Mario Larena, 26th of July movement spokesman in New York, the guerrillas decided to take the hostages after receiving credible evidence that the U.S. government continued to ship weapons to Batista's army through the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo, despite its public declaration to the contrary only a few weeks earlier. 144 Called Operation Anti-Aircraft, the capture of the hostages represented an opportunity for the rebels to fight U.S. issued bombs with ideas whose moral appeal they hoped would prove contagious. Completely fluent in English, Vilma Espin, a former chemistry student at MIT and head of Santiago's Urban Underground after the murder of Frank Pace, held nightly political discussions with the prisoners, apparently attempting to educate them on the social goals of the movement and thereby attenuate their complicity with imperial and national oppressors upon their release. 145 Ultimately, she served as official translator for Raúl Castro when top officials of the U.S. consular office in Santiago showed up to negotiate. According to U.S. Consul Park Wallam, who interviewed the Marines several days into their ordeal, efforts at propagandizing the men had apparently met with very little success. In fact, the Marines turned the tables on the rebels, doing some propagandizing themselves on the United States' behalf and making friends around the village. 146 In his comments to St. George, Fidel characterized the hostage problem as a mere headache. Similarly light in its assessment, a 26th of July movement radio broadcast of the Fidel Castro Freedom Network denied any kidnapping had happened at all. The incident was only a tour to show the devastation caused by Cuban forces using United States arms against the rebels. 147 Yet despite Fidel's dismissals, there is little doubt that for U.S. officials, the kidnapping easily amounted to the greatest hostage crisis in U.S. history until that point. Attesting to this in a recent filmed interview, Robert Weicha, former CIA agent, vice consul in Santiago, and chief consul Park Wallam's partner in multiple meetings with Raúl Castro, explained that key objectives of his presence in the negotiations was to better assess conditions for a possible U.S. invasion. 148. Similarly, in a memoir whose publication U.S. State Department officials apparently refused to authorize, Wallam dedicated 5 chapters typed on legal-size paper to recounting the harrowing process of securing the hostages' release. For Wallam, the hostage crisis was a tipping point in the careful balancing act that U.S. officials in Santiago's consular office and intelligence network carried out with respect to the 26th of July movement. Using U.S. leverage with Batista's regime, Wallam regularly secured the release of secret activists and more than once rescued St. George. He also put up with local American residents haranguing him and his colleagues unmercifully for dealing with the dictator. Some of them considered it their duty to raise hell with us, he recalled. 149 I would say more than the majority of the State Department and more than the majority of the CIA supported Fidel Castro against Batista, attested Weicha in 2010. Mainly on the grounds of the reports of cruelty by Batista and not being legitimately elected president. 150. After they met directly with Raúl's guerrilla leaders, however, Wallam and Weicha no longer saw the political objectives of urban activists and the top guerrillas as the same. As front-row witnesses to the gruesome crimes of Batista's regime in Orient, U.S. officials in Santiago, unlike those in Havana, had been deeply sympathetic. In subsequent dealings with top negotiators, though, something changed. 151 Likely, U.S. officials discovered that they and the hostages were being used. Both Wallam and Weicha quickly surmised that regardless of the open hostility and distrust of Raúl's group toward the Americans, the primary goal of the kidnappings was not political provocation or even diplomatic recognition but international publicity. Indeed, when Wallam first arrived to meet Raúl, he discovered Jules Dubois was already there. Dubois, a correspondent for the Chicago Tribune and president of the Inter-American Press Association, was a longtime ally of the 26th of July Underground. 152 Within days, Andrew St. George and CBS TV News reporter Eric Theuerschmidt had arrived, both brought movie cameras. 153. As Bob Weicha explained, after several days hike and nearly a week under guard at a makeshift prison, the Columbia University, educated guerrilla Manuel Pinero finally showed up to guide him. Better known by the nickname Barbaroja for his fiery red beard, Pinero served for decades as Castro's most feared and hated intelligence chief following the revolution. After more hiking, they finally reached a rebel base near Calabaza. And we got to the village of Calabaza and Park was there, and the captured engineers were there, and some of the press were already there, but Raúl Castro had not made an appearance. And then afternoon, suddenly, over the mountains, it looked like Genghis Khan coming. They had about 4 or 5 jeeps, everybody riding the hoods and fenders, holding up rifles with the 26th of July flags attached to them, and Raúl came in, a big arrival. Undeterred by the display, Weicha persuaded Raúl to release a number of soldiers who had dysentery. And I thought I had him, and then in came Vilma. I hadn't seen her in months. And she said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And so Raúl explained to her the deal of releasing the sick prisoners, and she said, "No, no, no, 1,000 times, no, no, no." And then I had an argument with Vilma and I told her I had done a lot for the revolution and I explained to her that 3 of their main leaders were going to be executed, and I intervened and I got them saved and they're still alive, and that didn't even persuade her. 154. Nonetheless, the negotiations began. For Wallam, the rebels were simply buying time as the United States pressured Batista not to bomb the area while U.S. citizens stood at risk. 155 According to Weicha, there wasn't much heart in the negotiations because the rebels were receiving international publicity on this, and all the press were there, a big deal. So they'd release a prisoner one day, and release a prisoner the next day, maybe nothing for a couple days, and it was always headline news across the country. It was not until mid-July, when President Eisenhower ordered the Marines to Lebanon and the focus of the world press shifted, that all of the U.S. hostages were finally let go. 156. In the meantime, however, Raúl, Vilma Espin, and the guerrillas of Raúl's Segundo Frente provided dramatic evidence that they were not just powerful and in control but extremely relaxed, unhurried, and thoroughly entertained by the American visitors. In a break between meetings, Barbaroja donned tennis whites and showed off his skills to Waika on an improvised rebel tennis court. Vilma Espin played with loaded rifles for the camera. Raúl Castro graciously allowed his consular guests to hold his own automatic weapon for a group portrait. Yet the rebels did not limit their strategy to intimidating U.S. officials, they illustrated the justice of their cause through the warm and friendly treatment of foreign prisoners in front of top U.S. reporters. When CBS correspondent Eric Feuerschmidt and Andrew St. George crash-landed an aircraft in Raúl's camp, the rebels brought out U.S. employees of the $1 million U.S. government-owned Cuban nickel company. 157. In addition to filming the CBS reporter filming the hostages and the rebels, St. George had the reporter film him as chatting with Raúl Castro in the doorway of a comfortable mountain cabin. Alongside them, Vilma Espin happily munched crackers as armed soldiers looked on. Figure 41. Manuel Pinheiro, better known as Barbaroja, dropped his studies at Columbia University to join Castro's forces in the Sierra. Intelligent, fully bilingual, and accustomed to the habits of Cuba's elite, he became a key point of contact with the CIA and Santiago's U.S. consular office during the hostage crisis provoked by Raúl Castro's detention of dozens of Marines and foreign company executives in June and July 1958. St. George also filmed a group of rebels on the streets of a U.S. company town known as Mayari-Arriba after they had apparently captured the town and held it for 4 or 5 days. 158. The rebels are seen completely relaxed. In one sequence they are listening to a company commander when they seem to abruptly remember they are being filmed. Suddenly, they walk briskly down the main street of the town, 6 abreast, hands on their weapons, looking more like actors in a Hollywood Western than revolutionaries in eastern Cuba. 159. Most striking of all, however, were St. George's images of Feuerschmidt interviewing the 4 unnamed hostages from the Nicaro nickel plant while they examined shrapnel and other parts of an exploded missile. The rebels ostensibly hoped to use the hostages as a way of authenticating that the bombs had been dropped from U.S. issued aircraft. 160. In a subsequent frame, Raúl Castro demonstrates the same evidence to one of the other hostages. Although unshaven and looking worn and tired, the hostages are shown to have established great camaraderie with the rebels, smoking with them, conversing with a man who appears to be a rebel doctor, and generally having a good time. Incredibly, St. George and Feuerschmidt even filmed the hostages as they played a lively game of horseshoes, surrounded by smiling peasant boys and amicable armed guards. Indeed, the only image of a hostage that seems to defy the guerrilla-controlled public face of the process emerges in a sequence that St. George shot through the slats of a window. Apparently unobserved by guerrillas and hostages alike, St. George captures the worried agitation of a blond man wearing glasses as he sits thinking, alone at a table inside a cabin with an armed guard at his door. 161. Figure 42. U.S. negotiators' first images of their rebel counterparts included former Santiago Underground chief Vilma Espin. Wearing a silk blouse and a cowboy hat, Espin toyed with a loaded submachine gun for the cameras, thereby making a mockery of both Yankee and Cuban machismo. Eventually, St. George filmed the American hostages climbing into a company jeep as they prepare to be released. As the hostages move toward the jeep in the scene, some of their captors quickly step forward to say goodbye. Particularly striking in this regard, a black Cuban rebel smiles warmly as he grasps the hand of a tall, blonde American. Seconds later, an older American wearing dark-framed glasses and a cowboy hat is shown gripping the hand of a white, bearded rebel officer for several seconds while he speaks seriously and respectfully to him from the front seat of the jeep, implying a certain degree of understanding for their cause. The film ends with local officials holding a press conference on an airport tarmac, although the location of the airport is not clear. 162 One is left to wonder whether the rebels or the hostages would have been quite so friendly had the US cameramen and the audiences they represented not been there at all. Figure 43. Posing for a group picture after successful negotiations with US officials to release the hostages, Raúl Castro passed his weapon to Bob Wicca, officially the US vice consul in Santiago and unofficially an agent of the CIA, in a sign of trust as well as power. Despite the smiles, clear to everyone involved was the fact that Raúl held the fate of the hostages, the image of the revolutionary movement, and U.S. Cuba relations in guerrilla hands. Because of the challenge of finding the original presentation of the filmed news broadcast titled Castro, the argument and selection of images included in it remain unclear. 163 Equally unclear were the purposes and destiny of St. George's films, since they apparently were never used or, quite possibly, even meant for public use. Despite this, however, it seems obvious that the images both St. George and the CBS reporter shot of Vilma Espin, Raúl Castro, and the American and Canadian hostages served rebel leaders' interests and calculated needs. The daily coverage in the New York Times acknowledged the rebels' generosity and clearly conveyed Fidel's message that while Cuban rebels and citizens alike might blame the U.S. government for the war, they did not blame the U.S. people. 164 To prove this, Raúl's forces held an elaborate party for the hostages on the 4th of July, even roasting a pig. 165 Even as Admiral Gerald Wright, commander of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet, called for Raúl Castro's execution, the Associated Press's key photograph of the hostages reproduced only the fraternal image of mutual accord that Raúl and his followers had performed. Roman Cecilia, a U.S. mining engineer, smiling and chatting with his rebel captor for a global audience. 166 Later, Raúl issued an apology in which he admitted the role he assigned to journalists and their readers in the war. I realized that this was a drastic action. I wanted these as international witnesses to see the 26th of July movement rebel encampment, their cause and what they are fighting for: freedom of the people. 167. St. George's visual narratives clearly document a gregarious mixed-race and cross-class group of freedom fighters engaged in conversational and cultural exchanges with the representatives of a U.S. corporation. Rather than depict the men firing their weapons or engaging in any violence, the rebels posit themselves in a defensive role, preserving order, much like a rustic police force offering security to local residents in a frontier town. Rather than focus on the many black soldiers among the troops, the films feature lengthy close-ups of a rebel with an unexpected shock of blonde hair and two women rebels, one with glamorous wavy hair, speaking unsmilingly, and the other with luminously large blue or green eyes, looking camera shy as she listens, first intently, then distractedly, to Fidel. Crowds of peasant women wearing flowered dresses carry babies. Groups of round-faced children wear khaki clothes emblematic of the 26th of July guerrillas. Rebel officers examine maps in order to plan strategies. A foot soldier totes a guitar as well as a machine gun. Moreover, the leading protagonists in the films, like Vilma Espin with her mother-of-pearl button-down blouse, Raúl Castro in his 10-gallon hat, and Fidel Castro with his nerdy black-rimmed glasses, look as out of place as the U.S. mining company employees with their linen bowling shirts, sunburns, and fancy, pleated pants. Together, they project the idea that only the most unjust of circumstances could have forced otherwise civilized and clearly bourgeois people to be there in the middle of the woods. The relaxed outward countenance of the U.S. citizens shows the confidence they have gained in the secure fold of revolutionaries. It confirms their empathy for the sacrifices of their rebel hosts. Both the Cuban rebel and American citizen rebuke the barbarism of such crimes as U.S. support for Batista's bombing raids on civilian populations ensconced in the mountains. These protagonists and the generalized context of a ragged, simple people portrayed against the backdrop of forests and dust-filled towns augment the romantic, idealistic quality of these images. Like the photographs shot during St. George's first visits to the Sierra Maestra, the discourse of these films reveals total support for the rebels' cause and therefore, their total invincibility. Viewed through the lens of St. George's camera, Guerrilla's revolutionary reality showed American hostages in a war zone interacting with their captors as if all were the best of friends and on the same side. In such images, American employees of the U.S.-owned Cuban nickel company appear as uninformed victims of their government's hypocrisy, their eyes opened by their captors to the society suffering around them. In staging these interactions, Guerrilla simultaneously authenticated the morality of the cause and the humanity of its leaders through imperial witnesses. Obviously, guerrilla warfare in the Sierra was nothing like St. George's film or an earlier, much more romanticized CBS documentary on the rebels depicted at Point 168. For example, at the time of the hostage crisis, the Nicaro mine, which the rebels had already raided in late July in order to steal 1,000 gallons of gasoline, was the focal point of direct violent conflict between a large contingent of Batista's forces and the rebels. After the rebels hauled away $200,000 worth of equipment in October, the Cuban army retaliated by occupying the mine and nearby town of Nicaro. U.S. officials reacted by dispatching an aircraft carrier and transport ship to evacuate all U.S. citizens. Point 169 Conflict, tension, and violence, not tranquility, trust, and friendship had long characterized the region. Importantly, until the fall of 1958, rebels restricted the brunt of their verbal attacks, trials, and executions to local peasants, rather than confront the more obvious enemy, that is, the local landlords and members of the economic elite who were directly responsible for Batista's power and abuses in Orient. Indeed, even when they had the chance to do so, they did not kill or harm U.S. citizens or the U.S. Marines, whom the rebels charged with being directly allied to Batista. On the contrary, they courted, charmed, and released them, occasionally before the lens of television cameras. Just as they had done when the CBS film crew visited the Sierra earlier that year, in the fall of 1958, the guerrillas made light of resistance among any social class when St. George visited them. Tactically limiting their attacks to the property rather than the persons of the constituted regional order and discursively reducing any opposition to a smattering of confused rural bandits allowed the rebels to claim visually what Fidel had stated audibly to CBS reporters a year earlier: all the people of the Sierra Maestra are with us. 170. Messiah, disciples, and the hidden heroes of revolutionary Cuba. In the Sierra Maestra, the 26th of July movement rehearsed consciously and unconsciously the revolution to come. Through tactics and imagery, the rebels forced protagonists and antagonists onto a visual stage in which only they appeared capable of moral action. Symbolic inversions of power and denials of violence flowed through messianic and apostolic images that Fidel and the guerrillas respectively presented of themselves. These images spoke loudly and deliberately of a people struggling for liberation against the greatest of odds and the most powerful of imperial states, a society that could be saved only by a great, ideologically impartial moral force embodied in the figure of Fidel Castro and his Barbudos. These unmistakably manly followers, by the end of the war, showed their bravery, commitment, and the sacrifice of basic civilized comforts in the length of their beards. Indeed, their beards distinguished guerrillas from clandestinos, marking the former as supposedly more heroic, more revolutionary, more like Cuba's Messiah, Fidel. The legend that resulted from the guerrillas' collaboration with Andrew St. George speaks clearly of the emerging frame of historical and cultural memory within which the Batista regime was supposed to be understood and, through Fidel, finally overturned. Undoubtedly as well, 2 years of collaboration had made both Fidel Castro and Andrew St. George U.S. media stars. By 1958, St. George had himself become the focal point of major magazines that discussed his exploits, daring, and even the amount of money news outlets had paid him. 171 Today it seems hard to believe that when St. George arrived as a photojournalist in the Sierra in March 1957, he was entirely self-taught and almost fully self-funded. Ironically, when St. George pitched his work on the guerrillas to top media offices in Manhattan only months later, it was still not a story about Fidel Castro that editors wanted, but one centered on a 20-year-old American boy named Chuck Ryan who had joined Fidel's column, St. George even included in his pitch photographs of Chuck and excerpts from his diary. 172 As fate would have it, when St. George finally did return to the Sierra for a story on Chuck, Fidel gave him the bad news that Chuck had left the previous day with stomach problems. Happy to have someone to practice his English with, Fidel boomed to St. George, "I trust you'll stay for at least a month." 173 Writing in September 1958, St. George confessed, "I felt like never going back to New York. That millions of people all over the world would see and get a clearer image from my pictures of these rebels with a cause. And the thought that I had helped illuminate their struggle gave me the deepest sense of satisfaction I have ever felt." 174. If there in the Sierra Maestra, words were as important as actions to the success of 26th of July movement's moral victory over military and political opponents, then elsewhere, outside the spaces rebels controlled, the images that clandestinos crafted of the guerrillas and that the guerrillas themselves helped stage combine the power of myth and legend to demoralize foes, convince class adversaries, and empower the masses. Arguably, Fidel and other leaders knew that the images St. George crafted spoke for them, more loudly and more clearly than the rebels could or perhaps even wanted to speak for themselves. In short, this initially tiny band of 18 armed rebels and hundreds of underground civilian activists managed to project the impossible, their own movement's ultimate political invincibility through moral means. If Fidel Castro could effortlessly claim the mantle of selfless national patriot in the immediate aftermath of Batista's flight, he did so largely because of the brilliant public relations campaign that he, a vast network of fearless clandestinos, and peasant supporters had forged in the Sierra Maestra. The guerrillas' positive, carefully constructed image of themselves garnered widespread legitimacy long before they descended from the liberated zone. As Camilo Cienfuegos and Che Guevara began the march west, they joined the DR's guerrilla force in the central mountain range of El Escambre and, finally directed by Moscow to abandon Batista to his fate and reverse their position on the war, armed PSP militants joined them. As city after city under Batistiano control began to fall in their wake, Batista's departure from power and from Cuba became a fait accompli. Epilogue. Revolutionary Cuba, December 1958 and beyond. December 1958 represented a momentous month for every sector of the Cuban opposition, particularly the 26th of July movement and its affiliate organizations of clandestinos, especially Resistencia Civica. For a year, Batista's regime had not only been at war against domestic armed foes, real and imagined, but on the defensive with respect to its own supporters. Batista's strategy of painting all alternatives to his rule as a vote for communism had devolved into simply "aid to Castro is aid to communism." Issued in April 1958, the new slogan revealed just how tenuous Batista's grasp on power had become. 1 Edition after edition of Report on Cuba, Batista's primary propaganda newsletter published in Washington, attempted to convince readers by any means necessary of his own popularity and the inevitable demise of Fidel Castro's revolutionary movement. Batista's publicists accomplished this mostly through denials of any government abuse of the pro-Castro rebels as well as by outright lying. The 26th of July movement was plagued by deserters and Fidel Castro's days were numbered. Fidelistas would never win in any election. Castro's closest representatives were as much in cahoots with former President Pryo as their ranks were stacked with secret communists. Not only had the April 1958 strike failed but dozens more had fizzled. The summer tourist season had excelled all expectations, so opposed were Cuban workers to the war that the sugar harvest of 1958 to 1959 was said to be the largest on record. 2 Denial as a modus operandi did not appeal just to Batista, however. Cuba's great sugar barons at the Zarnicow-Ryan Company mimicked Batista's optimistic outlook even as the physical and fiscal evidence of apolitical worker rioting and coordinated actions with rebel assaults piled up throughout 1958. An internal report to George Braga in May 1958 described the situation at the company's largest and most lucrative property, Central Menotti, as very gratifying. Despite top shareholder Alfonso Fangel's admitted surprise at the extent of rebel operations in Menotti, he and other inspectors believed quite strongly that none of our people are involved. 3. Yet acts of sabotage and destruction of property by malicious individuals had already produced a flurry of insurance claims by the company and attending increases in its corporate insurance rates. 4. Indeed, the company's top executives concerned themselves with losses as small as a $95 horse and a $40 calf seized and killed for food. Thus, the extent and deliberateness of destruction on plantations in Orient, Camagüey, and Las Villas in 1958 must have seemed staggering. 5. In March of that year, the company filed claims totaling $335,837.79 for the loss by fire of 40,000 bags of raw sugar at Central Resolution. 6. However, sabotage and damage due to strikes, riots, civil commotion, etc. in October through December 1958 were, by far, the worst. Claims filed for devastated railways, burned out rail cars, cut telephone lines, missing bulldozers, stolen trucks, and incendiary incidents at Centrales Elia, Menotti, Francisco, and Tuanusi ranged from $12,000 to $15,000 each. 7. On December 1, 1958, the very same day that managers worried over the theft of a horse and a calf, Central Menotti served as a battleground between armed rebels apparently attempting to seize control of the plantation and locally garrisoned units of Batista's army. Despite a rebel retreat, machine gun fire, exploding bombs, and the Air Force's subsequent strafing of the Central resulted in over $300,000 in losses. 8. For company executives, the fact that Batista's censors prevented such worker feats of solidarity and coordination with rebels from making the news proved comforting. Appearances of normalcy kept them from losing shareholder trust and thus even more money. The company's on-site inspectors like top air Alfonso Fangel also preferred to look on the bright side because they were motivated by a logic that Batista officials and revolutionaries shared, in the minds of Batistanos and rebels alike, harnessing citizens' belief that Batista's regime would either stand the test of the revolution's challenge or crumble before it remained a principal factor that would determine one of these two very outcomes. Indeed, in the last weeks of 1958 both the rebels and Batista supporters seemed convinced that citizens' attitudes rather than military victories remained central to Cuba's destiny. For his part, Batista gave the appearance of normalcy amid mounting chaos. In November and early December, he went so far as to inaugurate a series of public works projects in the poor working-class barrio of Casablanca on the eastern side of the Bay of Havana. These included new government-built homes and a colossal sculpture of Jesus located near the city's primary military fortification and security headquarters, La Cabana. Although the sculpture was blessed in an official ceremony by Cardinal Artiega, one of Sim's earliest victims following Batista's coup, only a tiny number of clergy attended the event. Those absent were demonstrating their abhorrence of the regime. Aron Castristas, according to the bitter José Cabas, one of Batista's primary apologists and author of the work Batista, Pensamiento y Acción, among others. 9. To fight Batista's theater of normalcy and Christian celebration, Resistencia Cívica and Pro. 26th of July movement cells of journalists led by Carlos Lechuga launched one of their most daring and creative operations so far, a campaign known as 03C, or Cero Trace C. The acronym encoded the call for a national consumer strike during the month-long celebrations leading up to the Christmas holiday. 03CS meant Cero Cena, Cero Compras, Cero Cabaret. 10 The campaign was brilliantly and mysteriously promoted through the print media as if 03C were a new shampoo or cosmetic product. The tagline for its advertisement was KES 03C? Cero Trace C. 11 The Secretary General of the 26th of July movement, Manolo Rey, traveled to the Sierra Maestra and explained the campaign to propaganda chief Carlos Franqui. Violeta Casals, a famous radio novela and cabaret star, clarified the purpose of the 03C for radio rebelled listeners by reading 3 short decimas, poems of a rural tradition, that connected it to the ascetic values of the revolution. These decimas defined engaging in hedonistic pleasures like going to the movies as acts of complicity with the regime's assassinations. No niegues tu la existencia de la lucha en tu vivir. Yati y podrás divertir, pero hoy la sangre camina, cuando el tirano asesina, a que sin avasa ir. 12. Tapping citizens' sense of patriotic duty was only part of the strategy. Tried to paralyze the economy so that there would be greater pressure from all sectors of the country against Batista, noted Emilio Guid, the advertising executive turned revolutionary who came up with the 03C campaign. Methodically, Resistencia Civica attempted to shift the burden of change onto the shoulders of Cuba's affluent middle and upper classes through powerful, visible, and collective protest. 13 In case Cubans' legendary reliance on Radio Bimba, or word-of-mouth culture, proved insufficient to break through Batista's wall of terror and censorship, the group also clandestinely produced and distributed thousands of flyers that reproduced the Décimas Violeticas Sal's read over Radio Rebelde. One side of the red and black, many fold-out flyers spelled out the meaning of the acronym 03C and invited citizens to see their acts of self-abnegation as a form of mass protest. The other side carried startling images of affluent couples enjoying themselves against a backdrop of warfare, shackled hands, and a guerrilla shot through the heart in battle. 14. Figure 44. The brainchild of advertising executive Emilio Guid and covered M26-7 press activists like Vicente Baez. The December 1958 03C campaign had public and clandestine sides. The underground flyer explained that Cubans who enjoyed the holiday season while ignoring Batista's repression collaborated with the regime and committed treason. Activists invited all Cubans to mock the fragility of Batista's version of reality and, through a national consumer strike, to collapse the regime's authority. Even as forces commanded by Camilo Cienfuegos, Che Guevara, and American DR Commander William Morgan triumphed over the army in the western provinces in late December, neither guerrillas nor clandestinos like Emilio Guid believed the war had neared an end. Indeed, after rejoicing at the clear success of the 03C campaign on December 26, Guid faced the reality that he would soon have to quit his job and go deep underground. He slept that night in his secret studio in El Vedado, surrounded by original copies of Manolo Rey's Manual de Demoliciones del Ejército Rebelde, a guide that Rey had crafted to help the rebels blow up many of the very public works he himself had engineered. 15 Fidel Castro, meanwhile, celebrated the holidays by visiting his recently widowed mother on the family estate in Orient. 16. Despite all outward appearances and rebel propaganda touting the moral and historical invincibility of their cause, it was not until Fulgencio Batista finally fled Cuba that the revolutionary destiny for which so many thousands of Cubans had sacrificed their livelihoods, their personal dreams, or even their lives seemed sealed. Accompanied by his family, his hand-picked would-be successor Vice President Andrés Aguero Rivero, 9 members of the National Police, his entire personal bodyguard, their wives, and 3 servants, Batista touched down in the neighboring dictatorship of the Dominican Republic, headed by Rafael Trujillo. The U.S. State Department, nearly the last to abandon hope in Batista, was among the first to know. 17 According to legend and the memoir of Carlos Franqui, no one seemed initially more shocked and less prepared to make a public statement about the meaning of Batista's flight than Fidel Castro. 18. When Batista abandoned Cuba, he left behind a citizenry that had struggled to save a wounded but resilient vision of a heroic, united, and revolutionary nation. For the previous year, Cubans, amid the many dashed hopes and violence suffered by generations past, had vested their expectations for the future in the messianic message that Fidel Castro provided them and that clandestinos' activism invited them to hear. On New Year's Day, 1959, the raw material for the story of a newly revolutionary Cuba was already there in the resilient and vibrant goal of a participatory state and socially democratic, just union. The experiences, struggles, sacrifices, and values responsible for crafting that goal did not originate on July 26, 1953, or on March 13, 1957, or on the day of Batista's coup, March 10, 1952. The essential elements for rebellion had emerged when Cubans first heard the call of Eduardo Chivas to join the Orthodox movement, cleanse the state of the financial and political impunity of its representatives, and galvanize popular energies behind a program of total sovereignty, government accountability, the amelioration of poverty, and greater racial equality. Chivas, like so many martyred leaders of Cuba, had come to embody these goals in the public's imagination. Their memories served as a national touchstone and reference point for revolution. Awash in the glow and euphoria that Cuba's new lease on a revolution represented that first day of January 1959 and for weeks afterward, many historical protagonists both observed and contributed to what Bohemia magazine would call Fidel Castro's apotheosis, 19 giving speeches, chatting with average citizens, and signing autographs in the company of foreign journalists in his 8-day, town-by-town journey from Santiago to the capital. Castro with his massive convoy parted open the country like a veritable sea in biblical times. For 45 days, he remained only the head of the Ejército Rebelde, taking no post in the civilian-led revolutionary cabinet, an act that Franqui and others perceived as a strategy meant to prove his political virginity and altruistic stripes. 20 Undoubtedly fueled by the euphoria of popular expectations for a new era free of Batista, Fidel's reception among citizens was also highly produced, managed, and choreographed, mostly by journalist Carlos Franqui, National Director of Propaganda. For the 26th of July movement and advertising executive Emilio Guid, Secretary of Propaganda for Resistencia Cívica. Subsequently, Bohemia sold out its 3 Liberty editions of 1 million copies each, one after the other proclaimed Fidel's apotheosis in ascendant terms. Mostly forgotten, however, is the fact that few habaneros actually knew what Fidel looked like until the activists' promotion campaign began. From their respective posts, Franqui and Guid coordinated efforts to broadcast and thereby legitimate the 26th of July leader's assumption of government authority through all forms of media. They also recruited the country's top creative minds and commercial agents to design billboards, placards, and handbills under one unifying slogan for Fidel's triumphal arrival in Havana, convincing them to donate labor and materials for free, despite an estimated cost of $150,000, then a small fortune. Although clearly but necessarily verbose, the slogan activists devised was, "De una revolución limpia a gobernar con honradez." Images of Castro and his hand-picked provisional president Manuel Urrutia flanked both sides of the slogan with the name 26th of July movement stamped at its foot. 21 The citizenry seemed to accept, even celebrate, Fidel's status as a long-awaited national redeemer, even if they were not quite sure which of the revolutionaries he was. For that reason, one Bohemia journalist recalled only a year later, when his glorious entry into the capital began, the most curious chatter could be heard on the street: "That's him on the Jeep, no, Fidel is the guy on the tank with the blonde beard." 22. Editors also reported citizens' confusion of Fidel with leaders who were not even members of his movement, such as Rolando Cubala, the commander of the student-led guerrilla force of the Directorio Revolucionario, a much sexier and closer approximation of the handsome, blue-eyed, fair-haired Jesus. 23 Of course, Fidel's leadership in the 1953 assault on the Moncada barracks, the mass circulation of his eloquent defense, "History will absolve me," his 1955 fundraising tour of the United States, and his manifestos had already launched his image as a daring politician. Yet his image as a Christ-like redeemer with similarly pure followers was the result of more than his own actions. Cuban citizens' years-long search for a messiah was responsible. They wanted a selfless man to serve the people and replace the false paternalism of Batista, the one who had proclaimed himself Cuba's savior on so many occasions. They wanted a messiah who would save them from Cuba's own recent history, the failed republican governments of the past, the Auténtico's betrayal, the unexpected death knell to democracy that the martyrdom of Eddie Chivas provoked, thanks to Batista, the unconditional support of the United States for the dictator, and the barbarous dictator himself, whom so many had long perceived as the devil incarnate. Nonetheless, for large swaths of Cuban citizens, the revolutionary government still had to prove itself. Undoubtedly, feelings of euphoria and a resurgence of hope immediately replaced feelings of despair after Batista fled to the Dominican Republic and the activists of the 26th of July movement rose to power. By all measures, these activists quickly gained the support and faith of the majority of the people by taking unprecedented action. Over the course of the first 7 months of 1959, Fidel Castro and the most important leaders of the clandestinidad remapped and reshaped the political landscape, proving what an uncorrupted government could do. Massive investment in education, the building of tens of thousands of new homes, agrarian reform, a truly free press, the passage of hundreds of nationalist economic laws that gave unprecedented protection to the expansion of Cuban-owned industries and businesses, labor protections. All of these reforms gave credence to the idea that Cuba had indeed overturned its own history. 24 Much of the triumph, citizens surmised, was made possible only through the unique personal style and leadership of Fidel Castro. He became what Cubans wanted him to become, the savior of Cuba, a younger, dynamic Eddie Chivas incarnate and the representation of all that Cuba might have been had repeated U.S. interventions not robbed it of a different destiny. From 1898 to 1958 at last the country had achieved the exceptionally democratic national status Cubans had long dreamed and fought for.